As some of you know, the most common question viewers ask about these bookshelf tours is this: how many of these books have you actually read? My guest today, Dr. Alexander Herbert, estimates that he has read 99% of the books in his library, the most of any guest ever on this program. He also happens to be the founder of a local community library, another first for the program, and we'll get more into that later. Dr. Herbert's intense reading discipline starts to make more sense when you hear about his experience during the first 3 years of his PhD program at the University of Chicago, where he read 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, plus Sunday afternoons, as he made his way through 3 qualifying exam reading lists of roughly 100 books and articles apiece. This library contains many of the great works of communism and Marxism. The 45-volume collected works of Lenin, plus the collected works of Stalin, Mao's selected works, and the collected works of Marx and Engels. Lenin's collected works occupy the most shelf space of any set in this library because his writings, letters, and speeches document the development of the ideas and strategies that helped produce the Russian Revolution and shape the Soviet Union that followed. Many consider him to be the greatest revolutionary of all time in world history. If you're only going to watch one communist or Marxist bookshelf tour in your life, this is the one to watch. This is a great books tour through the traditions, canonical texts, rare books, and material culture of communist, Marxist, and socialist thought. We also get into Soviet history, Russian intellectual history, and the newer field of environmental history. As some of you know, my father was a tenured professor of chemistry at Tufts University with a special interest in environmental science. So we spent a good deal of time during this tour talking about Dr. Herbert's collection of environmental history books. My father also got his PhD at the University of Chicago in physical chemistry. And so I wanted to spend some time with Dr. Herbert talking about the University of Chicago's famous reputation for intense intellectual competition. After 3 years at the University of Chicago, where he finished all his graduate coursework, required reading and qualifying exams, Dr. Herbert completed his PhD at Brandeis and is now an assistant teaching professor in humanities and arts at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, as well as the author of 2 books. Dr. Herbert has studied French, German, and Russian, and has conducted research at the National Library of Russia and Moscow's State Historical Museum prior to the war with Ukraine, while on a Fulbright scholarship. He identifies as a Marxist, belongs to the Communist Party USA, and co-founded the Red Ink Community Library in Providence, Rhode Island, which is still active today. A party-linked estimate from 2024 puts CPUSA membership at roughly 15,000, about 1 American in 23,000, making this an unusually rare look inside an actual party member's working library. Dr. Herbert also hosts a YouTube channel and an Instagram channel named Lenin in 45 Volumes, which is devoted to reading and explaining every one of the 45 volumes of Lenin's massive corpus of work in sequence. And he's considering doing the same with Stalin's 13 volumes after he finishes with Lenin's 45. Please see the links in the description to view this channel, as well as Dr. Herbert's other key links. But this is not just a library of books Dr. Herbert agrees with. He deliberately reads critics of communism and historians he disagrees with because, as he explains, opposing arguments sharpen one's analysis and force you to make a better case for your position. In this spirit, we discuss how he, a historian of the Soviet Union, evaluates the Gulag Archipelago, Stalin's purges, and the Gulag system, and why Dr. Herbert recommends Ronald Suney's The Soviet Experiment as a broader historical account of the history of the Soviet Union. We also touch on Russian military history, from Napoleon's failed invasion and Nazi Germany's assault on the Soviet Union to Dr. Herbert's analysis at the time of recording of the war with Ukraine. The books are joined by a rare, giant Leningrad flood control map, communist pamphlets, Soviet posters, flags, political banners, and other ephemera. By the end of this tour, you'll have a solid understanding of the foundational texts, key ideas, and historical developments of communism, Marxism, and socialism, along with the reading life and intellectual training behind a working historian's library. Before we get started with the tour, a quick note that there's some bonus resources that go along with the bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Dr. Herbert's library. Plus, you'll get a spreadsheet listing all the collected works and similar book sets in Dr. Herbert's library that constitute some of the most important classics of communist, Marxist, and socialist thought, including links where you can check out these works for free online, and some additional collected works that are not present in Dr. Herbert's collection. You'll also get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details of the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the last couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There's one program and one course that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent, so you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the second link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The second item is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps, like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the third link in the description for more on the Self-Directed Learner course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fourth link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now, let's get into the bookshelf tour with Dr. Alexander Herbert. All right, so Alexander, thanks a lot for agreeing to share your library with us. And I thought we'd start off by just talking a little bit about your background, and then we can get into how you've built and organized your library here.
Cool. Thanks for having me, and thanks for showing interest in my books. My name is Alexander Herbert. I have a PhD in history, and in particular, I do um, modern Russia, environmental history, and modern European history. I teach at two colleges presently, and I also teach independent courses online. If anybody is interested in any of those courses, the courses are usually things like European history. I do offer a modern Russia and the Soviet Union course online. I do a class on environmental history, political economy, and I have one coming up that's on Soviet cinema that a lot of my students wanted me to do, expressed interest in, so I'm excited about that one. Um, I I got into Russian history kind of circuitously. My maternal grandfather is actually Polish, and knew some Polish from his youth, and so when I decided to go to college, which I was very reluctant about, I grew up in a family of upholsterers, people who worked with their hands, or what those in the ancien regime would say, vile workers. I decided that I wanted to learn Polish, but it was very difficult for me to get into a school program that offered Polish as a language. It's sort of a specialty language. But there was one school that offered Russian, and so my grandfather was like, "You know what? Just do Russian. It's close enough to Polish, and we can compare words." And so I did that, and I think my second year or something, I studied abroad in Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, which is uh, east of Moscow, southeast of Moscow. This is sort of I think it's the third biggest city in Russia presently, but it's still comparatively small, maybe the size of Boston compared to Moscow or like New York, for example. And I lived there for about 5 months, and, from then on, my Russian got much better, and I decided to pursue Russian history as a field. Um, I think the summer after that, I went back to Russia. I lived in Moscow for 6 months. I worked at the State Historical Museum, which is on Red Square. It's across from, St. Basil's Cathedral, which your listeners might know where, some proximity. It's the other side of Red Square, and I worked in their library primarily, so I was dealing with a whole bunch of different foreign language books. What they needed me to do essentially was to take any books that used Latin script, so anything from Hungarian to English and Spanish, French, and to translate the book titles into Cyrillic and then enter them into their library catalog. And so I did that for a while. And in that process, I grew up listening to punk rock. And so when I got out of work, I would usually go to a concert or something. I had met friends there, and I began conducting interviews with people who were in bands, people who did zines, people who distributed records, people who booked shows, everybody involved in the punk scene, essentially. And so that led to my first book, which was an oral history of uh, punk rock from the Soviet period to 2015. Although at the time it said to today. Um, and, doing all that while eventually going on to pursue a PhD in history with a focus on Russia and the Soviet Union. Um, I lived in Russia many more various times after that. Most recently, I was in Russia when the war with Ukraine broke out. I was in St. Petersburg.
Oh.
Um, I couldn't I couldn't fly home because all the flights over Europe had stopped, so I had to take a bus from St. Petersburg to Helsinki, which is about an 8-hour bus ride, and there's no air conditioning on that or anything, so it was pretty hot, and, a lot of people were trying to leave at that time, so it was like kind of felt like I was part of this mass exodus. Um, but, yeah, I'll end it there. That's where um
Did you grow up in a family that was interested in politics, or was there did you find that over time? Like, how did you get interested in the politics side of it?
Not at all. In fact, the opposite. My family was never into politics or any of that. My grandfather was into history, but kind of like a working man's type of history. Like he liked talking about his family past and stuff like that. But my parents were never political whatsoever. I got into politics through punk rock. Punk rock at a young age made me more interested and concerned with the things that were going on. And I vividly remember the George Bush years being the kind of uh, seminal moment where a lot of my bands that I listened to began singing about politics and being more politically aware. At the time, I guess I would have identified as a anarchist or a communist, but I didn't really know what those terms meant. I knew that they meant anti-capitalist, and I knew that capitalism was what I was opposed to. Um, but it took me some time to actually learn, political theory, political thought to have a firm grasp on that stuff.
So, in a previous bookshelf tour with Yizem Setin, her favorite band is Kino.
Mhm.
I don't know if you're familiar with them, but um,
Yeah. Yeah, so,
might be interesting.
Victor Tsoi, who was the lead singer for Kino, he's sort of the main figure. He played bass for one of the first Russian punk bands, uh, to exist, I guess, "Автоматические удовлетворительные," which means, automatic satisfiers in Russian. So, of course, Tsoi passed away long before I started writing the book, but I interviewed people who played in bands with him. Although Kino is not a part of my book, because, there are questions about what constitutes punk, what is not punk, yada yada. I had to be a little bit selective, but there were members of the automatic satisfiers who were in my book that I think they maybe mentioned soy a few times.
Cool. I thought it'd be cool to also briefly mention the library that you co-founded, because I think that's a really cool project. Maybe you could just say a few words about um, how what that was like founding a library. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, so a few years ago, this is 5 or 6 or maybe more years, 5 years ago, six maybe. I believe I was on the local Providence DSA. It wasn't not Substack, but one of those other like Discord
Meet up.
type things, where they were quite active. It wasn't like an inactive Discord or anything like that. And I had mentioned to somebody, or had mentioned to the group, the idea of creating a community space for people on the left, and I meant that broadly conceived. So a place where anarchists could do things and communists could do things and DSA socialists could do things and yada yada. And somebody responded to me that said, let's make it happen, let's do it. And so this person had the means and the money, the willingness to do it, and so he landed on a space to rent, and then he paid for all the renovations to it. He's pretty well off, and then I contributed some books. He found some books on some book collections online, and then we would start getting messages from professors who were retiring, or people who wanted to donate books, and so the collection just grew bigger and bigger and bigger. The space still exists. Red Ink is still up. I don't have anything to do with it anymore. But if you're in Providence, I highly recommend stopping by and talking to the people who volunteer there now. It's a completely nonprofit, volunteer-based space, so it's nice.
And I read that it was previously a union hall.
It was the police union hall, I believe.
Oh,
No,
okay.
sorry, it may have been a union hall, but prior to us, it was a police substation.
Oh, wow.
So when we got in there was a whole bunch of police stuff in there.
You were telling me before we started that you donated the complete um, collected works of Marx and Engels. So,
Yeah.
uh, could you talk a little bit about what it was like donating that, and then some of the other, like, was that one of your prized, uh, you know, sets in your collection, or what was it like deciding what to donate from your collection, and were there any other interesting donations you made besides that?
I mean, I can't remember all the books that I donated. From my pre-graduate years, I had a lot of American history books that I didn't need anymore that I donated. The Marx and Engels collection came from international publishers, and I thought that, as a leftist library, it would be good to have the complete works there.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I donated it to the library. Um, yeah, and I hope they still have it. I'm not sure. I imagine they do because it takes up a lot of space. It's like over 40 volumes, and so um, some of the books are thicker than others, and so it takes up a lot of space. Actually, I think it's more. That's well over 40. Might be around 100, even.
So I thought it'd be cool to start with your collected works of Lenin, and they start up here and then go to these two shelves below, and you can see about a little over 40 volumes, 40 volumes here, for a sense of scale. So, um, do you want to say a few words about this set and how you acquired it? It looks like sort of piecemeal, and then what prompted you to start collecting these?
I actually bought it as a set. So the complete works of Lenin in English comes in 45 volumes total. Two of them are appendix volumes. Um, as a historian of the Soviet Union, there's an extent to which Lenin's writings and works are sort of central to understanding what the Soviet Union was and what it became. So I decided one day that I would save up to buy the collection that I found. Um, the dust covers were all part of that collection. So even though some of them look different shades and stuff like that, it's just over time and being worn out. I mean, maybe somebody else, the person before me, collected them all piecemeal, but I got them all together. Um, I have a project, an ongoing project going on that's on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok that is Lenin in 45 volumes with all the words in between underscored, where I essentially read an entire volume and then give a quick 5 to sometimes 10-minute video summary of what's in that volume. The purpose being to demonstrate to people that, for lack of a better phrase, Lenin was a human being, that his ideas changed over time, that some of the things we consider to be foundational to Leninism weren't always the case, to really humanize him in a way. I've been steadily going through these. I'm on volume 26 now, I believe.
I see episode 31 here.
Yeah,
Episode 31, volume 26.
there you go. So I'm on 27 now. The last episode was actually on the revolution, on October 1917. The volume 26 coincided with that. So I'm about halfway done, a little bit over halfway. So um, keep it rolling. I try to do one a month, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer. As you can see, some of these volumes are thicker than others, and so it takes a little bit more time.
Do you annotate these or?
I do. I have writings on the inside. I do with a pencil, and I use bookmarks to underline, so I don't have those kind of squiggly,
Hmm.
meandering underlines. I'm very precise with everything, and I have notes on the inside cover that I can easily refer to with page numbers and stuff like that.
Is there a overall structure to how these are organized?
No, they're organized by time, and so the 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 first volume of his written stuff begins with his earliest publications, his earliest articles and letters and stuff like that. I mean, the volumes contain his larger works, letters, correspondence, speeches, um, mm, responses that he gives to various articles. So it contains, everything that's not buried in an archive.
Hmm. Is there any significance to the publisher?
Progress Publishers was a Moscow-based publishing house during the Cold War that printed communist literature and distributed it throughout the world. And so they were the ones who translated this volume to English and got it out there. Progress Publishers, uh, I'm not sure if they still operate. I doubt it. But uh, but yeah, they a lot of communist writings and stuff that you find probably came from Progress Publishers, especially if it was from the former Soviet Union.
Maybe you could just say a few words about who Lenin is, and we'll put a link to the uh, the YouTube channel. So it's a it's an actual dedicated YouTube channel called Lenin in 45 volumes.
Mhm.
So people can check it out. But maybe you could just, for people that are pretty much unfamiliar with, they know he's an important person, but they don't really know anything about him. Maybe you could just give people a little thumbnail sketch.
Sure. So Lenin was maybe probably the greatest revolutionary of all time in the sense that the revolution that he had been working for his entire adult life came to fruition and led to the founding of the Soviet Union. Uh, he grew up in the Russian Empire. His brother was executed by the imperial authorities for being a terrorist, essentially, or for coordinating with terrorist organizations. Um, um, for much of the time prior to 1917, he lived abroad in Europe and mostly in Switzerland. It was sort of neutral territory for socialist organizers. He helped co-found the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, the Russia's answer to the German Social Democratic Party, that was instrumental in creating the Second International. Um, and yeah, I guess I can leave it there. The first quote unquote leader of the Soviet Union, although I don't like to use the phrase leader just because of the organization of the Soviet Union was kind of different. Um, so yeah, I guess I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Good enough.
So you're sort of like the George Washington.
Yeah, the founding father,
Yeah.
one of the founding fathers. Yeah.
Okay. So the next set we have is um, is in Russian, and I thought it'd be a good opportunity to talk about the different languages you've learned and reading in other languages besides English. So
Mhm.
maybe you could tell us about this set and then uh, what it's like reading in Russian and some of your other languages as well, and how you use them.
Yeah, so the set is called Очерки, истории Leningrada, which is the notes in the history of Leningrad. Um, the Soviet Union definitely valued social scientists in the humanities much more than we do in the United States. And in the 1960s and 70s, they commissioned the leading historians of Russia, and in particular St. Petersburg or Leningrad, to compile this 4-volume set of its history to tell the history of the city, the revolutionary city. Leningrad, St. Petersburg, Petrograd, as it was called at the time, was the center of the Bolshevik Revolution. It was the capital of the old empire. So it was the most industrial city in Russia. So it was sort of the center of a lot. And this 4-volume book contains a number of hundreds, probably, of articles from hundreds of different historians of the Soviet Union talking about different aspects of the city, everything from cultural change to social changes that happen, economic changes that transpired from the empire to, or even before the empire or the early empire to the Soviet period. So it's really a kind of must-have collection for a historian of St. Petersburg or Leningrad.
And then what is it like? How did you learn Russian, and what is it like reading in Russian versus in English? Or maybe even a better question would be, you know, are there any interesting differences in how a history like this is written in Russia, in Russian versus maybe history in the United States written in English?
Yeah, I would say I think one of the major differences is, as I said, because the Soviet Union valued the social sciences much more than we do, they sort of approach history itself as a science more than American academics do. Um, that is, American academics are very concerned with narrative and narrativity in terms of like, oh, well, how do you sell books unless you tell a story and you have, your historical case study revolving around a particular narrative that you want to tell. Whereas Soviet historians and even today, some Russian historians are much more empirical with their historicism. That is, they still rely heavily on archives and on data, which I think is a better thing than relying too much on narrative and narrativity. Um, I would say also that, uh, a lot of some people might raise the concern of censorship, particularly in the Soviet Union, but the Soviet censors were notoriously not that great, not any better than in the United States. I mean, we have censorship here as well. It just operates a little bit differently, but for the most part, I mean, a lot of the Russian books, you could read the introduction, and it makes a kind of lukewarm milk toast argument, but then when you get to the heart of the book and you read the nitty-gritty of it, there's a lot more detail and a lot more, uh, controversial, maybe, I don't know,
Yeah.
arguments that the censors never picked up. And so that's always fun to read and to encounter. Um, but I would say, yeah, Russian history itself tends to be much more empirical, and I think in that case, more enjoyable as a historian because 'cause I'm not trying to shift through some historians, obviously biased narrative, which is kind of the issue of Western historicism in any case.
You were talking about like leaders earlier with Lenin, and there's the idea of the great men of history.
Mhm.
How does Russian history deal with that? Does it avoid great man narratives or, how does it think about that?
Russian historians, or Soviet historians, I should say, did a better job at avoiding that. Of course, everybody I mean, it depends on the time and place. Lenin was always revered as this kind of great man, but somebody who wasn't, you know, a dictator or anything like that. He was just the leading member of the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Party, somebody who had an enormous amount of foresight and in understanding the dynamics of the world through historical materialism. Uh, of course, in the Stalinist period, it changes a little bit. You do get undoubtedly this sort of cult of personality that emerges, where Stalin becomes the center of a lot of attention and reverence. Um, but I think even after Stalin, when the cult of personality is kind of dismembered, you see less reliance on big man history. And because all of the historians, social scientists within the Soviet Union were fundamentally Marxists, historical materialists, it means that their their historicism doesn't really rely on big figures as sort of the facilitators of history, but rather products of their time and place.
Mhm. Before we get to this set, I thought it'd be interesting to just give another thumbnail sketch of Stalin, but also before that, just when you say censorship in the United States, people might not know what you're referring to there. So maybe you could just sketch that out.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely censorship in the United States. On a national level, people understand it through the media, the various corporations that run our major media outlets. I think it was, I think a lot of your listeners maybe witnessed this in action when Bernie Sanders ran for president back in 2016, the way that he was sort of snuffed out. More recently, and this is very controversial, what was going on with Graham Plattner. His claim that this was a media attack on him and that he wasn't guilty of what he was being accused of. Whether or not you believe him or not is another question, but there's no doubt on the way that the sort of media operates on a national scale to push certain narratives that thereby exclude other narratives or alternatives. On a micro scale within academia, I can say, and within publishing more broadly, there is kind of institutional censorship, we could say, where there are certain arguments and taboos. I'm speaking from my own field, from Soviet history, where the major academic publishers are less likely to print your book, not for any rule or law that they have made, but because academia is so reliant on peer review. And so when you have peer reviewers who are ideologically on one side, let's say that they were opposed to socialism and the Soviet Union, it means that when they peer review your work, those criticisms, those biases are going to come out in their peer review, and it could stop you from getting published. Um, I've certainly seen it. I've seen people initially phrase things differently in their books so that it will get through the peer review process, um, particularly as it relates to Stalin and Stalinism, quote unquote. But yeah, and you can look at things like um, even on a micro level, the social level, cancel culture is another form of censorship. Essentially, is what it comes down to. Again, whether or not you believe somebody is guilty of what they're accused from, the way that it excludes their opinion, their contribution, or whatever, is a form of censorship. So, censorship certainly exists in the United States. It's in a different way. It's less obvious, but I would say more menacing, probably.
Yeah, I would highly recommend. There's the whole acquisition of CBS by Larry Ellison, and
Mhm.
um, there's a great interview, one of the great interviews I've ever watched, I think, with Scott Pelley with the New York Times after he was fired, with Lulu Garcia Navarro. Uh, that's on YouTube.
Even when Donald Trump was running for president most recently, I remember the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, forbade hit pieces on Trump, right? It
Well, the editorial board usually endorses a candidate, and he pulled that and changed
yeah,
the policy so they no longer endorse candidates.
right. So, it's a form of censorship, whether we wanna believe it or not, it is.
When you were saying academic presses or publishers, were you referring to university presses or other big publishers or something else?
Predominantly university presses, yes, but there are presses that are not directly university, but are affiliated. I don't wanna throw any under the bus, but, they typically have a more academic, catalog, within their broader press, but yeah, all of those. There are independent publishers, of course, but as maybe some of your listeners know, it's extremely difficult for those independent publishers to publish everything that comes to them and maybe that they would want to publish. So, um, some things are not don't end up getting published for that reason.
So, would you like to say a few words about this set and then maybe also about Stalin the man?
Yeah, so, Stalin is probably who comes to mind most frequently when people think of the Soviet Union. Stalin was born in Georgia, the country of Georgia, to a kind of lowly family. He was not himself a real major part of the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Party until much later on in his life. He has all these kind of larger than life myths around him that I've seen circulating on social media that he robbed banks and stuff like that. He never robbed banks. He was uh, uh, associated with a bank robbery that happened, but he didn't actually do it himself. Um, but he was viewed by Lenin and many others as kind of more shrewd, that is, more willing to quote unquote get the job done if something had to be done. And so Lenin relied on him as a kind of uh, a do it man, somebody that would get the job done. Um, all of these all these questions about his right to become general secretary after the death of Lenin is another question. But basically, after Lenin, a few years, there's a power struggle for leadership of the party. Stalin comes on top, and then Stalin remains as general secretary of the Soviet Union until 19, what is it, 53, I believe, is when he passes away. 53 or 55, I think 53. Um, uh, Leads the Soviet Union through World War II, through industrialization and collectivization, um, and through initial post-war reconstruction. So one
Yeah.
thing that you know is that the collected volumes of Stalin are much fewer than that of Lenin, and definitely much fewer than that of Marx and Engels. The reason that I like to say is Stalin was never really quite that much of a theorist. He was a doer. He was somebody who was more active. There are stories that emerge from well, I'd say this lightly, Stalinist times, of him staying up late in the Kremlin Tower to do work and writing memoranda and memos to people. My feeling is that the majority of Stalin's actual written work probably still resides in archives because a lot of it was probably communications and memos to other party leaders in different parts of the Soviet Union. But as far as theory goes, he wasn't much of a theorist. The things that are most frequently attributed to him is the idea of socialism in one country, which was the idea that we didn't need the rest of Europe to fall to a socialist revolution, that the Soviet Union could build socialism itself within its own borders, um, and nationalities policy. So, because Stalin was from Georgia, he wasn't ethnically Russian. The Bolsheviks in the lead up to 1917, and then even after, they had to work out a policy for nationalities within the Soviet Union, within the former empire. Um, and by that, they meant, what do we do with the fact that the empire had accumulated so many different nationalities under one Russian umbrella? Do we give these countries sovereignty, the right to their own country, or do we keep them part of this new socialist experiment we have? And the Bolsheviks came out on the side of giving them sovereignty, that is, giving them independence. And Stalin was one of the first, I guess, one of the major theorists of what would be Russia's or the Soviet Union's nationalities policy. Um, a good a good example, though, of what ends up happening that I can give you that's directly relevant to today is in Ukraine. There's a lot of debate within the Bolshevik Party and what becomes the Politburo or what to do with Ukraine, and they issue statements that say we're fully willing to allow Ukraine independence, full independence, on the condition that that independence is led by the working class, the soldiers, and the peasants of Ukraine. Instead, what Ukraine does is they establish a legislative body known as the Rada. And the Bolsheviks argue this Rada is not made up of workers, soldiers, and peasants. It's made up of bourgeois people who are capitalists who are trying to create their own country in Ukraine at the expense of the working class. And so they end up refusing the to negotiate with the Rada, so Ukraine enters into civil war. The Bolsheviks join the side of we'll say most of the working class in Ukraine, and the rest is history, I guess. Ukraine gets incorporated into the new Soviet Union by 1922, and the same process more or less happens in Georgia and other places in what would become the Soviet Union.
Is there any interesting story as to how you acquired this and what's going on with this volume 12?
No, there's not an interesting story. So because I do Lenin in 45 volumes, I had the idea of doing Stalin in 13 volumes when I am done with Lenin. Um, and so, I was searching for this collection of his collected works. Uh, I was looking for it originally in Russian, but I couldn't find it anywhere in the United States that had it, and it would have cost, hundreds to ship it from Russia or wherever. In Ukraine, books like this have been destroyed systematically, so, you can't really get them from Ukraine or anywhere else.
Why is that?
Mostly because of Ukraine's rejection of the Soviet past. Stalin is one of those uh, uh, key figures, I guess, in that history. The Ukraine notoriously burned hundreds of thousands of books from its Soviet past in order to attempt to erase and to rewrite its history as an independent country. Um,
Mm.
the new narrative for Ukraine and places like Georgia is they refer to the Soviet period as Soviet occupation, but it was never an occupation. It was a willing membership within the Union. It would be like if the European Union fell apart tomorrow, and then in France, they started, rewriting and saying that we were forced to be part of the European Union, and it was Germany's fault, and so rejecting that historical narrative. That's ongoing today, and it's part of what is fueling the war, just a small part of what's fueling the war, but nevertheless a part of it. So I wanted to get the complete volumes, and so I found one online that had, um, 12 of the 13. It was missing volume 12. So I ordered that set, and then I searched for volume 12, and I found one. It wasn't the same publication or anything like that, but it doesn't need to be. I wasn't concerned with them all being uniform. It just so happened that I have most of them that are uniform and one that is not. But the 12th volume is an important one because it's contains works of Stalin's when he was um, in the midst of uh, rejecting Nikolai Bukharin, who was another one of the original Bolshevik party members. And so I wanted to make sure that I got that volume.
Is this also organized chronologically, or?
Yeah, it's organized chronologically from his earliest work to later.
I just remember we didn't circle back to the question of how you learned each of your languages. So maybe you could touch on each of those briefly.
Yeah, so Russian I learned just from living there. I studied Russian in university and then graduate school. I was in academia for um, about 13 years total from undergraduate to getting my PhD. So, I got my PhD when I was 30, I think.
Mm.
So, almost half of my life I was in academia, and I was studying Russian pretty much the entire time. Um, French and German, I'm literate in French and German. That is, I can read French and German. I also there was a period in undergraduate school where I was studying French, German, and Russian all at the same time. It was a lot of work, and my French professor would often get frustrated with me because I would always roll my R's in the Russian way, but not in the French way. I couldn't get the nasal sound. French, luckily for me, in terms of literacy, there's a lot of cognates, a lot of words that look the same in English or they sound the same in English, so it's relatively easy to read. German was another kind of hurdle in the sense that um, German works differently in terms of sentence structure than both English, French, and Russian. So German was also quite difficult for me to get, but um, I can read German at this point. Have a harder time speaking it just because of accent stuff.
It just reminded me of an anecdote about President Obama's parents, they met in a Russian class
Mm.
at the University of Hawaii in 1960. And they were I was trying to remember what there was some, I don't know if they were, what exactly they were, why they were studying Russian, but I was going to ask you, what was the sort of reception like, and how do Russian officials see you as an American kind of working in the state library? Is that normal? And like, this was pre the war with Ukraine, but how did, so I guess it would be different now, but what was the vibe like being an American and, um, working in the state? You said
Yeah.
state library or state museum?
I worked in the State Historical Museum, but I also researched in Russian archives and the Russian uh, National Library. So I engaged with a lot of, I guess you could say, officials in that sense. At the time, before the war, I would say that the relationship was uh, um, pretty nice, actually. Like I keep saying, Russians in general, they value social sciences and humanities much more than we do, and so um, they didn't really care that I was American. They just liked the fact that I was a researcher or a scientist, as they say, and that I was researching at that time in the archives. I was researching flood control in Leningrad, and they were just fascinated by that and wanted to talk to me about it all the time and tell me their stories of floods in the city and their family stories and stuff like that. Um, when the war started, I left Russia, but I have American friends who stayed for quite some time, and they told me that the attitude of archivists and librarians had completely changed for Americans. There's a lot of cold shoulders and rejections of certain requests for documents and stuff like that. How much of that is the archivist's own personal political convictions, and how much of that is sort of by the state? I'm not sure. But I didn't really have to encounter it. I actually encountered the complete opposite. Russian people in general are very friendly and welcoming, hospitable. I tell you the story of the giant map that I have that hangs in my hallway.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
over to that.
yeah, that story is kind of indicative. So, um, when when I was researching for my dissertation on floods and control in St. Petersburg, Leningrad, I had funding. I was there on a Fulbright scholarship, so I had funding from essentially the State Department. Um, s People have accused me of being a State Department shrill or something like that. It's not the case. I never had to produce anything for the State Department, but in any case, I got a Fulbright grant, and so, um, I, uh, had more money than I needed, because I don't like, besides the books that you see, I live kind of frugally, I like to think. I mean, I don't there's not a lot that I eat the same thing every night, and so I don't really spend that much money.
What do you eat?
What's that?
What do you eat?
Beans and rice every night with a different protein, on it in addition to beans and some vegetables mixed in. Um, as
Are you vegetarian?
I've been vegan for
Oh,
13
vegan.
years, yeah. Just recently started eating fish again, though. That's kind of controversial, but, with seafood, I'll say. Um, but in any
You have the
case,
Schwarzenegger book. Maybe we can get to that later, but
yeah, that might actually be my oldest book on the shelf. We can talk about that. Um, but in any case, I had this money, and so I was like, you know what? There's a whole bunch of ephemera and historical artifacts from the 1924 flood in Leningrad, and so I went on to Russia's version of Craigslist. It's called Avito, and I just typed in 1924 Leningrad flood, and I got a whole bunch of stuff. There's stamps, there's documents and paperwork, and so everything that I found that I thought could be useful to my dissertation, I bought it. And so there were, for example, there was an old man that was selling a collection of documents from his grandfather who worked on the flood protection barrier in the 1930s. I bought that. It was a big stack of documents, stuff that, you know, you couldn't find in an archive, but just existed in this old man's, closet for tens of years. And one of them was this map. Now, this is a giant map. Um, it's about 5 feet tall, maybe a little bit more than 5 feet tall, and a little bit more than 3 feet wide. It's huge. And it was you could see it's folded up into sections. It was folded up and put into this very nice padded presentation envelope. And so I was super curious about it. And I went to meet this old woman who was selling it, and she was really confused. She was like, what interest do you have in this map?" And I told her what I was doing, what I was researching. And then she told me her last name, Kondratev, and yeah, I recognized it, but I didn't, it's kind of a common name. And she told me that her great grandfather was actually one of the leaders of Leningrad in the late 1920s and 1930s, and that there were 15 copies of this map that were printed and distributed to party leaders within the city, because the idea was they wanted to work out a solution for floods and have some kind of flood control. And so she said, "I can't think of anybody else who still has this map." And she said, "But because you want to buy it for science, like, I'll cut the price in half for you because you're doing it for science." And I think it's a great kind of legacy for my great grandfather. Of course, I paid her the full price. I was like, "No, no, no, I insist. Your asking price is certainly is fine for me." And I bought it and I walked away. And then a month later, while still researching for my dissertation, I went to the Sergei Kirov Museum. Sergei Kirov was the leader of Leningrad in the late 1920s and 1930s. He's a guy that there's suspicion that he was assassinated by Stalin because he was very popular, and Stalin was perhaps worried about his popularity. I don't think that the assassination has ever been proven either way, but in any case, he's a person that anybody interested in the Soviet Union should know about. And I went to his museum, his house museum, and lo and behold, on the wall was a copy of this map. It was the only one I had ever seen anywhere else. I didn't tell the museum curator that I have a copy of this map because I didn't want to make them feel less special. But I stared at it and I was like, "Damn, I have the same map back in my apartment that's coming back with me to the United States." And so yeah, I've had it since then. I don't the My book on floods and flood control is currently um, being worked out, a contract to publish for well, I don't want to say, but the contract is being worked out right now. So I'm sort of done researching that topic, but I still have all of this ephemera from the 1924 flood that it has a special place for me, I guess.
Is there a city in the United States that you would say is most similar in terms of this flooding problem?
New Orleans,
New Orleans.
definitely. Um, uh, New Orleans flood control is slightly different because they have a system of levees and dikes that essentially wall the city, whereas eventually what they build in Leningrad is this giant flood protection barrier that is in the Gulf of Finland. It crosses where Cutland Island is. Cutland Island is famous for the city of Kronstadt, where the famous sailors are from. So it crosses the island and it goes across the Gulf of Finland. And when there's a danger of flood, they lift the flood protection barrier, and that stops the water from coming into the city.
Hmm.
But but anybody familiar with this city, literature from the city, whether it's Pushkin, Alexander Pushkin's Bronze Horseman takes place during a flood in St. Petersburg, 1824 flood, or any subsequent famous author of a Russian author, Gogol wrote about flooding. Dostoevsky has some novels that mention flooding in them. I mean, the history of the city is the history of its flooding, essentially, is one of the things that I say.
So the next set is the Foster set. Not really
Yeah.
a set, but a collection of that you've put together, all by international publishers.
International Publishers was an affiliate of Progress Publishers in the Soviet Union that we recently went over. And William Z. Foster is probably the most famous American communist in American history. He was the leader of the American Communist Party. Started off as a labor organizer and then became, I guess, the scholar of American communist history. And so, yeah, when we were putting together Red Ink Library, we got a lot of William Z. Foster works from different people. And so we had a lot of doubles, and I took these 3, they were doubles, and, I've had them ever since, and they're great histories if you're I mean, anybody that is listening, to this has probably taken classes on American history, and you know that the American working class is very often, almost always left out of the history of the American Revolution or the Civil War or post-war. What we do when they do come up, it's usually during Roosevelt's New Deal that we hear a little bit more about the working class. And Foster does a great job of, I think, inserting the working class of the United States within its broader history. Um, and also, the U.S. was a part of the second and third internationals, and so that's why he has the history of the 3 internationals there.
Could you say a few words about what the internationals were and their
Yeah.
significance?
So the internationals were, um, well, they look kind of different. The first international Marx was a part of in Bakunin. It was kind of a group where international quote unquote socialists from around the world can come and sort of collude. How do we orchestrate a revolution, a worldwide working class proletariat revolution? The first international fell apart because of infighting within the international, particularly between Marx and Bakunin. Bakunin is the famous anarchist thinker. Um, and so it fell apart. The second international is formed not too long after. It's centered in Germany. This is pre World War One, World War One and World War Two, pre-war Germany. It's more international than the first in that the second international has delegates from just about every European country, uh, as well as delegates from East Asia, the United States, Canada, Australia, etc. So it is truly an international body. It falls apart because of World War One. The um, questions over whether or not to support one's home country got in the way of agreeing about, uh, should we put the international project of international revolution to the side or should we support our home country? Famously, the German Social Democratic Party votes in favor of issuing war credits to the Kaiser during World War One. And because of that, the British communists do the same thing. The French communists do the same thing. Although there is a faction of the Second International called referred to as a Zimmerwald faction, who they take the side of what they call defeatism, which was the idea that we should not support our national governments in this war. We should actually hope that they fail, because if they fail, it will completely discredit the czar, for example. If the czar loses in this war, nobody will have faith in him anymore, and it will help facilitate the revolution. But in any case, the Second International falls apart because of World War One. The Third International is created when the Soviet Union is founded, and it's the first that has a definite home and uh, we'll call it leader in the new Soviet Union. So again, the Third International is composed of delegates from everywhere. There are members of China's emerging Communist Party who are part of the Third International. Korean Communist Party, for instance, Cuba joins it, in Latin American countries, as well as the United States and Canada and all those. The Third International is probably the biggest, and it's the safest in the sense that for a long time they have a home in Moscow. They have a definite, infrastructure, an institution to house them, to protect them. But the the Soviet Communist Party is more or less in charge, and so they are sort of the intellectual and the practical leaders of the Third International. So the Third International falls apart during World War II, basically out of an agreement that Stalin has with Churchill and Roosevelt, which is to say, we will stop trying to facilitate and organize international revolution if we agree to a sort of anti-fascist alliance against Nazi Germany and Japan. Um, and so that's the end of the internationals. Although there are still people who say that they align their political ideas with the Second International. There's people who are more sympathetic to the Third International, but now it's just kind of become um, a marker of one's degree of leftism or political affiliation.
Hmm. So we'll return to this shelf, but we're going to go to the next set, which is over here, and it's the readings.
Mhm. It's the rainbow set.
Hmm.
Um, the first 3 years of my PhD program were at the University of Chicago. I did my qualifying exams and my oral exams at the University of Chicago for Russian history, environmental history, and European history. And I uh, I had a real attachment to my advisor in European history. Her name was Jan Goldstein. She did her focus was on French intellectual history in the 19th century and medicalization of French culture. Um, and she taught me, you know, just about everything I know about European history. I did my qualifying exams with her, which is when you read like 100 books and then you get examined on them. And she understood that my main interest was in Russia, but I wanted to do Europe so that I could expand my marketability and stuff like that. So she was very patient and empathetic with me. And this is a collection of primary sources that she put together with colleagues. She was responsible for sort of putting together on European history, readings in Western civilization. And it has a number of primary source documents that to this day I still use in my own classes. The only one that she had a direct hand in is number 7, which is on the French Revolution in the Ancien Regime. But she was responsible for coordinating the whole series, readings in Western civilization. So yeah, I still use all of them, with the exception of um, I think 4 and 5. I don't use as much. Last term, they made me teach early modern Europe, and so I did end up using those. But for the most part, I just use 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Hmm. Next, we have this set here, Russia's
Sure.
conquest of Siberia.
The um, so this is a collection of um, again, primary sources related to the Russian Empire's kind of unexpected colonies. So Siberia, the American colonies in the North Pacific is the middle one, North Pacific Ocean. Um, when I first started graduate school, when I started my MA program, I was really interested in imperial history and in particular Russia's colonies in the North Pacific. And so, my master's thesis was about Russian Alaska, stuff like that. So I collected a whole bunch of books related to that, in particular those that had primary sources, because it's sort of hard to find primary sources on Russian Alaska, even in Russian archives and even in American archives. It was not that easy. Although I have a what do they call it? Kind of a bibliography, I guess at this point, that includes the archival repositories of it. But in any case, this set was not only hard to come by because they didn't sell it in three, and in fact, I didn't even know it was a set. I bought one at a time. I think I bought the Russian American colonies first, and then I've discovered that there was one on the North Pacific, and then discovered that there was one on Siberia, and so uh, I put them all together, and now I have all three. I haven't taught on Russia's colonies or even the Russian Empire in a long time, but I would like to again at some point.
Why is it that the archives are so scarce?
I'm honestly not sure. I think a lot of the documents were destroyed or have been destroyed. Um, well, one thing is Russian archives still to this day are hard to come by. A lot of Soviet scholars can circumvent that because the archives in the Baltic states or Ukraine, for example, have been open for quite some time. But documents pertaining to Russian American colonies or the North Pacific are in Russian archives exclusively, and so those are sort of hard to get at. On the American side, I know that there was a lot of paperwork that was destroyed after the purchase of Alaska, and a lot of the histories that we have are oral histories, some people who have mostly passed away at this point, and so um, or all passed away at this point, even those handed down. And so oral history is kind of that old of oral history is kind of um, shaky historical evidence. I know that there are people that probably disagree with me, but yeah, I'm a I'm a fan of the archives over everything else, and in the sort of hard material evidence rather than oral history.
What is the process like if you, as an American, want to access? I don't know, it's maybe very different now than before the war, but um, what what is the process like briefly of, you're an American, you want to visit, uh, and I guess it'd probably be even more difficult if you weren't a scholar with a recognized institution, but, what is that like?
That's a good question. It's a question that I don't think many people understand, particularly those who want to brand themselves as historians but have never actually been in an archive. The first step is you need a letter, essentially a letter of recommendation from an institution, as you said, that is addressed to the archivist that explains who you are and why you are requesting access to the archive. And then on top of that, you take that paperwork, you send it to them, usually nowadays through email. And then if the archive approves, they'll send you an email back that says, "Okay, stop in on Monday or whatever, and pick up your and do your paperwork." And so you go there, you have paperwork that where you have to fill out who you are, where you're from, what your address in the country is, your passport number, all of that stuff. And they have to take photographs of your passport. And then you get sometimes a card, sometimes a badge that has your own kind of scan in thing. And once you have that, then you have access to the reading rooms. And in the reading rooms, they have desks where you read. None of them they're all open desks so that the archivist can see what you're doing at all times. And they have computers. And on the computers, it just has the file information. And so you could type in something like, I don't know, flood control, right? And you'll get in the search, you'll get hundreds of files that are related to flood control in some way or another, and so you have to sort of shift through those and see which ones are relevant, and then you request them, and then you submit that request. The request can take a week or 2 weeks sometimes, because at that point, what they're doing is now they have your request, they have to go into the archive and pull the documents out, and then link them to your name so that they know who has the documents, who's out. Um, and then you come back a week or two later, and the documents are there waiting for you. Most, if not all, Russian archives have strict rules about photographs and photocopies. Usually, when I was there, you had to pay for photocopies. They restricted taking photos, but there were some archives where you could pay for like a day pass to take photos, in which case you pay for the day and you're kind of just rapidly taking pictures of all the documents and not really reading them. But you know that they're relevant, but you don't really have the time to go through them all. You're just trying to get as many as you can. Um, there was one time where I was taking a photo of a document on my phone, and the archivist came over and was like, "You can't do that. It's restricted." Um, and
Did they
that
grab your phone or did they just say, don't do that?
No, she just said, "Don't do that." She said, "You can't do that." There are sometimes you'll request a document and it will come back to you that you're not granted access to it. Um, and so at that point, you have to just kind of move on to the next thing, or try to work around it if you can. Um, that happened to me a few times, mostly because the flood protection barrier that I researched is not only a flood protection barrier, it's also a state defense structure. So it blocks the city of St. Petersburg's access from the sea. And so they were very protective about certain aspects of the structure and didn't want to give me access to documents related to defense. Um, so, most of the stuff that you're denied access to, it makes sense. I think even the United States would have a hard time giving foreign researchers access to documents pertaining to state defense. So I get it. There the other thing about Russian archives is it's kind of an unspoken formality that if there is an archivist who has been particularly helpful, to give them a gift. And so usually when I went to Russia to work in archives, I would bring with me like, little things of maple syrup or whatever it was, so that when I was done, I could say, "Hey, this is for you and for all the help that you've given me. I really appreciate it." And they love that. And, just to keep up the kind of good neighborly image
Mm.
as I think you should, because archivists do a ton of work when you think about it, um, in terms of like recalling documents and all that stuff. Um, so yeah, the archival process, it has probably changed. I mean, I have American friends who stayed after I left. They were still researching, and they were telling me that the list of documents that were restricted from them had grown. The archivists were kind of giving them cold shoulders and refusing them access to certain things. So, there could be a number of reasons for that, but it is what it is. It's the only place where historians are really, really limited by what we can do by somebody else,
Yeah.
um, being the archivist.
What was the major reason for the Alaska colony? Is that what you would call it?
The major reason for the Alaskan colonies were because Britain and France were expressing interest in the Pacific Ocean and setting up colonies or trading entrepots within the Pacific.
What's an entrepot?
A commercial city,
Yep.
trading port, I guess. Um, um, B, the North Pacific borders Siberia, so it was a matter of state defense for the Russian Empire to have a presence in the Pacific. Um, Other countries like France and Britain, they had overseas colonies. They had a maritime empire, and Russia didn't, and so it was also interested in that. The the control over the North Pacific gave the Russian Empire the potential to open markets in places like Japan, in the Philippines. Um, so that was also lucrative. The Russians were also engaged in the fur trade, and it's the fur trade that brings them across Siberia and over the Bering Strait and into Alaska, all the way to California. Actually, Fort Ross in Northern California was a Russian town, village, trading area.
Well,
So there's a lot of reasons why the Russians were interested. They never quite mastered it in the way that Britain and France did. Mostly, I would say because of the weather. Russia was not, as much as it tried to be, it was not really a seafaring empire, and so a lot of its sailors, captains, weren't as seasoned as those in France and Great Britain. And the North Pacific has notoriously very um, unforgiving weather and weather patterns. And so one of the things I studied actually was wind currents in the North Pacific, and how there's a period that if you look at the number of ships that crossed from Siberia to Alaska, let's say there's 15 of them, 12 of them didn't survive. They didn't make the full trek. And so that left just three that actually made it. And again, mostly I would say that's due to just inexperience and bad weather. When you're trying to sail from northern Siberia, from Kamchatka, roughly, uh, over the Bering Strait and into Alaska, you're sailing against the major wind currents, wind and water pattern of the North Pacific. So it didn't work out too well for them, and eventually it becomes too costly and not really worth it. So they sell it.
this says American colonies. So was there another one besides Alaska?
Yeah, Fort Ross in California, all the way down the coast, really, of Canada, North America, is where Russians had kind of, I wouldn't call them sprawling colonies, but forts in which they could, take goods, load it onto ships, and then ship it out.
Are any of those preserved? Like, can you visit?
Yeah, Fort Ross is still preserved. If anybody is interested, Fort Ross in Northern California. It's about I think it's a 3-hour drive north from San Francisco. It is
Well,
preserved. And there's a cool shout out to the motel that's in Fort Ross. I think it's called the Fort Ross Motel. Highly recommend staying there if anyone's interested. It was a nice place. It's owned by, when I was there, it was owned by an old couple that were really great. Um, and you can still see a lot of Russian structures in Kodiak Island and in uh, Sitka.
what was that last one?
Sitka, Sitka.
So are those where are those located? Just
They're all in Alaska, in
okay.
coastal Alaska. But Fort Ross is probably the easier
Yeah.
accessible one for Americans. Vasily Klyuchevsky is one of the first major historians of the Russian Empire. He died in 1911, so he didn't actually, um, uh, experience the Soviet Union, but he was a historian of the Russian Empire, and he was really the first to turn Russian historicism away from, as you said, the kind of big man history. What Klyuchevsky was really interested in were social and economic questions of the Russian Empire. Why did the Russian Empire, why was it so behind the West? Why did it seem so backward? Why wasn't it industrializing at the same pace? What is the nature of class relations within the Russian Empire? And Klyuchevsky was one of the first guys to write a kind of socio-economic history, looking beyond things like, the czars and, different, a lot of things that people focused on at the time were like, czarist decrees and Duma decrees and the politics of the empire. Klyuchevsky was looking more at the socioeconomic conditions. Um, and in that case, he was a pioneer of what would later become social history. which dominated the field of Russian and Soviet history, I would say through the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. Social history more or less falls apart after the collapse of the Soviet Union. That's when a lot of liberal historicism comes back and people start talking about big man, totalitarianism, and all these other ideas. But Klyuchevsky was sort of the pioneer in the social history. So this is just his history of Russia, which goes from ancient Russia all the way to his own time. I don't know who owned it before me, so I don't know where the 947 or it looks like there's writing on his name. I don't know where any of that came from. I just know
Hmm.
um, it's a good history still.
All right, so that covers the major sets, and so now we'll return to the beginning and just go shelf by shelf. So, um, are there any here that stand out to you?
All of my books, most of them, 95% of it, 98% of it is organized alphabetically. Not down to the last names. I mean, down like, it's organized alphabetically by last names, but, all the Bs are just in Bs. I didn't also add alphabetize the Bs. It's just it is what it is. Um, with some exceptions. So the first shelves are probably the A's and B's, um, that are up here. So nothing quite stands out. I mean, a lot of it is just histories that have come out through the years, or theorists like you have Adorno and Hannah Arendt here. I'm not a big fan of Hannah Arendt, but it's important to read, people that you even don't agree with. Um, but yeah, it's all basically alphabetical. And it ranges in topic too. So Archer here that you see, the long thaw, that is somebody that I studied with at the University of Chicago, uh, who was a earth scientist, a geologist, and I studied climate change with him as part of understanding environmental history.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting piece of your story. Maybe you could say a few words about what that is. That like a newer type of history, um, and what does it entail?
Environmental history just looks at the relationship between humans and their environment and how the environment has shaped certain moments, aspects, patterns in human history, and how humans have also shaped or reshaped their environment. So it's looking at this interrelationship between the two. For me, what I was really interested in at that time was oceanography, because in that period I was studying the Russian Empire. I was really interested in its voyages around the world, and so I was interested in getting to know more about uh, oceanic patterns throughout that world that Russians were experiencing as they went to places like the Pacific or whatever. And so I thought it was important to study the science of it as well. Um, and that's an example of environmental history. Again, the relationship between humans and their environment, how the environment impacts humans, and then how humans seek to overcome that environment, although they don't always do so, not successfully in any case.
I guess the two things that come to mind are the more recently the melting of the polar ice caps and how that's opening up potentially new trade routes, and so there's a now a scramble for that new territory that's opening up. That's also part of the whole Greenland stuff. Um, and then the other one is just yeah, good.
So so one of the online classes that I teach is Introduction to Environmental History, and we go over what's called the Anthropocene, climate change. The Anthropocene is what scientists and social scientists and Earth system scientists have agreed is the new geological epoch in which we're living in, where humans are the dominant force for atmospheric geological change on Earth, um, and biological change as well. Um, and one of the ways in which they trace, and this is where historians come in, one of the ways in which they trace the origin, the beginning of the Anthropocene, there were debate about it, the Industrial Revolution, post-war development, yada yada. One of the ways that they trace it is by looking at CO2 in the atmosphere, and they know that in the Holocene, that's the Earth's geological period in which humans developed as civilizations. Holocene stability was hovered between 225, 250 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. And now, as of right now, I think we're approaching 550 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. So this is massive, massive leap that's happened in the past um, 11,000 years. Um, and one of the ways that they measure carbon in the atmosphere is through those ice cores. They can measure the content of carbon in the ice core. Um, and so the melting of the ice caps not only dangerous for sea level rising, um, not only dangerous for certain coastal cities that are particularly prone to the vicissitudes of the ocean, but also dangerous for the amount of trapped methane that's the ocean floor and in those polar ice caps, and the other gases that are trapped there. So there's a lot of cause for concern, but our leadership doesn't seem that concerned anymore. So who knows?
Yeah. My father specialized in environmental chemistry. He was a professor at Tufts in chemistry, and he also did some climate justice stuff. And so I
Mhm.
have some familiarity with those issues through that. Um,
Yeah, I mean, when you have essentially all of every scientist blowing whistles about what's going on, and yet a government that doesn't take any of them serious is kind of like we're living in a big joke. But who am I? I'm just a historian of Russia and the Soviet Union, so who knows?
so the other thing that came to mind was military history, Napoleon's attempt to invade in later in 1812, and then the Germans in 1941, and and the weather and just the climate and the cold was a significant factor in both of those pretty famous operations or attempts.
Yes. Although I'm a little bit careful about that because there are historians who, mostly liberal historians, who don't want to give too much credit to Russia and Russians. It's a
Mm,
kind of a long Cold War hangover and historical thing. It's definitely true that the weather played a role in that, but at the same time, at least when it came to Kutuzov, who was the Russian general against Napoleon, but also the Red Army tactics in World War II. Sometimes they were just good, and you have to be willing to say, yeah, Russia played their cards well. I mean, burning Moscow as Napoleon was gearing to invade it seems like a bad idea, but it actually worked, right? It was actually strategic.
mm.
That is restricting Napoleon from access to all those to resources, to supplies. So yeah, I would say it's a mix of the weather and then also good Russian strategy, and you have to be willing to give them that credit because those are the moments of Russian history that Russians are very proud of. We defeated Napoleon, we defeated, Nazis, and you have to be willing to give it to them. Americans, they don't wanna give it to them for some reason. So
Interesting. Um, I was going to say when we're talking about Alaska, um, it was before oil and drilling for oil was happening, right? So that wasn't
Yeah.
a factor.
Yeah. It's kind of a big, kind of a big reason why I think Russia later regretted selling Alaska. But then again, Siberia is loaded with oil and gas, and so, Russia is the second or third biggest petrol state in the world, and so I don't think that they're too regretful. So a lot of these are just regular histories of different parts of the Russian Empire. Braudel at the bottom, the Mediterranean. I also I'm also of course interested in history and historicism, how to write history and how history the theory of history. And Braudel's Mediterranean is one of those major contributions. He's a was a French historian. He was um, uh, uh, popular for this form of history that he called "le long durée," which was looking at the long durations of time in relation to humans. And so, the Mediterranean is one of those books where it's before environmental history becomes an official thing, but where he does take the Mediterranean Sea as this kind of historical actor that's subject to changes, subject to, certain weather patterns and stuff like that. And so Braudel is great for that reason. So there's some like historical theory in here too.
Sort of, would that be sort of like the focus on the Atlantic?
Yes. Atlantic history grew out directly of this Mediterranean and Braudel's. Um, they call it the Annales School.
Oh, interesting. Um, that must go all the way back to sort of ancient Greece.
In what way?
Just sort of Athens and Carthage and the sort of wars and battles of control over the Mediterranean and trade routes and stuff.
You mean you mean his book, The Mediterranean?
No, just in general. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the book, but I'm just sort of thinking out loud.
Yeah. Um, I mean, it could definitely. I'm looking at the way that the Mediterranean took shape. I guess you could look at. You could go as far back as Greece and Rome, into
Okay.
for sure. Not the geographical feature of the Mediterranean, but the civilizations that populate the border of the Mediterranean that had fished there and engaged in there and sailed across it, and the different ship designs that emerged out of Rome as a way of traversing the Mediterranean, all that stuff. I'm sure you could look at.
What's this one about the nationalist mobilization?
This is just when the Soviet Union collapsed, there were a lot of books that came out that tried to explain why it collapsed, and one of the most popular liberal arguments was that it was its national constituent parts of it. So nationalist mobilization referred to like the Baltic states and Ukraine and Uzbekistan forming these kind of national groups that argued and petitioned for independence from the Soviet Union. It's a sort of an argument that uh, has some merit, but I don't think that it fully explains why the Soviet Union collapsed.
Could you
Um,
say a little bit more about this liberal approach to history and what is sort of embedded in that?
the liberal approach to history, it takes a few forms. One of them is this real focus is on you, as you said, the big man history. The other one is this sort of, um, at least nowadays in my field, the real focus on uh, histories of nationalism in the nation state. Uh, that is to legitimate something like a independent Ukraine and Latvia, Estonia, and Georgia as separate from the Soviet Union. Essentially, the argument is that these states were always had their own independent national identity, and therefore Russians were the big bad neighbors who took it away from them. Um, uh, and I think it's much more complicated than that.
Okay.
I think you have to look at political economy, you have to look at social relations, the kind of quote unquote welfare state that the Soviet Union set up. You have to look at foreign interference and foreign influence um within the Soviet Union. All of that stuff plays a major role.
So maybe we'll get to a book at some point that would be good for maybe illuminating um, some of the counter arguments to the liberal histories of those countries or of that nation. Uh, what would you call that sort of project of nation legitimation?
That was called national histories.
National histories? Okay.
Yeah.
Got a book here on Latin American Revolution.
I teach a seminar on revolutions, and so I use that one to include Latin America in there. So it's not just Russia and China and France.
What would you say are your favorite revolutions?
Well, obviously the Russian Revolution, but also the French Revolution. Um, I'm a big fan of Napoleon as the kind of I refer to him as the greatest bourgeois revolutionary that ever existed. And it's kind of it turns a lot of students' heads because they think of Napoleon as this kind of dictator emperor, when in fact Napoleon was responsible for spreading national identity throughout Europe as an idea. So a place like Poland, for example, which didn't have a coherent national identity, there was no Poland since Poland, Lithuania. Um, Napoleon creates the Duchy of Warsaw, giving Polish people their first state in a long time. Does the same thing with Germany, the Confederation of the Rhine, stitched together all these German city states. And the same thing in Italy, creates the Kingdom of Italy, again, stitching together all these different states of Italy. Those states all fall apart when Napoleon is defeated, but the memory of those states remains for nationalists within those states, um, after his death and the into the 19th and 20th centuries. So in that sense, Napoleon is an interesting character.
So it sounds like you're not really pro or against national identities. It's more of a case by case basis.
I'm not against national identity whatsoever. I do think nationalism is sort of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it was a promise for peoples who were under the thumb of bigger empires, like Serbia, for instance, under Austria, who didn't want to be a part of it. But on the other hand, nationalism, as most Americans know, can be used in very negative ways by conservative powers to try to uphold or enforce a certain geopolitical goals. I think what we see most of now is the negative form of nationalism, national identity. Um, so when it comes to a place like Ukraine, yes, it's true that Ukrainians had seen themselves as as a separate, a distinct nationality, distinct from great Russians, from Russians. Um, uh, but that distinction was never in opposition. It was seen as sort of brothers, like they were both the children of Rus, right? They were both the children of ancient Russian civilization. It's only recently where those distinct identities of Ukrainian and Russian could be put in opposition to each other by way of allowing Ukrainians to make the case that uh, they've been oppressed by their big brother Russians throughout all their history, and that's just simply not the truth.
Mm.
It's a much more recent construct.
Outside of those two more well known revolutions, are there any more obscure ones that you like?
outside of those two obscure,
or even just in Latin America?
the Cuban Revolution is interesting. It's always interesting. I would say, uh, the Chinese Revolution is a sort of long history, and it's also interesting because it demonstrates that revolutions aren't just like something that happens overnight. It's a thing that takes a long time to cultivate, develop, and happen. So yeah, I guess and the Chinese Revolution is ongoing. I mean, as long as the Communist Party is still in power in China, the revolution continues. Right? China every 5 years makes some major changes and innovations that are just kind of mind blowing. Right now, it's the leader of green energy in the world as far as the biggest industrial powers go, which I think is impressive.
How do you think about the American Revolution?
Um, I mean, I think that the American Revolution was very much a bourgeois revolution, right? It was a revolution of big merchants who wanted more control and access to the profits of their trade. So when you look at something like the Declaration of Independence, for example, there's a big signature at the bottom. It's John Hancock, and we use that now to refer to our signature. Most of Americans don't know who John Hancock was, and if you wouldn't encounter his name in an American history class anymore in grade school. John Hancock was the biggest merchant of his time. He was the Jeff Bezos of the 13 colonies. Um, so, uh, so in that sense, the American Revolution very much fit its time period. Obviously, there's no socialism or industrial proletariat at the time of the American Revolution. So in that sense, the American Revolution was a good thing in that it freed, the 13 colonies from Britain. But at the same time, I had to be careful about understanding that it was still very much the wealthy who led and orchestrated this revolution, um, to create a state that they wanted to benefit everybody, but um, has not, I guess.
Um, there's Shays' Rebellion, 1786, 1787. Um, I'm going to be filming a bookshelf tour soon with a historian of the um, American Revolution, and we were talking about that on our prep call.
Hmm.
Um,
Shays' Rebellion was more of the popular rebellion, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of those in American history. You're just not really taught them all that much, um, in the early American history.
What's your favorite Napoleon biography?
I haven't read many biographies of Napoleon. That one by David Bell is pretty good because it's short. But David Bell is a cultural historian, so it's kind of limited value. But in any case, uh, I guess I would recommend that one just because it's short and sweet. Doesn't need to be that big.
What is this one?
Um, Marxian Socialism in the United States, which is a short book on the history of Marxism in the U.S. through its various parties. So there was the Socialists of America, there's the Communist Party, the United Communist Party, and CPUSA, all of these different organizations that emerged. The United States socialists in the United States could never really get their act together. Um, so uh, yeah, that's what that one's about.
What about this Light Green Society?
That is a history of French nuclear energy.
Hmm.
or French nuclear power, whatever. The Sinews of Power, this John Brewer one is an interesting one. It's one that I like and I used to teach. He makes the argument that um, part of the reason why Britain was the first to undergo the quote unquote industrial revolution is because it created what he refers to as a fiscal military state, which was in early modern Europe, the way that they collected taxes was usually you had a tax collector that was sent out by the crown to go, village to village collecting taxes. But these tax collectors were notoriously unreliable and they typically robbed people because they would say, you owe 13 francs when you really only owed 9 or something like that, so they'd skim a little bit off the top. But it was Britain after the Glorious Revolution in 1688 that created a robust, bureaucracy that was accountable to Parliament, and it was through the keeping of what he calls ledger books of this, like, very detailed record keeping, that Britain was able to get a sense of how much land somebody owned, who lived with them, that is, how many people were under a single household, how much product and produce they could get from, uh, from the land that they had, how much property somebody owned, and they would keep these records in ledgers and in these big tax collecting books, which meant that the tax collectors could no longer kind of based their numbers on nothing, and they were accountable to Parliament, and it also meant that those who were being taxed also knew how much to expect they would have to pay. So, I think it's a great argument. It's one that's a good example of when I refer to, centering political economy in histories. I think that that's a great example of it.
And then how does that connect to the military?
It's through this system of tax collecting that Britain is able to fund its Royal Navy and its military, essentially fund its entire empire, because it has an accountable tax collecting system where it can adjust for rising taxes or whatever it is.
What about
Better
this?
records you keep. Huh?
Good, good.
I was just going to say the better records you keep, the more money you can keep and have to spend.
Mm. Um, what about this heretics and colonizers?
That's a good one. That's just another history book on the Russian colonization of the Caucasus. A lot of different faiths and confessions in the Caucasus that as Russians colonized it, they imported Orthodox Christianity. And so those Orthodox people encountered a number of different confessions and stuff. So it's a good one. It's not anything like, you know, groundbreaking, I would say.
This KGB one definitely catches the eye. Uh, do you have any thoughts on that? The KGB in general or this book in particular?
I think it's a little sensationalized. I don't think that the KGB is this kind of like James Bond type organization that Americans want to believe it is. I mean, it was kind of just a bureaucratic branch of the Soviet military. This book though, it did benefit from archival access, so it had a little bit more in terms of information. But I don't think it's a secret history of the KGB. I mean, the KGB was no different than any other CIA or what is it? M what's the
MI
one?
5 or
MI
6 or something.
MI5, yeah. Um, but yeah, that's what I would say about it. The sword and the shield refers to both protecting the Soviet Union, being responsible for protecting the people of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union state security itself, but also um, bringing the KGB uh, on a sort of offensive in terms of international relations.
Do you want to say anything about this? This is a sketch or painting?
Of Marx?
Yeah.
Uh, it's funny. Well, I am a Marxist, and B, in the Russian national libraries, and in the offices of many Soviet officials, they had the kind of icon of Marx, and so I figured, well, I should have one too. Why not?
So still today,
Some of them still today, yeah.
is there any particular pattern to like what kind of organizations would have this versus which ones wouldn't?
Um, Social science, I would say. Social, like libraries and stuff like that. You still have it. Marxism, dialectical materialism, and dialectical history is still pretty dominant, I would say, in Russia, not in the United States, not in Western historicism at all.
Could you just define that dialectical materialism?
It's a kind of it, yeah. It's not easy to define. Dialectical materialism is the belief that time changes according to material conditions. And so dialectics is simply put as the idea of a thesis antithesis that they then form a synthesis. And dialectical materialism, whereas people in the past would say that dialectics in history operate through ideas. So, in the Roman period, you had Roman Imperium and the um, let's say the pagan church, that the conflict between the imperium and the pagan church gave way to a kind of new Christian empire, right? These kind of bigger ideas. Dialectical materialism does away with the ideology part of it, and suggests that the real movement of history happens through material relations, that is conflicting material relations. And so, to give you Marx's example, in the Roman period, he would say it's not about imperium or paganism, it's about plebeians and patricians, right? These two opposing classes to each other, that therefore had to move in order for history to progress. They had to move into something else. They had to synthesize into what becomes kind of the post-Roman feudal lords, big landowners. Um, and then in the feudal period, you had feudal lords and peasants, right? And that contradiction between them, once a kind of merchant or somebody is introduced, leads to a new synthesis, which is the kind of beginning of capitalism, and so on and so forth. That it's these class conflicts, conflicts over material access. Because what the peasants want is their own produce, and what the landlords want is the produce of the peasants off of their land. It's the conflict between these two classes through their competing material interests that then necessitate a new synthesis to move history forward. And the big dialectical movement for Marxists and Marxism is proletariat and bourgeoisie, right? Those two classes whose interests are diametrically opposed to each other. They both want access to wealth and goods, but both of them can't be satisfied. A bourgeois' wealth comes at the expense of workers, and likewise, the workers' wealth comes at the expense of the bourgeoisie. And so there has to be some kind of synthesis between them. That would be socialism.
Mhm. This is kind of interesting working classic series, Post-Scarcity Anarchism.
Yeah, Murray Bookchin was a popular eco socialist or eco uh, anarchist. Later on in life, became a socialist, but was as far as anarchist theory goes, was one of the better anarchist theorists, I suppose, in the sense that he did correctly say that the issue, this was during the Cold War, the issue wasn't so much of capitalism being to blame. It was that we live in a world where the two competing powers, one capitalist, one socialist, were equally devoted to developmentalism, to these kind of hierarchical structures of industrial development. And so for him, that was the real issue.
Could you talk a little bit about anarchism versus socialism and Marxism, communism, and how you've navigated your pathway through those different traditions?
Um, I mean, I basically navigated through them just by reading theory and landing on which one I thought was the most, which one made the most sense, logically in terms of understanding history and in terms of like the ethics, the politics that one should, should promote, should be about. Um, Basically that's it. Like I said, through punk rock, I was exposed to leftism, like, broadly conceived, and then from then on, it was a matter of trying to figure out, well, what brand of leftism is more in line with what I believe, and that became socialism, I'll say, just in terms of Marxist dialectical materialism and dialectical history, but also in its kind of, realm of possibilities.
I'd be interested to know if there were any sort of hinge books or books in particular that maybe influenced you um, one way or another along that journey.
Just reading Marx,
Yeah.
honestly. The 18th Brumaire is one of my favorite works by Marx because it's where he, kind of acts like a historian, right? He's telling the history of, Louis Napoleon III, um, and he's doing so through his own dialectical material and historical method. And so seeing it all in practice, I think, seeing him work it all out, putting his theory to life, I think for me is the most formative, was the better, was a good way of understanding history.
Hmm. How do you think about the different strands of Marxism?
I mean, I think at this point, a lot of it is pedantic. I mean, like, people who nowadays still hate Trotsky or something like that, I think it's sort of foolish. Um, because we live in a time and place that is much different than Trotsky or Lenin or Mao or any of these people belong to. So I try not to let that kind of infighting influence or have an impact on me too much. As Marx said, all one has to assess the conditions of one's own time and place in order to properly evaluate the situation, and I think that that's still true. So all of these people, Trotsky and all of them, have an enormous respect for all of them, um, just as thinkers, as theorists, as intellectuals, as revolutionaries, as writers.
Okay, so we're picking back up where we left off here in session two. And I wanted to ask you about this one, the structures of everyday life.
Mhm. Um, the structures of everyday life is another one of the books from, Braudel, who is, as I mentioned in the book of on the Mediterranean, part of the Annales school.
Hmm.
This is his larger attempt to try to understand the long, the longue durée of history by incorporating a whole bunch of bigger themes, um, like, geography, um, the weather, the temperature of places within a broader history of, capitalism.
Would you connect? Is there any connection with like more popular stuff like guns, germs, and steel?
Um, no, I I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily say so. It's similar in terms that he's trying to make a bigger argument, and usually those bigger arguments in books, they don't rely on archives or anything like that. He's dealing with a whole bunch of secondary literature, to try to make a broad argument about the structures that impact essentially everyday life, uh, um, within a social history of civilization and capitalism.
What about beyond the cultural turn?
Um, Beyond the cultural turn is a um, in the late 1980s, when the Soviet Union was in the midst of collapsing, there was a big turn in historiography towards they call cultural history. It focused on things like agency and culture and ideas and expressions, materiality as opposed to materialism. Materiality was a focus on products and goods and what they meant to people, sentimentality, emotions, all that stuff. So Beyond the Cultural Turn was an attempt to try to think about how do we move beyond cultural history at this point. This was published in the 2010s, I think. And so now historians are trying to think, at least historians outside of Russia, the Soviet Union, are trying to think outside of cultural historicism.
What about mapping vulnerability?
Um, this is a collection of historians who are looking at looking at different maps through history, seeing things like weak points, strong points within different geopolitical structures. So that one's all right.
This peopling the Russian periphery, is that related to what we were talking about earlier with Ukraine and other border states?
This one is about the Russian Empire more or less, and it's about the various nations and nationalities that existed around the periphery of central Russia, of Russia itself. Most people don't think of Russia as a kind of multi-ethnic, multi-confessional state, but a big push in the historiography of the empire was to think about all of the different nationalities that were in um, in Russia, in the Russian Empire, and that still are to a large extent.
What's this replenishing the earth?
Replenishing the earth is a sort of pioneering environmental history that looks at settler colonialism in the Americas, in the ways in which the colonists, I guess, sought to integrate the land into a broader political economy of what became American capitalism.
Mhm. This one looks interesting. The Russian discovery of Hawaii.
Yeah, as the Russians were going through the Pacific, also they didn't discover Hawaii as like the first people, but they certainly landed in Hawaii and attempted to engage with the settlers there, or the natives there.
You've got a number of Russian language volumes here.
The first is a history of Russian America. This is the second volume. There's a couple volumes. I only needed the second one, so I don't have the rest of them. The second book on top of that is about Antifa in Russia. Um, it's kind of a popular history of Antifa. It's rather critical of them. I picked that one up while I was researching for the Russian punk book. And then on top of that one is a book called Formation, which is about Moscow's um, punk scene in the uh, 90s, early 2000s.
Hmm. Can't quite make out this one.
Let's see. What are you at? Um, yeah,
We-
I'd have to get to
Okay,
it.
we can circle back.
I don't think it's important.
Okay.
Blacks, Reds, and Russians is a good book for people who are interested in the experience of African Americans in Soviet Union. Um, which there are a number of books about that, but it's a good one. This is the story of African Americans who went to the USSR to work in the 1930s, um, who found a better place, for lack of a better word, and had a good time. Christopher Clark is a great, in my opinion, a really great historian. So, Iron Kingdom is about Prussia and Prussian history, and Revolutionary Spring is about 1848, a revolutionary year in European history. Christopher Clark uses a lot of archives to write his history, and he's very detailed and thorough. The Revolutionary Spring came out, I believe, last year. So, people who are interested in 1848, I highly recommend reading that one. It's a good one.
And what's the significance of 1848?
It's the year where revolutions occurred throughout most of the major cities of Europe. Um, yeah, a lot of these are uh, you'll see some stuff about the environment. That's the Heidi Cohen one and the Margaret Cook. Um, more environmental histories. That Imperial Russia one is actually a textbook. It's a primary source reader for graduate undergraduate students. The Origins of Backwardness in Eastern Europe um, is a it's not a great book, mostly because it's operating from a kind of predetermined uh, pronunciation that Eastern Europe is backward. This was written during the Cold War, so I have that mostly for my own scholarship, engaging with Cold War historiography.
I want to ask you quickly about this one, Cone, colonialism and its forms of knowledge.
So I haven't read that one in a bit. That, if I remember correctly, Colonialism and Its Forms of Knowledge by Cohen is one of those innovative theoretical books on the history of colonialism that studies the production of knowledge within colonies and places. I think he focuses on British colonies in particular. Um, but it's a good one.
Are you familiar with Southern theory at all?
Southern?
Yeah, just like R.W. Connell and sort of um, how the South, like south of the equator, is sort of dominated by the North, and a lot of knowledge is produced in the North, and sort of the centers of the empires.
No, I haven't read it. I mean, I'm not much of an American historian, so most of the American history books that I had, I read, in high school and have probably since gotten rid of.
Okay.
Changes in the Land by William Cronin was a really formative book. William Cronin is one of the pioneers of environmental history. This is about how New England settlers changed the landscape of New England. He wrote this while he was in graduate school. It wasn't even his dissertation, just a book that he belched out. And it has since become kind of canonical in the field of environmental history. Katerina Clark, who wrote this book on Petersburg and Moscow, she was a very popular cultural historian of Russia. She passed away relatively recently. But these books of people who are interested in Soviet culture, like, movies and music and propaganda, posters, all that stuff, literature would do good to read Clark's books on Petersburg or Moscow.
Yeah, I think I've seen this somewhere before, and I thought it was a really interesting subtitle. I don't know if could you maybe say a bit more about this concept of the fourth Rome, or that's yeah, just that idea.
Yeah, after 1453, when Constantinople was conquered by the Ottomans, the seat of Orthodox Christianity was sort of up in the air, and Moscow, as the biggest remaining Orthodox state, um, could claim that it was the new seat of Orthodox Christianity, and thus the heir of the Roman Empire, because Orthodoxy was what Rome practiced as a Byzantium.
Hmm.
So part of her argument is that that's a kind of cultural um, uh, influence in terms of the development of Moscow and how it sees itself.
Um, the interview that Tucker Carlson did with President Putin,
Mhm.
and how one of the things a lot of people talked about with it was just how Putin spent a lot of time talking about the very long history of Russia.
Mhm.
Um, is that connected to this in any way, or do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think he's right. I think Putin is well aware of Russia's history more than Tucker Carlson or any other Western pundit is. Um, so, does it have anything to do with the book? No, not necessarily. I don't think that Putin sees Moscow as the fourth Rome, but um, uh, I think that he has a sort of longer view of Russian history that informs his policies and geopolitics.
Would there be like a name for the type of history that he's propounding?
I will say in that interview, he was very economic in the way that he was discussing things. I mean, this probably comes from his Soviet background, but he had a decent analysis of the political economy of Russia and its relationship to the world. So not all of it was necessarily true, but it still, I think, was indicative of uh, how he sees the world in general.
Mhm. What's this one about for Profit and Czar?
That one is about colonization of the Caucasus again. It's sort of a big in my field there's a lot of um uh debate, and one of them is that um one of them, it regards the place of Muslims in the Russian Empire, um and the way in which the empire negotiated complacency with its Muslim population despite being officially an Orthodox empire. So that's what that one's about.
Hmm.
Ecological Imperialism by Alfred Crosby at the top is also a really uh, formative book. This was well before Jared Diamond's book, where Alfred Crosby argued that diseases and invasive species and plants and animals in the New World were responsible for the success of Europeans in the New World. He also examines things like the wind. So it's another good kind of foundational text for environmental history.
When did
The
environmental history really kick off, would you say?
In the 1980s, in the United States primarily, American historians were the first. They were the pioneers of American environmental history, mostly because it emerged mostly because the emerging consensus on climate change, people kind of blowing the whistle that the Earth's atmosphere was changing, led historians to really wonder what responsibility do we have in that, and how are humans responsible for it? And so it was really American historians who began to explore that question from a historical perspective.
Are there particular universities that have departments that are kind of dedicated to that or are most well known for that?
Yeah, I think all major universities have environmental historians now. Usually
Okay.
they are part of a environmental studies department, which includes the environmental sciences, the environmental humanities. So usually the environmental historians, they're half part of the history department and half part of a environmental studies department.
Mm.
This book, the Socialist Offensive, R.W. Davies was a journalist at the time, um, who observed the construction of socialism in the 1930s, the attempt to try to build um, build up Soviet industrial capacities and agricultural capacities. So it's kind of like a primary source from the perspective of a journalist.
Mm. What's the Ghost Wars one about?
This book by Stephen Cole is about the CIA operations in abroad.
Mm.
It's a relatively new book. Um, I think I'm looking at uh 2000. Wait, no. I think it's a relatively new book, but I know it was reprinted. Um, uh, 2004. Sorry. So it is about the CIA's involvement in the Afghan wars, particularly in uh, the CIA's attempt to try to defeat, I guess, the Soviet Union in Afghanistan.
Mm. And what about this Sputnik one?
The space race. I teach a seminar on the Soviet space race, and so I have a number of books that are about Soviet um, space and the Cold War and all that stuff. And Sputnik is one of the many books that you'll see in the collection. That's just a kind of broad history of the Soviet space program.
What got you interested in that?
Well, part of it's sort of peripheral part of environmental history is the history of science and technology. And so I teach at a technical college. So a lot of the students are really interested in rocketry and the space program. Some of the students who take that seminar even have family members who are part of the Soviet space program. So because my work is on flood control, it also includes the history of technology. So the space program is sort of like the popular Soviet technological accomplishment. You know. Um,
What about the Industrious Revolution?
yeah, Jan de Vries is another one of these really innovative historians of political economy, and the book looks at what attempts to answer the question of where did the need for industrialization come from? Did it come from supply or demand? And part of his argument is that it came from the demand side, in the sense that by the 18th century, there emerged in Europe all these kind of luxury goods. He uses the example of a pocket watch that signified wealth to people. If you owned a pocket watch, then that meant that you were relatively affluent or well off. And so he is attempting to explore the demand side, the emergence of new demands that Europeans had, that then facilitated further exploration of the world and further colonization of the world. The um, biography of Trotsky by Isaac Deutscher is a really uh, is probably the best biography of Trotsky. Uh,
The Prophet Outcast.
yeah, it sort of traces the history of his life from early origin to the end of his life. Anyone interested in Trotsky can read Isaac Deutscher's book, and it's quite good. He uses a lot of uh, archival sources and other primary sources. Emile Durkheim's The Division of Labor in Society is considered one of the first works of sociology as a field. Um, so I think, still in sociology departments, they probably read Emile Durkheim as an introduction to sociology. Um, it's been a bit since I've read that one. I read it in graduate school. Should probably revisit it. I don't use it in my political economy course because it's sociology. So he's looking at what are the effects of the division of labor in a social sense, in a I don't know, in the sense of what gives labor purpose, I suppose.
What about this one on anarchist collectives?
That was a gift from somebody. It's just a book about different anarchist collectives that exist, that have exist or exist um, throughout different parts of the world. Let's see. There you go. There's Guns, Germs, and Steel. I thought I had
Oh, yeah.
one. Um, this uh, Dimitrushin books are another primary source collection of documents from Imperial Russia, um, covering early years of the empire to its collapse.
What about this Angela Davis one, Women, Race, and Class?
So I led a reading group on Marxism and gender, and uh, throughout that I wanted to have some kind of discussion about the intersection of gender, race, and class within that. And Angela Davis is kind of the preeminent, I guess, theorist of that. Somebody who isn't identitarian reductive, but who incorporates class in the consequences of capitalism within a broader analysis, I'll say, um, of uh, of women in the gender question.
Mhm.
There's various uh, biographies of Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, um, uh, that you'll see. I'm not, some of them are better than others. I have many of them just so that I can read them and have a sense of what the author is trying to argue, but I wouldn't say that there's any kind of authoritative biography.
Yeah. Deleuze
The
and
great
Guattari.
What's that?
Deleuze and Guattari.
Yeah. Um, the Great Meadow was actually my advisor in environmental history, Brian Donahue. Again, it's about New England. He's a farmer himself, and so reading a farmer gone historian is really interesting. He talks a lot about mucking and the process of um, creating or importing British agricultural practices into New England and the effects that that had on the local ecosystem and stuff like that. It's really great. It's a great book.
What's an example of that?
Um, so, well, in one chapter, for example, he talks about how early New England settlers relied on this balance between the woodlands, uh, pasture land, and water. And he makes the argument that once one of those comes out of balance with each other, then it sets off the whole equilibrium. And so, as you have populations increased within the colonies, what that does is it puts pressure on pasture land and it puts pressure on agricultural produce. And so, people begin expanding farmland and pasture land into the forest. But once you continuously diminish the forest, then you start to lose the resources that the forest provided. Not just wood, but the production of tar, for example, came from the forest, rope, all that stuff. Um, so population increase certainly played a role in all of that.
Hmm. What about this one, the Russian peasant schools?
Okay, Ben Eklof was a influential social historian of the Russian Empire. He operated out of Indiana University. He was my advisor in my MA program. And this book is about, well, Russian peasant schools and what students were taught in Russian schools, and how what they were taught brought them into contact with official culture and blended kind of official culture with local peasant culture. Laura Engelstein is also one of the kind of big names in the field of Imperial Russia. She was or is, I think she's still alive, a cultural historian of the Russian Empire. She wrote a lot. The Keys to Happiness is about um, uh, the medicalization of Russian society in the late 19th century. So she talks a lot about prostitutes, for example, prostitution and contraceptives and stuff in that book.
That reminds me, you brought up something with the woman who did the readings, the rainbow readings, that she was intellectual historian of, I think, 19th century France and medicalization. And maybe you could just define that for people and maybe give an example or two of how that showed up in France.
Yeah, in the 19th century, when all these new fields of both the humanities, but also of science and biology and ecology, all that stuff were emerging, there was an urge within Europe to try to essentially classify everything, and that included people and their ailments, so that the medical profession itself could expand to like what we're familiar with today, where you tell a doctor your symptoms, and then in their head, ostensibly, they go through and they try to narrow in what is it that you're feeling. The effects of that is, putting larger pressure on doctors, but also kind of minimizing the individual experiences of people. Um, but also there are also benefits too. So a lot of people experiencing the same I don't know, venereal disease or something like that could be uh, classified and ostensibly diagnosed by a medical professional. It's part of this bigger move of taxonomizing everything that we have, that is organizing it into some kind of system for easy recall and understanding, um, of which there are pluses and minuses of. So yeah,
Sounds like that would also be linked to public health and epidemiology.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, epidemiology. A lot of environmental historians have been engaging with diseases and allergies and how they spread and stuff like that.
Did you do any work? I mean, does any of this stuff connect with the pandemic?
I'm sure that in their field, they
Yeah.
have a way of relating it. Um, uh, I mean, I know some environmental historians who study diseases and history and their effects. There's a book on Fort Ross.
Mm. Is this part of a series or something?
Yeah, probably. The Alaskan Historical Society used to publish a number of books related to the history of Alaska, and many of them were about the Russian period in Alaska. So I think that's
Mm.
one of extremely difficult to get your hands on all of them because A, there were so many, and B, they didn't print a lot of them. These Russian books are about Russian America and the exploration of Russian America. Yeah, one at the bottom um, is about saints. Yeah, ancient or village or kind of the saints of Russia. A lot of what Russians were doing in America was also missionary work, that is converting indigenous Alaskans into Orthodox Christianity, and so some of those saints bled into the history of Russian Alaska.
Yeah, what's like most or all Russian books are the spines are printed in the opposite direction, right?
Uh, no, I think those
No?
you placed wrong. Mm,
I think we found that with the French books that they also the meaning to look into that. What's
yeah, maybe they are. No, because I have some that are. I don't know. I think it varies on publisher.
mm, okay. Could you talk about this one, ecocide in the USSR?
Yeah, at the end of the Soviet Union, there was again a lot of explanations, attempted explanations about why the Soviet Union collapsed. And Murray Freshbach and Alfred Fenley's book was one of the books that said that the Soviet Union committed ecocide by undertaking all of these kind of environmentally destructive projects, mostly i- using the hindsight of Chernobyl to make the arguments like this. But truthfully, I don't. The ecocide thesis is kind of um, it's debunked in the sense that the Soviet Union wasn't the only nation that systematically destroyed parts of its landscape. The United States has done the same thing, and most modern countries have done the same thing, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So some more of these books are related to the gender and sexuality, the Marxism and gender reading group that I did, the dialectics of sex. Caliban and the Witch is a Marxist take on the witch trials, which is really good. Um, and It just so happens for some reason that a lot of these have the last name that begins with F, including Foucault, who wrote his history of sexuality. Foucault, my advisor in French history and European history, who did French, she was a disciple of Foucault, and so she made me read, pretty much all of Foucault's reading. I'm not particularly privy to Foucault. I don't really engage with him much in my own work, but from the perspective of historicism and in how to write history, I think that he's important. So Grover Furr was this kind of conspiracy theorist who um, tried to make the argument that the because Lenin supposedly left this last testament where he said, anybody but Stalin should be the leader, and Grover Furr tried to disprove that this testament was valid. He's like an arch Stalinist. But unfortunately for those who are Stalinists, the arguments in which Grover Furr's or the documents, the whole basis of the argument that Grover tries to make the case is very unconvincing. First of all, he doesn't know Russian, and so there's no way for him to read Russian archives. Really, he's kind of interpreting sources already translated into English, of which he didn't really know all that much about. So I have those books so that I could read them myself, uh, and just held on to them.
Not sure where, I don't know if this would necessarily come up in just going through your books, but um, what would you, I mean, for people that hear criticisms about Stalin, for example, and various purges or killings of, people and stuff like that, how do you, is there anything in your library that would sort of connect to that, or do you have any thoughts on that kind of stuff in general?
Yeah, there's some books that connect to it. There's no denying that Stalin had his hand in purges and in executions and stuff like that. The big question is why, and was it merited? Was it deserved? And if so, why? Um, and my take on that is that there were certainly cases in which, according to there were certainly cases in which it was merited, in the sense that people were there was actively, attempts to try to undermine Soviet productivity or Soviet foreign policy or domestic policy or whatever, counter-revolutionary currents within the Soviet Union. On the other hand, the scale in which it happened is quite large, and my opinion about that is it had more to do with the type of sort of meritocracy that was built in the Soviet Union, where if you were a provincial party leader and you wanted a promotion within the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, you had to make it look like you were fulfilling and over fulfilling your obligations. And sometimes that meant, you know, if you had a quota of trying to arrest, I don't know, 100 counter revolutionaries, sometimes they would write letters to Stalin that said, "Can we arrest more than 100?" And Stalin, doesn't live in the city of Kirov, for example, so he would write, "Sure, why stop at 100? Go to 300 or whatever." And so I think this kind of culture of paranoia uh, uh, existed in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, and for good reason. There was obviously counter-revolutionary currents, um, but the culture of paranoia, I think, is what gave rise to this kind of image that people have of Stalin the executioner. Uh, that's just my own take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the popular imagination, maybe most recently, like in the last decade or so, um, Jordan Peterson really popularized the Gulag Archipelago and has, I think, brought some of that stuff into the popular imagination. And I'm curious, for people that maybe want a different take on that, or would be curious what other reading you would suggest if that's where they were coming from.
Well, first of all, Solzhenitsyn himself said that the Gulag Archipelago is a work of fiction. He said that himself. So it's not a historical document or source.
Hmm.
Second of all, Solzhenitsyn was notoriously a very miserable man. He left the Soviet Union as an exile and set up in, I think, Vermont, where even his neighbors would say that, this strange guy that lives up the road is mean and miserable. He doesn't want to interact with anybody. So, my question, I guess, in that sense is, what Solzhenitsyn do you trust, or which one actually, isn't miserable and making miserable claims about things? Um, I I again, Solzhenitsyn is a literary character from uh, Soviet history, and so I wouldn't take any of his books as nonfiction.
Okay.
But a lot of people know that because Gulag Archipelago, he claims that there are pockets of truth in there. I think you mentioned the article, what is it? Article 53 or something like that. This Soviet law that kind of opened the door for arrests on counter-revolutionary or espionage that was loosely interpreted. I mean, that is something that is true that happened.
I
Uh,
think there's maybe sort of a mystique about the Gulag system, about Siberia, and it's maybe part of the popular imagination. And I guess I was curious if you had any books on that or the system, and um, yeah, just anything kind of additional reading people might want to pursue.
Yeah, the best historian on the Stalinist period is Ronald Suney. Suney himself is Armenian. He wrote a biography of Stalin, or at least part of Stalin's life, and he also wrote a bigger book on the Soviet Union itself, kind of like a history of the Soviet Union, where he talks about the gulags and the gulag system in detail that people can go to refer to.
I think I saw a huge Stalin book somewhere. Was that Stalin or was that the big white one?
That might be Sunni's book, yeah.
I
Um,
was going to ask you. Yeah, right here, SUNY. That's what I was thinking.
yeah,
Princeton University Press.
yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So we'll get, yeah. Do you want to say something now about that?
um, yeah, so that's a biography of, uh, kind of the first half of Stalin's life, not the second half. So it doesn't really cover the gulags. But his larger book on the Soviet Union, I think it's called The Soviet Experiment, does cover the gulags and everything else that somebody might be interested in.
Hmm.
Florinsky is another one of these early historians of Russia and the empire. Another one of the early social historians like Klyuchevsky. Just another kind of uh, important historian to know and read.
What is this one? Pattern for Soviet Youth?
Yeah, they looked at the history of youth and youth culture in the Soviet Union, through different, Komsomol organizations and clubs that the Soviet Union had to sort of foster good, constructive socialist youth. Um, uh, it's sort of culture that is, I think, largely missing in the United States. That we don't have a lot of like official state-funded programs like that.
Would it be at all like Boy Scouts or Scouting, Cub
Yeah,
Scouts?
similar to that, but it included sports and traditional Boy Scout stuff, and also political organizing, political consciousness, all of those things.
Hmm. What about this one, End of Serfdom?
That's a book by Daniel Field. It's just studying the abolition of serfdom in 1861 or 63, I don't remember, within the Russian Empire. The reasons why serfdom was abolished and the system put in place to try to replace serfdom. It's sort of like American slavery, where there were a lot of people who were unhappy with it, because they viewed serfs as integral to their community agriculture and stuff. And so the Russian Empire had to figure out ways to sort of compensate landowners for the loss of their serfs.
Hmm. What is Appropriating the Weather about?
Um, it's about the study of modern meteorology, looking at it in the Scandinavian countries, but also the impact that it had in the battlefield, and how a lot of modern meteorology came from um, uh, the necessities of war, I guess.
And that's Cornell University Press. We've seen a number of those. I haven't seen them much on any of the other bookshelves I've toured so far. So,
Cornell does a lot of Russian and Soviet histories and
okay.
that, and this is not um, um, Russian or Soviet. This is more kind of like Scandinavian and American-ish history.
Hmm. What about Capitalist Realism?
A famous book by Mark Fisher that, for simplicity's sake, the argument is that it's easier to imagine the collapse of civilization than it is to imagine the collapse of capitalism. It's a sort of simple way of putting the argument, which I think is true. We have all these movies about the apocalypse and the world ending, um, but no movies about the end of capitalism.
And that goes back to the idea of the popular imagination and sort of how that shapes people's ideas of what's possible.
Yeah. Dropping out of socialism is about the countercultures in the Soviet Union, particularly the hippie movement. Uh, and there are other countercultures, rock movement, stuff like that. Anybody who's interested in that. Um, Beyond Totalitarianism was an attempt to try to extinguish the argument that the Soviet Union was a quote unquote totalitarian regime. So by looking more at the social history, in Sheila Fitzpatrick, who you see here a couple times, Fitzpatrick, Everyday Stalinism, was another one of these pioneering social historians who tried to look at on the ground at how people experienced the Soviet Union and how they lived. One of my biggest inspirations as a historian is Sheila Fitzpatrick. Happy to say that she has expressed approval, I guess, in my own work, so that's good. She's older now and retired. But the that book, Beyond Totalitarianism, was an attempt to try to move the historiography of Stalin and Stalinism beyond this very constricting word totalitarian and try to muddy the waters a little bit. So it was a good one. Because liberal historians tried to equate the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany by saying that they were both equally totalitarian. And as Fitzpatrick points out, the Soviet Union was, you know, vastly different than Nazi Germany in so many ways, not least of which was that Nazi Germany viewed uh, a sort of hierarchy of peoples based on their race and ethnicity, whereas the Soviet Union did not have the same kind of taxonomy of people according to race and ethnicity.
What about the Bolshevik culture book?
That's just looking at um, um, not just the culture of the Bolsheviks, but kind of the intellectual background in which they came from.
Where did they come from mostly?
Well, most of them are from Russia. Many of them had family histories in Russia's uh, pre-socialist kind of anarcho-terrorist organizations. Like Lenin's brother was a part of a terrorist organization in the Russian Empire. So some of them had some kind of broad political exposure even at a young age. But they understood that the terrorism of their forefathers and their brothers wasn't really effective. All that did was create a more reactionary regime that they then had to find new ways to circumvent, so or to subvert. So the Bolsheviks had this kind of shrewd idea of the necessity of actual effective revolution.
What is the
NEP
ERA and NEP? Or its era of
era,
stuff?
yeah.
Okay.
NEP was the new economic policy that Lenin put in place a couple years before he died, which was an attempt to kind of slow down socialist progress, saying we're doing too much too fast. We need to slow down by introducing limited market reforms within the Soviet Union, limited market capacities within the Soviet Union, so that we can build our capital essentially, sort of like what China has been doing since the 1970s. A kind of uh, this is before industrialization or collectivization, so a sort of slowing down, building up capital reserves, so that you have a firmer basis on which to build socialism. My Russian history advisor, Gregory Fries, is at the top there. He's a historian of the Russian Orthodox Church, and he also wrote this Oxford published history of Russia. Um, but he has written a whole bunch on, the parish clergy in 19th century Russia, from supplication to revolution, about the clergy during the revolutionary period. So he's published quite a bit on the clergy.
What about this Engineering in the Mind's Eye, MIT Press?
Um, that's a kind of technical analysis of engineering and what it's all about, and how engineers can imagine and conceive of solutions to certain problems that they encounter. Um,
Anything about Tesla in there?
no, it's before Elon Musk made his mark, I guess. Uh, I'm not sure that there's anything in that bottom row that's really worth going over. I'm looking at it now. Um, yeah, a lot of it is a mix of Russian history and water history or environmental history. Um, the Enlightenment, um, Yeah. There's not really much youth in revolutionary Russia is another, history of youth. Um, Not really much there worth going over, I think. Let's see here.
Is this good? Brief history of neoliberalism.
Yeah, David Harvey's book, The Brief History of Neoliberalism, is a good, I think, very short, concise history of what neoliberalism is and where it came from for anyone that's interested in that. Uh,
What's this regimes of historicity about?
so Francois Hartog is a French historian who did a semester teaching at University of Chicago while I was there. So I took a class with him on history and historicism, and this is his book about um, uh, what history is, I guess, and um, uh, how it kind of changes through time. How, like, the forms of analysis that historians take on sort of change with the time. They enter into new regimes, new dominant themes and stuff like that. Eric Hobsbawm at the bottom is probably my favorite, or at the top, sorry, is probably my favorite historian, broadly conceived. He's a Marxist historian of Europe. He wrote these 4 volumes, The Age of Revolution, The Age of Empire, The Age of Capital, and The Age of Extremes, to look at the long 19th and 20th centuries of European history. So anybody who's interested in understanding the kind of broader themes of European history and really history of the world, uh, would do good by reading Eric Hobsbawm's volumes. He um, Again, this is a broader book, so he's not really dealing with primary sources. He's kind of bringing together sources from different fields and uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Um,
Interdisciplinary.
well, not interdisciplinary, but um, synthesizing, I guess, all of the histories of different places through a Marxist analysis of the ages and why things happened, why World War One, why World War Two, why empire, why revolutions, etc., and kind of broader questions. He's extremely accessible to read. It's not dense or anything, so I recommend it.
What's this godless communist one about?
That's about the atheist official atheism in the Soviet Union. There's this notion that the Soviet Union sought to eradicate popular religiosity in the interest of creating an atheist state, and there's some truth to that. But the truth is that the the Soviet Union could not fully eradicate popular religiosity. They could eliminate and take power away from the capital C church, but what people practiced in their own houses and behind closed doors was something that the Soviet state could not really know or interfere with. So when the Soviet Union collapsed, it turned out that a lot of people were still identified as Orthodox Christian, despite the fact that they would never publicly say that prior, you know,
Well,
not because they would be persecuted, but because it kind of became taboo. A sign of being too religious meant that you were kind of backward in a way, behind.
What about this one, Hayek's Road to Serfdom?
Yeah, so Hayek is a famous conservative theorist. Hayek tried to make the argument that state intervention in the economy was a road to serfdom by a kind of all embracing state. It's very, very anti-communist, anti-socialist, and pro neoliberal conservative. So I use Hayek in my class on political economy, and so this book is, again, one of those books. I think for a lot of academics, you'll find that a lot of their books are books that they don't agree with, but you read them so that you can teach them and kind of impart why it's disagreeable. So Hayek is one of them.
What would you say are the main weaknesses of his theory?
I think that when we look at a state like the United States, take healthcare, for example. When you have a state that does not in any way involve itself in private enterprise in a thing like healthcare, it leads to these like deep malfunctions in the system, and in our case, healthcare. That if you're relying on private enterprise to try to bail us out of this terrible healthcare system that we have, it's not going to happen because private enterprise is in the business of profit. That's what they want. There's nothing complicated about it, and so uh, Hayek one of these guys that would say that non-government interference in the market, that's the path towards a good future. Again, an extreme neoliberal argument. Whereas even classical political economists, people like John Stuart Mill, and even Adam Smith said that, but mostly John Stuart Mill, that when there are malfunctions within a market, in our case, healthcare, it is the government's job to intervene to try to correct the malfunction. It can come in, correct it, and then back out if it wants. That's what John Stuart Mill would say. It's perfectly reasonable for a state to come in, intervene in the market, correct it, and then retreat. And this is an argument that John Maynard Keynes would later make in the 1930s and 40s. But still, there has to be space and time and a place for state intervention. And Hayek was saying that once you allow the state to intervene in a market, then you are essentially oppressing your people to these kind of big state actors. Again, his response was to the Soviet Union and how it operated its social welfare programs and all that. That book right there says Herbert on the side. This is my dissertation in book form. The one with the big long title there. So now we're in the H's. You'll see my books. Yeah, complex protective structure, construction and controversy of the Leningrad flood protection barrier. So that is my dissertation. That's not the final book form, but that's my dissertation in book form. Um, that I got as a book.
How hard was it to adapt to a book?
I'm still working on it. It's not very hard though. It's mostly about broadening the readership, making it more easily accessible to people, um, and also broadening some of the analysis. Here's the oral history of Russian punk from the Soviet era to Pussy Riot. That's another one of my books. This book, the Ruski Bunt, the one that's in Russian, that's the Russian version of this book. So they're the same book. One's just in Russian. I also, for a long time, published a fanzine called Punks Around. And when I stopped, there was an art distro that wanted to create a omnibus of all of the all the fanzines that I issued. And so this is the Punks Around omnibus from volume 6 to 14. We really more or less started at volume 6, and so there wasn't a need to go any further back. Um, these two It says Alexander Herbert, the green and black one here. This is a bigger zine that I issued, which was my story about researching the history of Russian punk. It's called Punk in a Foreign Place or something like that. I don't even remember. It was a while ago. And then above that is yeah, there you go. Um, and then above that is my book on Soviet horror films, Fear Before the Fall, um, that I wrote for Zero Books a couple years ago. And that was just looking at there were no horror films in the Soviet Union until the 1980s, mostly because they viewed horror as a kind of decadent and a bourgeois genre because it promoted uh, paranormal, abnormal things that the Soviet authorities didn't think was constructive for people to 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 engage with. But by the 1980s, they do introduce horror as they're trying to broaden their cultural net. And so this book was about the emergence of that genre in the Soviet Union, going kind of movie by movie and looking at what are the dominant social and cultural themes of these movies that would resonate with late Soviet people.
Mm. What would you say are the main differences between Soviet horror and American horror?
I mean, I wouldn't say that there are many differences. I mean, American horror films are much better because they've had 100 years of filmmaking to kind of perfect the genre. Whereas in the Soviet Union, like I said, it just started in the 80s. So a lot of the films, they use a lot of like conventions and taboos from Western horror films. It's nothing cutting edge or innovative. In fact, it's part of the sign of the degradation of Soviet film and cinema, is their poor, poor horror films that just were never that good. Um,
Do you have any books on sort of the golden age of Soviet film, or like what would be considered the best of Soviet film?
um, I would say the 1960s and 70s
Okay.
for sure. That's where there's a lot of comedies that come out and a lot of kind of art films like Solaris, and Solaris is a really famous one. Um, yeah, that's what I would say the 60s or 70s.
What's this one about CLR James, A History of Pan-African Revolt?
It's the history of um, the Pan African movement, the attempt to try to unify Africa as a continent to resist colonialism and stake its own place in history. CLR James is a famous Marxist historian of Africa and of the slave trade. He wrote a big book on the Haitian Revolution called Black Jacobins for people who are interested in it. Um, so that's just a short book on the Pan African movement.
Okay, so we're picking back up here in session 3, and we're in the bottom shelf here. So does anything in particular stand out to you here? Disaster experts, that one definitely catches the eye.
That's about people who are in charge of, I guess, diagnosing or prognosticating disasters as they happen, natural disasters. Um, the sort of scientists and the bureaucrats, officials who are in charge of ameliorating disasters, who come in after disasters and assess, um, uh, how to recover, stuff like that.
Hmm. What about the green power of socialism?
Green powered socialism, this is a interesting one. It's a relatively new one. Um, the green power of socialism is about how the Soviet Union sought to, um, or how socialism itself, not the Soviet Union, how socialism could utilize green power in a sort of ideal situation, and how there were socialist states towards the end of the 1980s that were moving that way.
Hmm. Okay. What about this laboratory of socialist development?
Um, Kalinovsky's book is on Central Asia in the Soviet Union, in particular, looking at Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, I think, as sort of places where the Soviet Union kind of could imagine a kind of like a hybrid development of socialism within Central Asia. I mean, these were places that when the Soviet Union was established, were, quote unquote backward, right? They didn't have modern technology or electricity or anything like that, because they were colonies of the Russian Empire. And so the idea became, how do we build these Central Asian republics into lasting, strong socialist states?
Hmm. What about this monuments for posterity?
Yeah, monuments for posterity are about Stalinist monuments and how what they represent. I mean, it's another one of those books that personally not a huge fan of, because it's more kind of subjective, interpretive history than anything else. But in any case, it analyzes particularly Stalinist monuments throughout the Soviet Union, and um, uh, discusses what they were intended to achieve, and what they symbolized and stuff like that.
Mhm. What's this one about? Builders and deserters.
Builders and deserters. It's about uh, construction workers in the Soviet Union, um, and those um, who more or less fled, deserted their jobs.
Mm.
It's more there's a bigger theme in Soviet historiography, particularly in the 1980s, to study workers of the Soviet Union. And so that's kind of one of those examples. It was a big sort of subfield. It's kind of died down now. Not as many people are writing about the working class in the Soviet Union, but it was still a major topic.
Could you say a few words about this one next to it, A Carnival of Revolution?
Carnival of Revolution is about the Polish revolutions in the 1980s that were kind of a little bit all over the place, one might say. It's the Polish revolutions were kind of an anomaly in the sense that it was comprised mostly of the working class of Poland, but also the Catholic Church played a huge role in the revolutions in Poland. Um, And so Patrick Kenny's book looks at this kind of uh, process and how it could happen, and the ways in which civil society sought to, um, uh, I guess, overturn the normal procedure of things. That's why he calls it a carnival, because it was literally, part of this process of um, overturning something.
Hmm.
Magnetic Mountain by Stephen Kotkin is worth talking about. Um, um, Magnetic Mountain is the anglicized name of a Russian city, Magnitogorsk, which was built as a mining town uh, in steel production. It was a city that the Soviet Union completely created. It was one in which they imported American steel specialists to help design the city. There's a place where a lot of Americans went to Magnitogorsk to participate in construction and in working. And Stephen Kotkin is one of those historians who is on the side of the what we call the totalitarian or neo-totalitarian school, in that he viewed the Soviet Union as this kind of all-encompassing idealistic state, in which he coins the more or less coins the phrase "speaking Bolshevik." That in order to survive in the state, you had to kind of just say what you had to get a leg up in this idealistic state. I think that there are huge problems with that. I think that it ignores the uh, uh, palatability of socialism and the genuine enthusiasm that people felt for building socialism and participating in it, so much so that they traveled from around the world. Um, Nevertheless, it's a well researched and well written book, and so again, it's one of those books that uh, is wonderful to teach because students can read it and they can understand it, and also wonderful to teach because it's a good exercise in criticism, um, to be able to criticize a book.
What's the square wheels one about?
Boris Kagarlitsky was or is, he's still alive, but he may be in prison now. One of the most outspoken remaining socialists in Russia today, political activist. So Square Wheels was about the collapse of the Soviet Union and the political effects that it had on rebuilding Russia. And the name Square Wheels comes from this process of trying to rebuild a country without the necessary political, social institutions in place to rebuild it, which is sort of like trying to pull a cart with square wheels. It's was not an easy thing um, for Russians to do, which partially explains, according to him, why Russia is the state that it's in right now, where we typically think of oligarchs and Putin and stuff like that, and it has to do with the kind of haphazard rebuilding of Russia.
What about this mutual aid one?
Uh, Peter Kropotkin is a famous anarchist theorist from the Russian aristocracy. As many anarchists of his time were actually. He's a famous geographer, and in mutual aid, he was trying to engage with Darwin's ideas to point out the fact that in the United States and in the West, there were a lot of people who were picking up on Darwin's ideas and promoting these ideas of like survival of the fittest and social Darwinism, as we call it. But Kropotkin said one of the one of the more fascinating things that Darwin wrote about is this capacity for mutual aid that animals species have around the world, that they tend to help each other out in the process of evolution. And so for Kropotkin, he was trying to map that onto a social kind of a social understanding of human instinct or human nature, that it is our nature to help each other rather than to try to kill each other.
And that goes to maybe, I don't know if you have any books on this, but um, sort of different understandings of human nature that underpin different social theories and political philosophies, and maybe sort of going against what you said would be capitalism, where it's sort of every animal for themselves, and it's red in tooth and claw.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of like philosophy, I would say, other than like historical philosophy. But when it comes to questions of like human nature and everything, I don't really concern myself much with that philosophical track because I think it's kind of, everybody has their own idea of what human nature is and what it isn't. It's one of those questions where I don't think that achieving objectivity in an answer is possible. Whereas, history itself and historical philosophy, there is some objectivity in it. But the question of human nature for me is like, um, nobody's ever going to agree on anything related to what human nature is, and a lot of what you think human nature is going to be conditioned on things like your upbringing, your social surroundings, your economic situation, all of that stuff. My view of what human nature is, for instance, is probably very different than what Jeff Bezos's view of human nature is, and so yeah, that's a realm for philosophy. I don't think that it really has much of a place in history either, because if you try to write a history that seeks to make an argument about human nature, then you're undoubtedly essentializing something. You're reducing it, um, and so I don't really think about that too much. Uh, I don't have many books about that per se.
You-
But of course, you read certain things and you formulate, I guess, your own view of what human nature is or what's natural to humans. Um, and you're right, part of your political philosophy will also determine um, what you view that to be. So, as a Marxist, as a socialist, I have a very positive view of human nature. I don't think that people are born evil or anything like that. I think that they're all products of their social situation. But that's not me reading any particular theorist. That's me inferring that from the logical conclusions of people like Marx or Lenin or whoever.
Yeah.
A lot of these are books on Russian America. You can see the two Russian ones in the middle there. Путешествие вокруг света is Voyage Around the World by Ivan Krusenstern, was the first Russian to circumnavigate the Earth, and that's his travel diary. He was sort of the subject of my master's thesis, insofar as he sailed to Russian Alaska as well. Um, and so, his travel diary is pretty interesting. Like I said, the first Russian to circumnavigate the globe. This is in the 1820s, 18 teens. It's a more than a 10-year voyage.
Why did he do it?
Well, he did it on the one hand to report back to the Tsar about the Tsar's holdings within the North Pacific. And he also did it just for exploration, because the British and French were also exploring the Pacific. And so Russia had to have a presence there, um, to demonstrate that they were secure in the holdings that they had in the North Pacific.
Which were Alaska and Fort Ross and anything else?
In northern Siberia, Kamchatka, and the Pacific coast of Siberia as well.
Okay.
Some of these, Paul Kenny's book on the rise and fall of the British Navy, those were supplemental books that I used for the MA thesis on Russia's American colonies, to try to kind of understand what was unique about the British Navy as compared to the Russian Navy. A lot of it came down to just more seasoned captains and sailors who had more experience. Picturing the Russian Empire is about, it's exactly like that. It's analyzing photographs and pictures from the imperial period. Um, it's a good one. I mean, if you're into uh, like photography and photographs and analyzing that.
So I wanted to ask you, related to the Lenin and the Stalin collected works sets, um, to what extent they contain uh, the platforms, and to what extent maybe they even connect to like the platform of the DSA today, or other platforms. But just that idea of and maybe you could even explain for people that are unfamiliar what a political platform is.
Well, a political platform is a explication of intended goals, intentions, and positions on key questions. Um, in Lenin's time, it would have been things like nationalities, the Jewish question, for instance. It would have been participation in the provisional government or the Duma government before that. It would have been, how do we agitate among the working class, and do we engage in legal agitation and illegal agitation, things like that. And so, I mean, this is the collected work of Lenin from the late 19th century all the way to his death. And so, as you can imagine, through the years and through different political, social, cultural circumstances within the empire, the platform changes quite a bit. Lenin never really writes the platform himself as much as he critiques existing drafts of the platform that are put out there, which to him is a very important process of making sure that the language is clear, um, and that it's accessible to everybody, from party members to non-party members, so that they understand what the Bolsheviks were advocating for. So there are a number of platforms throughout this collected volume. Um, as I said, the key questions are nationalities. That is, what do we do with the various nationalities within the Russian Empire, and where do we stand with them, with places like Finland, Ukraine, for instance. The answer for the Russian socialists is absolute sovereignty, autonomy for these places. Questions regarding the Jewish question, and do Jewish people, um, uh, uh, do they? There's a big question about where the Jewish people fit in the Second International, and this is an international body, but the international has its own platform, and they decide that the Jewish section, known as the Bund of the Social Democratic Party, would have a proportional delegate within the Russian Social Democratic delegates. And so, a big question for the Russian Social Democrats is related to Jewish people, but what they ultimately come down to is, um, that the Jewish people are not special in a sense, and so they don't belong in their own kind of national group because they don't have a national group, but they can kind of, for lack of a better word, assimilate into the bigger Russian Social Democratic Party.
Anything about Stalin's platforms?
Stalin has a more direct hand in the party's platform, and it's also this is when uh, after 1928, and so therefore, and you also have to keep in mind that after 1922, of course, the party isn't issuing platforms on what our policy will be. It's writing laws and drafts of laws and decrees. So it's slightly different. The party has power at that point, and so there's really no need for platforms. There are stated goals that the party has, things that they want to achieve over time, such as ramping up industrial production, ramping up agricultural produce, bringing down prices of goods, stuff like that. But there's not necessarily a party platform as much as just a list of accomplishments of the previous year or the previous 5-year plan, and then look ahead at what's intended for the next 5-year plan.
Would you connect any of this to or any legacies with the DSA platform as it stands today?
I mean, I'm not too familiar with the DSA platform personally. I'm not a member of DSA. I mean, I respect DSA. I'm just personally not a member. Um, uh, the only thing that I would say is that any party platform has to be um, capable of adjustment as social and political situations change. Um, and it has to be kind of democratic, right? It has to be agreed upon by the organization as a whole. And that's all I would say. I don't see any direct connection other than that both all communist parties or socialist parties across time and place have had a commitment to liberation in the end of oppression, whether that's economic oppression or political oppression. So, the DSA, as far as I know, fits into that and advocates for that, which is great. Um, so that's where I would connect them, I guess.
I thought I had read for when you founded the library or you talking about the library, were you in DSA at that time? And that's
No, I can see that's a little confusing. I was never a part of DSA, but I was part of their um, Slack. That's what it was. I was a part of their Slack. So I was in there. I'm familiar with many of the members, but I was never officially a member of DSA myself.
okay. Are you part of some other kind of group or that has a platform or some other organization?
Yeah, I'm part of CPUSA. Their platform is not really that dissimilar to DSA's as far as I know. Um, it's a little less, um, well, let's say it's a little more revolutionary. That's all I'll say.
Okay. If we have anything connected to that as we go through, I think that'd be interesting to talk about.
Mhm.
Any sort of CPUSA. I don't know if any of the ephemera maybe would connect to that or any books that we come across, but I think people would be interested to hear about that.
I mean, a lot of it has changed. A lot of the platform of the party has changed even since that ephemera. I mean, because in the 1940s and 30s, where a lot of that ephemera is from, they were part of the International, much bigger in the United States than they are now. But now the CPUSA is committed to the kind of popular front mentality, which is limited alliances with other organizations and even liberals to some extent to try to defeat Trumpism, essentially.
So that's sort of a post 2016 approach.
No, that's a World War II. They've had that same more or less platform since World War II.
Could you talk about this libidinal economy?
Yeah, I just picked this one up. I haven't actually read through the whole thing. I've been slowly reading it here and there. This is a French theorist who is trying to link anatomy to political economy, which I thought was an interesting idea. Um, I haven't really pulled much out of it yet that I think is like groundbreaking or anything, but I wanted to give it a try. I haven't quite finished it yet though.
Is it Freudian or psychoanalytic?
No, not really. Um, that's what I thought it would be. Um, but um, it's not that nearly as Freudian as I thought.
What about this Luxembourg reform revolution?
Rosa Luxemburg was one of the foremost theorists of German social democracy. She herself was Polish. Reform or Revolution was a response to Edward Bernstein's work on social democracy, where Edward Bernstein essentially makes the argument that we shouldn't be advocating for revolution anymore. We should be participating in the electoral process and running candidates and winning power through reform. And Rosa Luxemburg writes a direct response to him, which is saying that to throw out the revolutionary platform is to throw out the entire socialist platform realistically, because what socialists are looking for is not just political changes of power, but a fundamental economic and social revolution.
I just wanted to say, because some people listen to this without the visuals, the author for this one was Jean-Francois Lyotard,
That's hard, yeah.
and CPUSA is Communist Party USA.
Hmm.
This one looks kind of interesting, The Unbound Prometheus.
Yeah, that's a bigger work. It's an older work, just reprinted here by Cambridge, about technological change. And the Unbound Prometheus refers to humans and the way that humans have used technology to change the surface of the earth and Earth itself. Um, in that sense, it's a history of technology more than an environmental history. But there's a lot of intersection between the two fields, and so Landis is one of those pioneers in doing that.
What about the semiotics of Russian culture?
So, uh, Lodman and Uspensky were pretty famous semioticians, which is reference to like cultural symbols and what cultural symbols meant. And so this book goes through some of those symbols, one of them being what I already mentioned previously, floods in St. Petersburg. So they attach a whole bunch of metaphorical meaning to floods, and that's why all of these famous literary figures of Russian literature use floods as a kind of a symbol of something else, a symbol of impending doom or God's punishment or whatever it may be. And so the semiotics of Russian culture more broadly is looking at what are the common tropes and symbols of Russian culture that we see mostly through literature.
What about this one, Stephen Luke's Marxism and Morality?
Yeah, this one I recommend this to people who are Marxists and are interested in the question of morality, because Marx never himself really writes explicitly about morality. is sort of rather the morality of Marxism is rather implied in his writing, because morality is one of these abstract questions, right? It's really non-material, and so Stephen Lucas's book tries to um, make sense of the implied morality within Marxism. And it's one of the few books that does that. And so I do highly recommend people to check that one out.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, the rest of these in that shelf are kind of unremarkable.
Could you talk about the global turn?
Global turn refers to a historiographical, or I guess, interdisciplinary turn in studies of global processes. One of the better books that's indicative of the global turn is Sven Beckart's Empire of Cotton. It studies the circulation of cotton around the globe, linking different parts of the world. It really emerged because of globalization in the sort of reintroduction of the theme of globalization in the post Cold War world, where now global economies are really linked in a way that if, for example, the U.S. economy fails, then most of the world's economy will also fail with it. And so the global turn to me is really interesting because so far it's really been centered on commodities and commodity exchanges from one place to another. So how something like cotton, for instance, can be harvested in India or in the American South, transported to Britain, refinished into textiles, and then exported to South America, East Asia, Africa, you name it. And so these commodities have kind of traces of globality within them. And so the global turn was an interesting turn. I haven't really read much about it recently. It seemed like it's kind of died out a bit. It was really popular in the mid 2010s, but I think everybody is more curious, more concerned with, at least in my view, climate change and in capitalism at this point.
It makes me think about um, offshoring of jobs and just labor in general, lower skill, um, physical and intellectual labor.
Hmm.
Um, and with the rise of AI, there's a lot of kind of doesn't get talked about that much, but a lot of the lower skill intellectual work that AI can now do that's hitting non-first world countries, potentially the most, because that stuff can be completely automated and that can have really profound effects on people just losing jobs. And yeah, pretty much never seems to get talked about in the American media. India, Philippines, places where there's a lot of intellectual labor that's outsourced from U.S. companies, and then just environmental. So sometimes comes up with rare earth minerals, and part of the reason that a lot of that's done in China is because it's so environmentally toxic to process those minerals.
Yeah,
But there's
I
all
mean that
kinds of stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
global global minerals is also one of these kind of commodities of that are of interest. If you look at, for example, an iPhone, a smartphone, the amount of components that are in it made up of different precious metals and chemicals and materials from around the world. It's another part of this kind of global history where the labor for these different components of the phone are usually outsourced somewhere else, even down to the most minuscule thing, like, chips come from wherever, let's just say Taiwan, and then the chip is put into the the um, the first case, which is, manufactured in China or something, and then the next component is then assembled in Australia or Canada, and then the glass comes from somewhere in Europe, somewhere, something like that. But then the product is then shipped as a finished product and sold in the United States primarily. So there's also global connections with just about every commodity that we could think of today, and that is what the global turn was really all about, trying to study what's the origins of that process. And you're right, labor plays a huge role in that. Labor as both one of these global commodities that is interchanged from place to place, but labor also as a victim of globalization.
Could you say a couple more words about that?
I mean, I think you said it well, that a lot of jobs get outsourced to cheaper labor, um, not just because the labor is cheaper, but also because whatever raw material is being extracted from the earth might be closer to where the labor is coming from. So, sometimes a company might, for instance, um, have might hire labor in Taiwan to assemble chip parts for their smartphones, not only because labor in Taiwan is cheaper, but also because that's where the chips are manufactured, right? So it's right there. But that means that when it comes to the process of manufacture, putting all of these components together, it's not done in the United States where Apple, for instance, is headquartered. It's somewhere else. So part of it, a huge part of it, is definitely companies trying to save money by hiring cheap labor. Another part of it is logistical concerns and logistical questions that have to be kept in mind. Fossil Capital is also a great book for anyone. Andreas Malm is an awesome environmental historian. Fossil Capital is it essentially answers the question of why did Britain turn to coal for its industrialization? Because there was a time in British history in which water power was sort of the dominant form of energy production. You think of, you live in New England, and so if you go to Lowell or Waltham or pretty much anywhere around the Merrimack Valley, you'll see all these old water mills that used to generate energy for these big kind of factories. And so, mom's question is, why is it that went away and coal kind of took its place as the primary source of energy? And his answer is that it has to do with profit, that there were people in parliament who realized that more money could be made from the extraction, the transportation, and the sale of coal. And that there were also questions about private property as it pertained to water power. Because if you can imagine a river, right, a river that flows down, when somebody dams the northern part of the river for their mill, it lessens the flow, the stream of the river further down. And so if you have, 4 or 5 water mills built along this one river, whoever's at the bottom of that river, they're getting practically just a brook at that point. They're getting practically nothing. And so they don't have the opportunity to build their own industrial infrastructure. And so mom's argument in that sense is very diverse. It has to do with private property. That's kind of the heart of all of Andreas Malms's work, is private property is the evil that dictates our system. He also wrote a book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline, I think, which is not a it was not a how-to novel. It was really just saying that environmentalists have been blowing the whistle on what's going on for a long time, and yet people like Jeff Bezos own 10, 15 yachts, right? And so his point was not that his point was that in the 1990s, when there was this organization, for instance, called the Earth Liberation Front, the ELF. They were engaged in eco-terrorism. When they blew up lumber yards or when they engaged in eco-terrorism, most of the United States condemned them, and most people agreed that they were domestic terrorists for blowing up private property. But Malm in that book is saying if that were to happen now, because of the widespread consensus on climate change, most people would actually agree with the ELF and what they're doing. So that the tables have kind of turned on capital, that there's no more sympathy for billionaires that own 15 yachts, right? And want to place the blame for climate change on us, the consumers, that the blame is fully on those who hold an immense amount of private capital and private property. So Mom is a really great read. Highly recommend checking him out. Above that is Terry Martin's Affirmative Action Empire. This is another a broader history of the Soviet Union, particularly through the early and mid Stalinist period. It is about essentially what the title is. It's affirmative action in the sense that the Soviet Union was comprised of all of these different nationalities, and so the question became, how do we give all of these nationalities equal footing within representation in the Soviet Union? Now, I disagree with the use of the term empire in this, because I don't think that the Soviet Union was an empire in the way that we want to understand empires, like the British Empire, for instance. Um, but the affirmative action part, I do agree with, in the sense that um, Russians and Russian nationality was fully willing to concede most of its power and influence within the Soviet political structure in order to guarantee more power and influence for its constituent nationalities. And so for Martin, that's affirmative action, right? That you're um, placing quote unquote lesser nationalities in positions of control and power within there, and you're giving more influence and control to regional and republic party leaders rather than the center. Um, so Terry Martin's book is a good one, quite a good one. Um,
What's this one about? Heralds of Revolution?
this is about the early Bolsheviks, the people who were responsible for heralding the revolution. It gets into some of their backgrounds and their ideas, and both their fantastical ideas of what socialism would look like, but also their practical ideas, their agitation, their work among each other, the publications, the articles that they would write, and everything like that. So it's a pretty detailed history of those revolutionaries.
Do you have any thoughts on Greta Greta Thunberg?
Yeah, I think she's great. I mean, of course, she gets a lot of criticism. I think it's awesome that since making international headlines as a little kid, she's come full anti-capitalist in the past like 10 or so years. And I think that's inevitable. I think once you dig deep enough into the problems that afflict our natural environment, at this point, with no other major system competitor, aka the Soviet Union, doesn't exist, you really can't place the blame anywhere else anymore besides on capitalism and what it's wrought for the earth. And so Greta Thunberg, I mean, I think she's great. I'm sure that I have disagreements with her about certain things, but they're not, not important, not relevant disagreements. So, I think that she's, yeah, doing good things. Um, Wolfgang Mommsen was a kind of a classic theorist of imperialism. Was sort of a must read to understand the to contribute to, in any case, the contemporary understanding of what imperialism was. But Mommsen takes this sort of a more cultural approach to it. In my view, imperialism isn't just um, placing Scottish guards wearing kilts into the British royal circles. There's more to it than that. But for a lot of people, it's kind of cultural, not just appropriation, but uh, um, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Degradation, maybe trying to stuff out independent cultures and all that stuff.
Cultural genocide?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. Without mass killing people necessarily. More as just converting them culturally into what is officially civilized or uncivilized, which is dictated by the metropole, by the capital. So in that case, London. What's acceptable to London and what's not.
Could you talk about this one by Martin, Enlightened Metropolis?
Um, yeah, this is about St. Petersburg as the sort of center of the Russian Empire, as a place that stood out from the rest of Russia in the sense that it was very focused on modernity and in being modern, produced most of what we understand as Russian culture today, literary culture and artistic culture and all of that. And so it sort of saw itself in a way as separate from the rest of Russia, more civilized than the rest of Russia. And so that book is about St. Petersburg as the enlightened metropolis.
It seems that you've read the vast majority of these books.
Well, I've read all of them.
So how do you balance, but this is something that comes up in a lot of comments and just questions about people's libraries is what percentage of the books have they read, and how do you think about acquiring new books and um, stuff like that?
I've read 99% of these books. I'm sure that I can find one or two where I haven't read the whole thing. We just looked at the libidinal economy. I haven't read the whole thing. I just read the first half of it, for instance. Um, I don't have any kind of like systemic way of collecting. I'll give you an example. I went to P Town with my partner over the weekend, and there's a used bookstore there. And outside of the bookstore, as most used bookstores have, they have the $1 bin, or the bin where books that they're trying to get rid of. And then on the inside, they have their history section and all that stuff. So, uh, before going in, I looked at the $1 bin and I pulled out 4 books actually. 2 of them were about historiography. One was by Braudel, who we've already brought up, the guy that wrote the book on the Mediterranean. Another one was a kind of compilation of essays by historians about history. I also picked up a book on social Darwinism in American society. This goes over the theory of social Darwinism as it developed in the United States. And another one was actually an academic journal from Critica, which is my field's peer reviewed journal. And then I went into the bookstore and looked at their history section, and I found nothing inside that that drew my interest whatsoever. And I told my partner, I was like, I might be one of the only people in the world who just find things in the bargain bin in of nothing of interest inside the actual store. So I don't really have a process. It's really I just look for books that are relevant to my field and my interest. Sometimes I get books that are hot off the press because of my position as a professor. So I get emails from some of the major academic presses announcing a new book, and they ask me, "Do you want to review it, or do you want an exam copy for classes or whatever?" This is the most recent one that I got is the life, death, and resurrection of a film uh, Senior, the Soviet Rock on Screen. I just got this from University of Wisconsin Press, and they asked me to review it. Now, this isn't a book that I would buy probably by myself, because now that I've published the book on Russian punk rock, I feel sort of like my time with Soviet rock music is over. I don't really want to touch it anymore. But because I published that book, I still get presses reach out to me to do reviews. So I actually haven't um, started reading this yet. I think the review is due in February, so I have some time for it. Once I do decide to get to it. Um, in terms of managing, so like I said, I've read um, all of these books, and I said previously that I had spent over 13 years in academia. So all of these books are just a kind of collection of books that I read through various phases of my academic career. This isn't even all of them, because when I lived in Chicago, I would routinely sell a whole bunch of books to Powell's Books, because I had a newborn at the time, newborn daughter, lived in a university provided housing, and so finances weren't that great. And so, I would routinely take boxes and boxes of books to Powell's to sell. So this isn't even all the books that I've read by any means. I will say that since being a full-time professor, I have less time to luxury read now. So everything is either for class, or it's for review, or something. Pretty much that's it. Because even research, I haven't really had much time to do so much anymore because of teaching load and teaching requirements. Um, but yeah, I think there's a anybody who goes through a PhD program in the social sciences, or in the humanities, if they take the program serious and they do the work seriously, there's kind of a switch that happens in your mind where, or in your reading abilities, I guess, where um, the first few years are sort of or the first year or two of graduate school are sort of a struggle session to keep up the reading. But then there's something that happens, from reading sometimes 3, 4 books a week, that it all clicks on, especially with history, where what you're doing is you're looking for the core argument of the book. And then after you get the argument, then you're looking for, how does this author how are they making the argument that they're making? What sources are they using? How are they logically connecting their chapters into this argument? And once you kind of understand how to do that, reading a history book becomes so much easier and so much faster to do. Um, so I mean, that's the majority of these books are history books, and so that's why, there's so many of them. Um, so yeah, that's what I would say.
I mean, would you agree that it's pretty unusual for somebody to have a collection as large as yours where they've read 99%? I mean, I think that would probably be the highest percentage of anybody so far that I've done a bookshelf tour with.
I wouldn't think it's unusual for people with PhDs. Um, for just a w just like a kind of regular person who likes collecting books, I would think that they definitely haven't read all of them. Uh, but somebody who is a sort of trained professional in a specific field or fields, I would expect that they have engaged with all the books that they have, um, like, seriously engaged with them. But of course, I that's not always the case anymore. I'm not sure. I think, even graduate school culture has changed probably a little bit. Um, I remember when I was doing my qualifying exams, oral exams, even the professors knew that they were cruel, right? That it's cruel to require students to read 3 lists of 100 books each and then be tested on them in public in an oral exam. It's cruel, but it's very constructive, because what you're doing is you're not just trying to understand the history. If you want to understand the history, go read Wikipedia. It's fine. You can find the historical facts. What you're trying to do is get a panoramic view of the historiography. That is the genealogy of arguments in knowledge that are contained within a given field. And so Russian history, for example, in the West, in the United States, it has existed since early years of the Cold War, since 1917, when Americans became simultaneously scared and fascinated of the Soviet Union. They tried to understand it by writing history. And so the dominant arguments, the frameworks have changed over time as the Soviet Union's changed, as Russia's changed, as America's changed, as new revelations come out, new archival access, new frameworks for understanding, like cultural history or social history or whatever it may be. Um, and so you want to understand the historiography, the field, the genealogy of a field in a kind of systemic way. The only way to really get that is to have familiarity with them, to be able to read them all, as much as you can.
Could you say a little bit about what these 3 100 book lists looked like, or why were there 3 and why were they 100 each?
Well, the 100 is kind of just standard for a field. So my fields were, modern Russia, modern Europe, and environmental history, and so, the lists are comprised of the best, most innovative books or articles, in that field so that you could, again, understand it in some kinda systemic way, a holistic historiographical genealogy of where the field comes from, what are the dominant questions in that field, how have historians answered some of those dominant questions, what are some holes in that field, what are the dominant frameworks of understanding that field, and how have historians approached questions like confessional policy in Russia, in the Soviet Union, for instance, technology, science and technology in Russia, in the Soviet Union, things like that. And so the fields are usually divided by subsections. Um, and so you're tested on, um, well, your advisors just ask you questions about, could be about a specific book. What's this book about? Who are they engaging with, right? Who are they arguing against? uh, what other historians are trying to answer the same questions, and how is their argument different um, than their uh, answers? Or they can ask you about kind of dominant frameworks, like what is the totalitarian school of Soviet historiography, right? And you have to be able to refer to multiple authors who are totalitarian, and then also refer to those who are not in the totalitarian school, things like that.
Would you say it's like 80-20 books to papers or 50-50?
It's all mixed. And so for Europe, for example, for modern Europe, it was mostly books, and we even had a small section on literature. Um, uh, Um, in environmental history, it was a mix between books and articles because a lot of the most innovative stuff came out as articles first. In modern Russia, it was again mostly books, with a few articles. In some cases, what historians will do is they'll publish an article that is essentially a version of their book, but just in an article form. And when they do that, it's great because then you can just read the article and you can be like, okay, I get what they're getting at, what their argument is. I don't have to read the book. So there were a few of those, but for the most part, it's books.
So when you got the list, each of these lists of 100 items, was there a 1 year or 2 year period where you were expected for each of those, and were any of them in parallel or were they in sequence serially?
You do all of them at the same time. So you have your 3 advisors go into a room with you, and they test you together. And it really just kind of usually evolves into a conversation. because the lists aren't really handed to you. They're lists that you put together with your advisor, because your advisor wants to make sure that your list is reflective of A, the dominant threads in the field, but B, also relevant to what you want to ultimately go on to do and to research. And so for me, um, uh, my European history field, for instance, I'm not a French historian, I'm not a German historian. I wanted to be able to teach modern Europe. And so that list was kind of generic, right? It was made up of the dominant works on European history. Everybody from Hobsbawm to I don't know, Christopher Clark and all of that. Um, Whereas in Russia, the list was very much dominated by Soviet historiography. Yes, I read a lot on the empire. You have to kind of know the history of the empire, but I didn't need to really dive into the historiography of the empire as deeply as I needed to dive into the historiography of the Soviet Union. And so it's really mixed. Environmental history is non-geographical, right? It's a thematic field, and so for that, it's transnational in that way. I read books by American historians and British historians and sort of everywhere in between. There were histories of India, Native Americans, kind of everybody was in there, because in that sense, you're not looking for a geographical theme, you're looking for how are they historicizing the environment? How are they using the environment as a historical actor? And then thinking about, can I do that in my own field? Can I replicate what they do? Or what are the limits of doing what they're doing within my own field? Stuff like that.
So you said you were reading like sometimes 3, 4 books a week. So is that basically, I mean, that would be roughly 2 years, 100 weeks, 100, 300 books mostly. Is that a rough timeline of what that looks like, what that experience is?
Yeah, so for your qualifying exams, you're given essentially a full academic year to like study, to do all the reading and to study them. Um, for classes in a PhD program, at least in at the University of Chicago, if you're taking 4 or 3 classes per term, each class is going to assign a book for a week, maybe a book and 2 articles or something like that. So it just ends up being about 3 or 4 books per week because of course load and all that.
So is that, that goes from like September to May? It's part, it's not like a independent reading thing. It's this list, a lot of it is coming from assigned works in your classes.
Yeah, in graduate school, yes. And then the oral exams are different. Then you're kind of at your own pace with understanding that you have to read 300 more or less items within one academic year. And then after that, you're on to researching your own dissertation, which requires a whole nother kind of reading list of putting together all of the works that are relevant to your topic, systematizing them in some way. And so just because you're done with courses doesn't mean that the reading subsides whatsoever. It all just continues. And then even after you're done, you still get requests from publishers and you have to read for your classes that you're teaching and all that.
Could you say anything about what it's, I mean, University of Chicago is considered one of the premier universities and very intense. Maybe you could give people a sense of the intensity, what it was like and maybe how it compares to maybe a state school or just like a median school.
Well, I can't compare it
Oh,
because like I said, I did my first 3 years of my PhD at Chicago and then I actually transferred to Brandeis. There's a couple reasons for that. The main reason being um my daughter was born the first year of graduate school at Chicago. We don't have any family or friends in Chicago, and so, my partner at the time was really lonely and wanted to move back to New England, and so, I ultimately decided to do so. Not only that, but I was away most summers, and couldn't afford to bring her and my daughter, and so every summer they would go back to Boston where, where her parents are from, And so it just made sense for me to transfer when I was done with my qualifying exams. So University of Chicago was very intense. Tremendous respect for the scholars there. It's oddly still somewhat conservative, at least in other fields. In history, there were some conservative professors, but for the most part, many of them were kind of borderline liberal. Has a huge Slavic studies department and uh, uh, historically a good Russian and Soviet history track. Sheila Fitzpatrick used to teach there. That's where she published most of her known work. Um, and uh, the a lot of the intensity of rumor was actually done away with by the time I got there. So the rumor the rumors were that an advisor would take on, let's say, 5 new students per year, but that through process of elimination would narrow it down to just 1 advisee by the 3rd or 4th year. And that is, by determining a scholar's merit, their achievements, and do they have funding and scholarships that they get for their research and stuff like that. Um,
How many years, just timeline-wise, is a PhD were you expecting for the PhD at UC and or just people in general in your program?
the official funding is 5 years, and then after 5 years, you usually work for the university so that they pay your, uh, you know, give you a check. Um, uh, but nobody I knew finished within the 5 years. You usually go 6 or 7 years before you defend your dissertation and are done. Some people much, much longer. Some people 10, 11 years.
Could you just
Mhm.
explain what you mean by you work for the university afterward? What are you how does the finance what were you getting at with the finances there?
So they usually have you work as a teaching assistant, or if you're further along in the program, then you can work as an instructor, as a professor.
So, like, after the first few years or almost immediately?
Yeah, after the
Okay.
first year, usually in your second or third year, you begin teaching assistant, and that's how they train you to be a teacher. So it's not like, if you're going to school to teach grade school, for instance, where you don't really need to, you don't, it's a whole different kind of thing. Whereas in becoming a professor, we don't have to get a kind of teaching certificate or anything because we create our own curriculum and all that. And um, so they have you do teaching assistant, where you essentially shadow another professor.
So the timeline is officially or expected as 5 years, but it can go up to 7 or 10. Um, was there any you were talking about sort of the rumor and the expectations versus reality and comparing UC to, like, a state school or a median school. Was there anything else there? You were saying, like, the intensity had maybe decreased before you got there.
Yeah, so one of the rumors there was that because advisees were essentially competing for a position for funding, that they would sabotage each other. So that, like, somebody would go to the library and check out all of the books relevant for somebody else's work, something like that. I never experienced that. It didn't happen to me. But I guess it was more than a rumor because I heard it from a lot of people that it used to be like that. It used to be much more cutthroat because you're competing for funding essentially, and so there's a lot to prove. At
Can you
right
explain
back
that, just what the funding is for? It's for it to continue all 7 years or 5 years?
5 years, it's
Okay.
it's to continue. It's your basically your only source of funding because you're highly, highly, highly discouraged from working somewhere else full time because you don't have the time to do it, right? You have
But
to be committing your life and your time to your coursework and to your reading and all of that. So, um, just the fact that I had a child the first 3 years was mind blowing enough to my peers that they were like, you know, how are you gonna survive? And now I knew somebody that actually had 3 children in graduate school. She's kind of a maverick, and she works at Yale now. So I don't know how she did it, but, it's an extremely difficult process. And even though those kind of, like, cutthroat tactics weren't really there anymore, it was still highly competitive in that you're kind of vying to win the favor of your advisor. As opposed to a place like Brandeis where I ultimately finished, it wasn't anything like that. Your advisor gave you full attention. That's another thing is that advisors in those big universities, they're doing their own work. They're publishing their own books and research, and so they're not as committed to their graduate students as a place like Brandeis is, where um, every year an advisor at Brandeis, for instance, would accept one student rather than five, and so there's no competition. You're kind of just one on one with this person, and so it was much more relaxed and easier. By the time I had come, though, like I said, I was finished with qualifying exams. I already had a dissertation proposal. I had all of that stuff, and so I kind of just I flew through Brandeis. I finished within 4 years. I think I was done.
So I think that covers the the questions on that. I just wanted to clarify the because people like to have a sense of the quantity of things and the timeline. So you have the assigned reading. Is that separate from the lists, these three lists of 100 items, or are those sort of the first third or the first half of each of those lists when you're taking the coursework in the program?
Those the lists are unrelated to coursework.
Okay, so you have that intense reading of like a book a week for each course plus
Yeah.
two papers, and that's over a year or over 4 semesters?
Usually coursework is 2 years. And at the University of Chicago, they work in quarters. And so that's three dominant quarters and then one summer quarter. So essentially that's three almost 3 semesters almost because again, because it's shortened, it's 7 or 8 week quarters are kind of rapid fire. You have to do things quickly, which is why most classes is a book and a couple articles a week to move ahead, to keep going.
So we're talking roughly like 3 to 4 courses, and let's say each is 8 weeks, so it's roughly 30 weeks a year times, um, 3 or 4 books a week. So
Mhm.
that's a huge chunk of reading and chunk of books that comes before that could be 100, books, or that's 2 years of that. So that would be, maybe even 250 books there. And then you've got another maybe 250 from these 3 lists of 100 that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a pretty massive amount.
I was also just thinking uh, the Chicago School of Economics is maybe the most famous, like, school of something out of University of Chicago. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or, free market and price theory and other stuff,
Yeah,
and value driven. Okay.
I never really engaged with the economics department whatsoever. I mean, I teach the Chicago school in my class on political economy. Um, but I when I was there, I never took an economics class or anything like that. Um, I'm sure that that's one of those departments that's probably still very liberal, neoliberal. Um, but
I mean, it seems sort of diametrically opposed to the kind of stuff you're talking about, and so it's kind of interesting that you would choose to go there to study this kind of stuff because it maybe wouldn't be the right intellectual climate.
yeah, I would say that even in history, none of my professors would have said that they are Marxists in any way. It's part of the problem with academia at those higher levels. It goes back to what we were saying about censorship, right? The higher levels of academia, the R1 research facilities, um, they are not too privy to Marxist scholars, and so by being a Marxist, you are accepting the fact that I'll probably never get a job at Yale or at Chicago or any of those places, and it's fine.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because one another thing that's sort of in the public imagination is, um, there's these Marxist professors, and what you're talking about really goes against that or maybe complicates it.
Yeah, I mean, there are Marxist professors, I'm sure. There's probably a lot of them. Depends on the field, it depends on what they study. But again, I would say that in the Ivy Leagues and the R1 research institutions, don't think that there are many, if at all, Marxist scholars. I don't think that they would get uh, tenured accepted.
So are there any particular schools that are considered sort of, the best of schools where Marxists can thrive and get positions?
No, I wouldn't say that there's a singular one at all.
Okay. Um,
There's like small independent schools that aren't like universities, like the Brooklyn Institute, for example, is one that I can think of that do classes, um, like online classes and stuff like that. But it's not like a university, like an endowed university or anything.
mm. Could you talk about this Holy Father's Secular Sons book?
Yeah, this is another one of the books that's about the confessions in the Russian Empire, and so this is about the sort of changing generations um, of the clergy in the late empire as the fathers remain kind of devout Orthodox Christians. They're finding that their sons, the next generation, who, according to the sort of social estate system, were supposed to inherit their father's mantle as head priest or parish priest or whatever, are actually rejecting the church. Um, so the revolutionary generation of the early 20th century, uh, according to this argument, is more secular than the previous generation.
So I have one more question about University of Chicago days. What was like a day in your life of intense reading? I think people would be curious just about like what is that actually like when you're doing it's almost like running a marathon or doing something even more um intense like that. What was an average day and were there any kind of particularly interesting extreme things that you had to do to be able to read that much, or maybe even over the course of a week if you split it out over the week versus weekend.
Very, very unexciting. I would essentially wake up, eat breakfast, and then lock myself in a room or go to the library to just read. I I needed to read that closely. I needed it to be silent around me, kind of no distractions, nothing. And so the apartment that we rented at the time, it had a third bedroom that I had turned into an office room that I would just go into for hours and hours and hours and come out around 5 p.m., ready to be a dad. And that's very stressful for a new mom. It's very stressful for a new family. It's why, you know, this is my former partner and not my current partner. Um, yeah, just one explanation. But yeah, it's a process also that if you're not familiar with academia, it can be very um puzzling, you know? Why would you want to go into a room for uh 8 hours and by yourself and just read when you could be out doing something else, doing something fun, doing something, I don't know. People who aren't familiar with academia are, I think, very puzzled by the kind of necessities that it creates.
Were you annotating, taking notes, or
Oh yeah. You could you could lift up any one of these books and there's underlining and there's
Mm.
marginal writing and all that.
So it's really sort of a 9 to 5 and even on the weekends you were doing that.
Yeah, but on the weekends, especially after my daughter was born, I did try to like have everything done by Friday evening so that I had Saturday and Sunday morning to do something and then back to it Sunday night.
Wow.
It didn't always work out that way because sometimes you get assigned papers and stuff like that that you have to crunch through that require weekend time.
Was that pretty much what everyone was doing? Sort of treat it as a 9 to 5 and
I did because I come from a very working class background. I had friends that they didn't need they didn't need nearly the extent of isolation that I needed to do it. So, I had friends that, like, would go out and smoke weed, they'd be at the bars every night and stuff like that, and, I was always puzzled by them because I didn't understand how they were doing it, but then also remembered that they don't have a child, right? So, if I didn't have a child, then I would have had more free time, slightly more free time, but any of that free time was spent with my daughter. Let's see here. Um, John Stuart Mill is kind of a foundational classical economist, classical political economy. I use him in my class on political economy. I referred to him earlier as one of the early economists who said that if there's something wrong with a market, then the state is responsible for coming in and straightening it out. John Stuart Mill was kind of the guy that made that point. Because for him, he would go out on the streets of London during the height of industrialization and see impoverished orphans and kids on the street begging for change, and for him, he would say, "There's something not right about that," right? And it should be the state's responsibility to intervene. Or he gives the example of, bakeries, for instance. If you have a situation where initially you have, let's say, 5 competing bakeries in a neighborhood, but then they all get together and they collude, and they start setting prices and wages together, then he would say you have a kinda imbalanced market in which somebody else does need to step in and straighten things out, make it more competitive again. Dark Continent is another good book. Mark Mazauer. This is about, um, well, Europe's 20th century, but in particular, he focuses on the interwar years, and he part of his argument I still use to this day, um, is essentially that there was a time in the early 20th century, there was a moment in history in which the future of the world looked either fascist, communist, or liberal, all equally possible paths for world global development. Um, there was a lot of enthusiasm for fascism, not just in Germany and Italy, but even in the United States, as there was a lot of enthusiasm for socialism in the United States in the 1930s, for instance. So his argument there, I think, is a really good one. It kind of paints a picture for students of how we managed to kind of uh, just make it out of a fascist future, because it was quite appealing to a lot of people. Of course, now we live in different times, and so maybe the threat is real again in some way or another. But I liked the way that he framed that. Plowshares into swords. Arnold J. Mayer I think he passed away, a Jewish historian. He wrote another book. It's not here. It's in my office at work, called The Furies, which compares revolutions. So it compares the French and the Russian revolutions, and I think the American Revolution. But this book, Plowshares into Swords, is the history of Zionism from the perspective of somebody who is himself Jewish. It's very critical of Israel. He got into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine, for this book, for being Jewish and for criticizing Israel and the Zionist movement. Um, so, anybody who is interested in uh, the history of Zionism, I would highly recommend Mayer's book here. He's not one of these like abolish the state of Israel type, you know, anti-Zionists. I think he's more pragmatic, and it's important to approach these questions pragmatically, because the truth is that Israel is here to stay, and it's not going anywhere, nor necessarily should it go anywhere. If you go to Israel, and I have friends that live in Israel, these are people that wake up in the morning and they go to cafes and they work regular jobs. And for the most part, they hate their government just as much as we hate our government. They're average, regular people, right? They're not all these like militant Zionists. So the idea of abolishing the state of Israel is just as fancy, as fantastical as abolishing the United States and giving land back to indigenous Americans. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. And so, I think that Mayer does a good job of being critical of Israel, the state, for its situation with Palestine, for its entire foundation, kind of undercutting the legitimacy of its entire foundation, which is fine, and we can all agree to that. But also being pragmatic about what is the future of Israel, or what should the future of Israel be. More of a kind of a two-state solution type thing.
You talk about merchant radical ecology.
Yeah, Caroline Merchant is another one of these pioneers of environmental history, and um, she was the first to really think about gender in environmental history. Because when you think about it, gender is really important in the sense that we refer to Earth as Mother Earth, right? And Mother Nature is a thing. Eve, for instance, is the one that ate the apple that banished humans from from Eden, from the Garden of Paradise. So there is a lot of gender embedded into human understandings of the environment and how we've engaged with it, even in the sense that during the Enlightenment, um, the European Enlightenment, where people began to think about the capacity for human reason and technology and invention and what we were capable of, a lot of it boiled down to rediscovering or recreating the Garden of Eden on Earth. And a lot of that implied taming wild nature or taming Mother Nature in some sense. So radical ecology is not that. If you're interested in that, Merchant published a book on gender and environmental history, but radical ecology is more about the kind of radical movements um, of the 1980s and 1990s, radical environmental movements.
Is that The Death of Nature, Women Ecology, and the Scientific Revolution?
Yeah, I think that one's in my office too. It's not here, my work office. So I got more books there, but not as many as I do here.
How do you decide what goes where?
Whatever I use to teach regularly is in my office at work. So, if I assign a chapter or something, then I leave it there.
Could you say a few words about what your teaching life is like now and maybe your institution?
My teaching life is teaching dominates pretty much everything I do at this point. I don't have a tenured position, so I don't have the opportunity for a sabbatical or anything like that. My colleagues and my friends are often puzzled by the fact that I can still produce written work while having a full teaching load. I usually do 2 classes per term, and I teach at a technical college that is divided into quarters, just like the University of Chicago is. So it's 2 classes per term, for 3 terms, and then I teach in the summer as well. And then I also teach as an adjunct professor at another college where I do just 1 class per semester normally. Um, so it's a lot of teaching. So in I usually teach things like European history. I've taught global studies, is another thing that I've taught, which is kind of introducing students to uh, the global politics and energy and economy and stuff like that. Um, I've taught classes on Russia and the Soviet Union at the university level. Um, Revolutions is another one that I've taught. So I kind of they're pretty flexible with what I can teach as long as it, you know, fulfills the requirement for the students, whatever they need.
You have to have 2 basically 8-week courses every quarter, and they're all different. So that's 8 total per year plus doing 1 a quarter adjunct. That would be like 12 total per year.
They're not always different. So sometimes in A and C term, for example, they'll have me teach global studies. Um, this summer and in D term, last last D term, I taught European history, modern Europe.
Mm.
So I there are a lot of repeating courses, but they're always somewhat slightly different. They have different students and different interests and stuff like that. So it's not all like kind of mechanical, just giving you the same thing all the time. Uh, so, but yeah, it's a pretty big teaching load.
What's the lipstick traces?
Lipstick Traces is a history of the Sex Pistols, essentially. It's a history of punk, really, and it's
Mm.
actually one of my favorite books about on the topic because he links the Sex Pistols and the early punk movement to the Situationists of France in the 1960s and 70s. Um, uh, uh, for anybody interested, I mean, Gavril Marcus does like a really, really deep dive into the lyrics of the Sex Pistols and teases out what their meanings are, what the deep meanings are of them. Uh, and I really liked it because prior to that, I was never really a big fan of the Sex Pistols. I always thought that they were kind of a manufactured band and everything like that. But then once you actually dig deep into them, you can see that there's a lot of thought and intelligence that went into creating that band. And one of the other interesting parts of it is that um, the band itself, insofar as it was created to be a criticism of popular rock culture, um, it could only exist so long as that criticism held up. But as soon as the band got subsumed into kind of mainstream rock culture, it collapsed because the entire punk movement in that sense had caved in on itself. And so Marcus does this awesome job of whether, this question about who created punk, it's irrelevant. But of placing the Sex Pistols in the kind of middle of this fundamental criticism of rock that reached its real apogee to the point where the Sex Pistols were on the major, talk show of Britain at the time where they dropped swears, right? They got famous because they were a bunch of kids that were on this talk show and they said the word shit. Um, and so they got canceled by their record company. They got, record deals, blew up in their face and all this stuff. And that was like the most punk thing that you could ever imagine. But as soon as that stopped becoming edgy, as soon as that stopped becoming dissident or what's the word I'm looking for? Transgressive, then punk couldn't exist anymore. So he makes a convincing argument that the Sex Pistols were and are the only punk band to exist, the only truly punk band to exist. So I like that if you're interested in it. Some more stuff about Russia in the Pacific, or the Journeys of James Cook. That's the David McKay one. Um, Eastern Destiny is about Russia's explorations of the Far East. Terrorist Triumph is about the invention of terrorism, modern terrorism, and he places its origin place in Ireland of all places, because it was the Irish who resorted to acts of um, violence against the British colonial officials. So it's a good one if you're interested in Irish history. But he goes beyond Ireland. He talks about terrorism today and how the meaning of terrorism has changed over time. And that it brings us to the selected works of Mao Zedong. Um, Mao is um, was a very interesting character, I guess. I mean, for me, I wouldn't call myself a Maoist by any means, but I do think that Mao had some important contributions to socialist thought. Um, uh, Although not really all that profound and very specific to China and China's situation, I do think that his work on um, his article on dialectics, for example, is very easy to read and approachable. Mao Zedong was, of course, the leader of China's Communist Party, who saw the Communist Party through civil war and then revolution, and then later on in life, he initiated the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was an attempt to try to purge the major academic and cultural institutions of China of what they called bourgeois specialists to try to implant socialist specialists. So, Mao is a complicated character. He's again one of those people that if you Google deadliest people in history, right, you might encounter Mao Zedong as one of them because the claim is that he's responsible for the death of millions of people. But again, I think that this is more so a product um of what's the word I'm looking for? Meritocracy within the Chinese Communist Party, and that's part of the reason why the Cultural Revolution happened. Um, in this case, and Ken Hammond has written about this. He's a great historian of China for anybody interested. He wrote a book called um, China's Socialist Future or something like that. I don't remember.
I can look
It,
it up.
again, it's another one that's in my office. But the argument essentially is that um, when the program for industrialization of China was underway after the revolution in the 1950s, the great is it the great
Great
reform
leap forward.
great leap forward. I'm thinking Russian reform. Sorry, the Great Leap Forward. When that happened, you had on the one hand you had members of the Red Army, the Chinese Red Army, in Korea fighting with the Koreans against the United States, and you also had uh, um, uh, regular Chinese people in the countryside uh, uh, doing things like smelting their own iron and stuff and all that. Um, so what that meant was that many sons, family members were abroad fighting, and many were back home. And so there's this kind of big disconnect between the two, or lack of communication between the two. Um, and what happens is, in the same sense as the Soviet Union, to a certain extent, you have um, a meritocracy where people want to outperform what's expected of them. And that is the case with like regional party representatives or regional party leaders. Um, so, in the case of the Great Leap Forward, when it came to things like grain requisitioning or grain requisitioning, you had people that were given quotas of how much to produce and how much to requisition from the peasantry. So let's say, you have to seize, I don't know, 40% of this regional peasantry's produce. Um, and you would have members of the bureaucracy essentially that would come and they would say, well, we're told to collect 41% of the produce. So that 1%, even though it's 1%, it seems very minor. Once that happens successively a number of times, that 1% becomes kind of whole tens of percent, which means that over time you had people that were taking more than what was actually asked of them in order, not so that they could engorge themselves, but so that they could report back and say, we actually collected more than what you asked for. So you have it. so the Red Army could be provided for. But what that meant was over time, those intentional over calculations or whatever, built up so much so that the peasantry found themselves without enough food, starving to a certain extent. This is something that Mao Zedong really didn't know about, and in fact, most people within the Communist Party had no idea that it was going on. And eventually, it comes to light because families are writing to their sons or their fathers in the Red Army, and they're saying something's wrong here. We don't have enough food, and they keep taking food from us that we can't feed ourselves. Once the Red Army gets wind of this, they then communicate it to the party in Beijing, and the party in Beijing looks into it, and they say, "Oh, this is like what they refer to as like bourgeois wreckers," right? These are people who are intentionally fudging their numbers. And so, because of that, the Great Leap Forward is historically remembered as a disaster, but the response to that was um, the Cultural Revolution, the attempt on the part of the party to get rid of these people who were opportunists, who were trying to fudge numbers and trying to look better than they actually were. So the things are connected, even though they're separated by 15 or so years. Um, so China has a kind of, I guess, a controversial um, uh, legacy, but one that I think Ken Hammond writes very clearly about and provides some explanation as to, why certain things happened the way that they did.
I looked up the book. I think it's China's Revolution and the Quest for a Socialist Future, 2023.
Yeah, that's the one.
I think one of the interesting elements of these sort of um, things like the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution is the issue of information. And y- the one of the arguments about free markets is they provide information you couldn't get any other way, and that's needed for price discovery and supply and demand and other things. And some of that, to me, seems to be related to technological, just or just the level of technology and information technology available. And we look at China today, for example, and they have more surveillance, more information than the US does on its own citizens. And um, we live in a very different world where we almost have too much information. And um, it makes you think about, to what extent were these kinds of issues um, dependent on technological factors and sort of
Mm.
auditability and prevention of fraud, and even gets into human nature to the extent of some people will argue, well, humans are sort of inherently going to compete, whether it's in a party or um, as businesses or employees. And so there's going to be this sort of crime or fudging of numbers or these sorts of issues. And so you need to design systems that counteract that element of human nature.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that if the Great Leap Forward, for example, occurred in our own time with the amount of technology and information that we have, then it would have looked a lot different. And in fact, this is one of the like pro planned economy arguments now that like in the period of planned economies under the Soviet Union or under China, it was a lot harder because you didn't have modern computation, right? You couldn't if there were external factors like a disaster or something, then you couldn't really adjust your numbers to that. But now, with modern computing and all that we have, I mean, it's really easy to plan ahead, plan economies ahead. And so yeah, I think you're right there. And Mao Zedong is one of these people that will probably never be forgiven by history in the sense that, liberals will always look at Mao as a kind of example of failed socialism. But you also have to ask yourself, if that's the case, why is it that people in China still revere him, right? Why is he still such a big figure in their history? And I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that despite the failures of the Great Leap Forward, um, the Chinese Communist Party was as responsive as it could be to that which it knew, whether that was ending the Great Leap Forward when it proved to be, faulty because of its reporting system, or conducting the Cultural Revolution to try to eliminate those people who were responsible for the failure of the Great Leap Forward.
Do you assign or do you use this for your teaching at all?
No, I do have a class on revolutions, and we go over China, but I just have them read a section of Ken Hammond's book rather than reading Mao, because Mao's collected works are not as um, not always as clear as like Marx or Lenin would be. Uh, it's much more particular to China's situation. Oh, so yeah, here's the Furies. That's the other Arno J. Meyer book that I mentioned. This is the one that compares revolutions, compares the same author as Plowshares and Swords. So everything's here is M, last name M, but not organized according to last name. Um, so the Furies is a decent book that compares the violence of revolution. Because violence is one of those key themes of revolution. Is violence necessary? Under what conditions does violence become necessary to have a successful revolution? So the Furies is about that.
The swords into plowshares or plowshares into swords is from the Bible. Isaiah 2:4. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Hmm.
And it was making me think about sort of the guns and butters argument, or sort of trade-off between military spending and domestic spending on civilian goods and consumption. Um,
Hmm.
so this is kind of inverting that, this title. It's
Yeah.
saying, does the metal go into plows to make food, or does it go into military spending?
Here's the Marx stuff. I teach a class on reading Capital. I teach it online, so anybody can join if they want to. We just go through volume one, which is not on the shelf because it is. Where is it? Well, maybe it's on the shelf now. I think I just put it there because I'm teaching currently right now. Um, I'm teaching it right now.
So are your online courses structured the same way as, are they like 8-week? Is it basically just a college course, but you're recording it on your video?
It depends. And so it happens on Zoom. Sometimes it's lecture based. So, for example, tonight I'm teaching a class on the modern Europe class, and so I have people from kind of all around the world that tune in for it. Um, and I have assigned readings that I have for each week, although we don't always get to discussing the readings. So the readings are kind of supplemental, as opposed to this. And that class is um 7 weeks, as opposed to this class on capital, which is 8 weeks, in which it is all discussion and me reading passages and then explaining what those passages mean, and all of that. So, yeah. So it's really different. I'm doing another class on Soviet cinema, which is gonna be a completely different kind of platform. So the students will have to watch the movies on their own, and then when we meet as a class, we'll go through the movies together, looking at different techniques and talking about the history and what the meaning, the plot of the plot is and stuff like that. So yeah, it really depends on what the content of it is. I try to make it as engaging as I can, understanding that, you know, you're not getting credit. You're not getting university credit for taking the online classes with me. Instead, you're doing it just for your own knowledge and fulfillment. So it's a little bit different.
So, how many of those are you usually teaching per quarter?
Ideally, one, but sometimes they intersect, and so sometimes two at a time. Uh, uh, right now, the Modern Europe class is on its second to last week, and the class on Capital Volume 1 this week is the second week, and so it just started last week. So there's some overlap, but I try to do just one at a time. But the truth is that, you know, because my position is not tenured, I don't really make as much money as people think professors make. And so this is kind of a way of supplementing my income by doing something that I'm actually passionate about instead of getting a part-time job somewhere where I'm washing dishes or something that I'm overqualified for. This is a kind of fun way to do it.
Do you record you present live, is like an hour lecture and then some Q&A after?
Yeah, it's all live, and so questions Q&A is whenever. I mean, students can ask questions during the lecture, and I record them, and so after each lecture, I post the recording into a Google document where, if the student missed a class, for example, they can go and watch the recording whenever they want to keep up. And then at the end of the class, I leave the recordings in the folder for an additional, like, 3 or so weeks so that, people can go back to them if they want a certain topic, and then I erase them in this sort of start over.
Hmm, well,
It's a lot of fun. We get people from all over that join. Um, I've had people from Spain, Portugal, Australia, um, all over the United States, England or the UK. I'm not sure England, but definitely the UK. Um, uh, we had a Croatian on one. That put a lot of pressure on me because Croatia isn't really, central to my, uh, narrative of European history, so I had to mention it a few times, um, but yeah, we get people from everywhere.
that was a big thing for me teaching on Udemy is that only about, and it's similar on YouTube, only about 30% of traffic on a lot of websites is the United States, so the majority of my students were outside the US, and it made me, think a lot more about how the stuff I was teaching, was relevant to students outside the US.
Yeah, it can be tough, for sure.
What's this one about, to run the world?
That's about the Soviet Union during the Cold War. So the sort of the Soviet Union's approach or perspective on the Cold War. Uh, it's an interesting argument in the sense that, I think that he gives a little bit too much credit to this idea that the Soviets were intentionally competing with the United States because the dominant narrative was that the Cold War was more of an American construct than anything else. That the Soviets understood their limitations. They knew what they were good at, what they were capable of, but they also understood what they were not capable of. Um, so, um, so this book attempts to kind of make that counter argument that the Cold War was sort of intentionally fought from Moscow.
Hmm. What's this one about? Black Mask?
This is about a uh, I don't know what to call them. I guess an extreme radical group of anarchists called Black Mask, or they called themselves Up Against the Wall, motherfucker. They were like a 1980s anarchist group, mostly in New York. So this is just some of their pamphlets and their writings. Um, let's see. Yeah, these are the books, Wealth of Nations, and then Keynes are the books that I use for my class on political economy. And a lot of students are surprised to learn that Adam Smith was actually one of the first to promote the labor theory of value. That value comes from labor. Most people attribute that to Marx because Marx spends a lot more time on it. But it was actually Adam Smith who said that the value of products comes from labor, that we can quantify the value of goods based on the labor that's put into them, the input of labor. Mm. The Great Transformation, Karl Polanyi. It's one of my favorite books. Uh, uh, in fact, if you were to ask me, not from like not from the perspective of favorite book that I like to own, but my favorite like argument, most informative argument, I think, is Karl Polanyi. Polanyi was a political economist. Um, he um, wrote about, I mean, he uses the example of, of England in this. The real criticism that he has is a criticism of liberalism, of liberal political economy. But he also talks a lot about nature. And so one of the one of the keys to his argument is he has this concept that there are these three elements that have really no intrinsic value, but their value is rather made up. That is land, labor, and capital, right? They have no like real intrinsic value or no use value to us, but they're what he called fictitious commodities. So they're fake, and we only believe that they're commodities because we're told that land, labor, and capital are actual commodities. And he says that the creation of these fictitious commodities came mostly as a result of the closure of the common lands in England in the 18th century and in the early 19th century, and the privatization of land, which meant that now land became a commodity, one that you could buy and sell because there's no more common pasture land. And so for him, this is what he refers to as a great transformation, a transformation of rendering these things, land, labor, and capital, as commodities. So land would be rent, for example. Labor would be wages, and capital would be money.
Um, Interesting fact. Carl is the older brother of Michael Polanyi, who's the famous philosopher of science.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I knew that. I knew that Carl Polanyi has a daughter, I think a daughter, who is like weirdly named after him. It's like Carly Polanyi or something like that. Who is also a political economist in her own right.
Well,
But this book, The Great Transformation, highly recommend for people to read. Even David Harvey, refers to Polanyi in his the previous book that we looked at on uh, history of neoliberalism. He uses Polanyi to understand what liberalism is all about.
So his daughter, Carl's daughter, is Carrie Polanyi Levitt, born
That's what it is.
1923.
Carrie Polanyi. Yeah,
Okay. Best known book is Silent Surrender: The Multinational Corporation in Canada, 1970.
that makes sense. Yeah, so I knew that she was some kind of economist or something. I guess taking after her dad, but
Her mother was Ilona Dustnaska, Hungarian-Polish revolutionary engineer, writer, and anti-fascist activist. She grew up in an unusually intense intellectual and political household. Carl supplied the economic historical side. Ilona had direct experience in socialist and anti-fascist movements. That's from the AI. Do
yeah.
you use AI much do you find it useful, or do you have thoughts on, replacing labor or any of that?
No, I don't personally, I don't use it much. But it's one of those things that like I don't believe that it's possible for professors to 100% restrict their students from using it because whatever students do outside of your classroom, they're going to do and they're going to continue to do. And so, I tell them that you're more than welcome to use AI to help you write an outline of your paper, right? If you have a hard time understanding how to introduce and then logically make your argument, feel free to generate an outline and then add to that outline. But when it comes to actual writing, I do discourage AI, and it's one of those things that I tell them as well that I'm a trained social scientist, and so as we've been talking about, I read and have read a lot. I know what human writing looks like as opposed to robot writing, and I even have them do an activity where I take the prompt for their final essay, I run it through ChatGPT, and then as a class, we go over and we criticize what's wrong with this essay. We look at what's good about it. Where is it correct? Where is it like doing a good job? And usually that is in structure. It set the structure of the essay out pretty well. But where it falls is normally argumentation, evidence, and then flow as well. So
Mm.
in other aspects. So it's one of those things. Like I said, I can't tell students that they can't um, use AI 100%. I think that would be impossible.
Mhm.
But I can try to give them a space in which they can use it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think they trust that a little bit more.
What is this thing?
That is a magnifying glass, a brass magnifying glass. I have a I like I like jewelry and stuff, and so I have magnifying glasses to look at stamps on jewelry and everything.
Oh, cool. Do you have any Soviet jewelry?
Soviet jewelry? No, I have some pins, some buttons and pins, but I don't. I mean, this necklace that I wear, I bought in Russia, um, but no. When the war broke out with Ukraine, I had a Russian bank account in Russia, and at the time when it broke out, everybody was running to ATMs and withdrawing money in U.S. dollars because you could do that at the time. Um, and I knew that it was kinda too late for me. Any ATM that I went to in St. Petersburg would probably be rinsed of any US dollars, and I had money in my Russian bank account, and I was sitting there with friends, and I was like, if I'm going back to the US, like, the chances of me coming back to Russia anytime soon are very slim to none." And so I was like, "I need to somehow get the money out of my account." Um, and one of my friends was like, "You should just buy gold." And he's like, "It translates over, right? When you get to the US, it's still gold." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's a good idea." And so we went to a jeweler and I bought like 2 gold rings and this necklace. This was, like, before the price of gold has, like, skyrocketed.
Doubled, yeah.
Yeah, and so I bought all this gold, and then I pretty much cleared my bank account and then went home with it, and I wore it so that there were no questions about, like, did I purposely buy it there to bring it back to the US? I wore it so that I could be like, there were, like, men's gold bands and stuff. I wore it so that they just thought that it was mine,
Nice.
regularly. I've since sold the rings, but I keep the necklace as a kind of memento.
That's cool. Is this a good intro for the CPUSA?
No, this is like an older I mean, this is a good intro to the history of the Communist Party of the United States, but, so this is from Depression to World War II. Um, it's pretty good. I mean, all histories of the Communist Party of the United States are, for the most part, written by communists because the Communist Party has never been that big since the Depression in World War II. And nor has it been particularly favored by, academia. So most of the scholars of the communists of the United States are actual communists, and so their work tends to be pretty thorough.
Could you talk about this one, The Defeat of Solidarity?
Um, yeah, so solidarity refers to the Polish anti-communist movement of the 1980s. That's what they were called, solidarity. And so what David Ost is saying is that that anti-communist movement was very conservative. In fact, my dad's wife is from Poland, and her dad was a member of Solidarity and got a medal from George Bush Senior for his work in Solidarity. Very conservative in conjunction with the Catholic Church, but it was a sort of union between the church and the worker class of Poland, and so it was very hopeful in that sense. And what ended up happening is after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the collapse of the Communist Party in Poland, all of these neoliberal reforms were introduced that essentially stripped these countries of the factories that employed hundreds of thousands of people. It stripped them of all social welfare that they were granted under the communist regimes, and it led a lot of people, even in Poland, to be extremely disillusioned with what they thought would be good liberal reforms. Because there's often a confusion between like economic liberalism and political civil rights. There's two different things. Um, and what ends up happening is by 1994, the leftist party of Poland wins the popular elections. They're not a communist party because the Communist Party is outlawed after the collapse, but they're this kind of left wing party. And so David Ost's book is about this process and how that happened, how it went from destroying a left leaning communist regime to then back to voting for it in 1994.
What's this one about? The morbid age?
That's about the interwar period. How after World War One, uh, after having witnessed the horrors of war, the vast majority of males being maimed or coming back to civilian life with PTSD and other kind of mental ailments, how uh, that experience on top of the Great Depression made the interwar period, the 1920s and 30s, this very morbid age in which people were writing about, thinking about death and decay a lot. So, in terms of the economy, they viewed capitalism as a sick and dying system because of the Great Depression, the stock market crash. And in terms of culture in civil society, people were also concerned with death and dying. And so, a good example that I like to use is, think about films like Nosferatu, which came out in 1921 in Germany. It's all about death. It's anti-Semitic, but it's also all about death. Um, uh, Theories about why capitalism was decaying. The Dadaist movement, which was also kind of supposed to signal the death of art, also emerged in the interwar period, as well as a whole bunch of other good indicators of this kind of cultural, social fixation with morbidity, with death.
Hmm.
So I actually used this book in my modern Europe class to talk about the interwar period. The Great Divergence. Um, Ken Pomerantz is the author. Uh, I like books that ask big questions, questions that are almost too big to be answered. So the question for Ken Pomerantz, he's a historian of China. His question was, why England? Why not China? In terms of the Industrial Revolution, why was it England that industrialized and not China? When you look at the pure numbers, you see China had a higher population. It had a higher need for compressed energy usage. Um, and so Ken's question was, why England? Why not China? And so the Great Divergence seeks to explain why England. So in that sense, it's a history of England and industrialization, but it's also a history of China. Part of the explanation he comes up with is it has to do with European colonization. Europeans were able to get essentially what he calls ghost acres. Um, Ghost acres are literally that, acres in which you can supplement your agricultural produce. You can outsource it somewhere else to feed a growing population. China had no need for these ghost acres whatsoever. The other explanation that he gives is China's population to agricultural supply remained relatively stable thanks to its natural geography, the way that the major rivers, the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, they flood and they kind of replenish land. And so, unlike in Europe, where population pressures began, especially in Great Britain, population pressures began to threaten agricultural supply. China didn't reach that same what we call Malthusian trap whatsoever. It didn't feel like it was reaching that, and so it had no need to search elsewhere for uh, um, uh, agricultural produce or supplemental energy. It's a good book. It's a kind of um, broad questions. I like books that ask big questions. But not because they're right. Ken's book could be right, it could be wrong, but because the big questions, they force us to think more. They force us to engage more with the work. Well, what's weak about Ken's book and what's strong about it? What can I take from it? Etc. And so I like the big question books. Some turtles there. My daughter got those for me. I like turtles. That's my favorite animal. Tortoises, turtles, whatever. They're the best. When you look at animals, when you stare at animal in the face, I like to ask people not what is your favorite animal, but what animal resonates with you the most. So, like for example, your favorite animal could be you could say my favorite animal is a lion. But when you look at a lion, do you resonate with that lion at all? When you look at it, are you like, I understand you, I get it. I don't get that with gorilla. Gorilla might be what I say is my favorite uh, animal in theory, but turtles are the animals that I could look at and be like, you're historic, right? You're old animals. You've seen a lot. You've been through a lot. And so I love tortoises for that reason. Some tortoises have lived 200 years. Remember, a couple years back, there was a story of this Galapagos tortoise, Lonesome George, who they tried to get to reproduce because he was the last of his kind. He was the last Galapagos tortoise. But Lonesome George, no matter what female tortoise they were throwing at him, he just wasn't having it. He's like, no. He was over 200 years old, and he was like, I'm going out. I'm going out by and taking my species with me. It's sad, but it's also like I think I think people in our generation can be like, "I get that. I understand where you're coming from there." So I got turtles everywhere. Turtles and tortoises.
Okay, so we're back now for session 4, and we're picking back up on the bottom shelf here. Do you want to say anything about this one here, the red flag?
That is a history of communism. It's one of the few books that tries to study the history of communism as a movement, as a idea, beginning with actually before Marx, even beginning with sort of the utopian socialists, but looking at it from a global perspective, so covering not just Europe, but um, uh, the the existence of communism as an idea in other parts, particularly Central and South America. It's a pretty good book. It's written by somebody who is obviously not a communist, and so it's quite critical. And I think that when you attempt to write a book that big, there's bound to be a lot of holes and gaps in one's argument, just because you really can't access that range of primary sources because you'd have to be able to read and understand, tens of different languages. But it's still a pretty good overview, I would say.
What did you see as the value of reading something by somebody who's critical of communism?
Well, like we've seen multiple times in this library, I think it's good to read things that you're not going to agree with. It helps hone in your critical analysis skills. It helps to sharpen your own arguments because sometimes when an author makes an argument that you disagree with, you can more clearly articulate why you disagree with it, and then therefore it becomes kind of the basis of your own argument or your own approach to a certain thing. So, and on top of that, you see Richard Pipes run Russia under the old regime. Richard Pipes was, a U.S. State Department official who, during the Cold War, wrote all these books about Russia and the Soviet Union from an extremely critical position. So he's somebody that I have almost no agreements with, but he's still kind of a foundational author, and I think that it's important to read people like that so you have an understanding of what they're arguing, how they're arguing, and you can um, hone in on what you disagree about.
Are there any interesting authors or figures who are sort of converts either to communism or socialism or Marxism or in either direction that you find interesting?
Um, Converts. No, I would say the one interesting case that we went over was Murray Bookchin. who was an anarchist in his early life and later on became a socialist. I think there's this kind of process of pragmatism that develops, particularly among anarchists. That usually, when you get into leftist politics, you're angry about things and how they exist, and the state of the economy, the fact that you may have less than others, the fact that you don't feel like the state has your back in any way, and so you're angry. You get into anarchism because you want to categorically reject the state. But, the more you read, the more you experience, and the more kind of, embedded, I suppose, in the system that you become, the more I think your politics grow pragmatically. At least that's the hope anyway, and by pragmatically, I mean, you start to see what's actually possible in your lifetime and what's actually impossible probably in your lifetime. And then that helps to sharpen your sense of what you can do to kind of facilitate that, or what role you can play.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on China and their sort of very long-term thinking and to what extent that's Chinese culture or that's uh, related to their um, like people often see America, for example, as being shorter term thinking than China, and and they seem to think in like 100 years, 500 years.
Mhm. Well, China is an older civilization. It has a deeper history than the United States does, even deeper than parts of Europe. I wouldn't say that despite that, I wouldn't say that their thinking is cultural. I would say that they have a sense of trying to, in a way, um, uh, anticipate the future by way of building socialism. I mean, they are still a socialist state. It is they have not achieved full socialism, but they're in the process of building it. I think that, like most early socialist states, there's this kind of rapid push to try to get to build socialism as fast as possible. But like most socialist states, there's often brick walls that you face where you have to confront the fact that building socialism is not something that can happen in a week or a month or even a year. It's a process that takes quite a long time. So China right now, as of the 1970s, is in the midst of this kind of market reforms where they allowed foreign investment in markets in the country in order to build up its capital. It's very much like Lenin's new economic policy. In order to build up capital, because in order to build socialism, the infrastructure that goes into it, the state programs and welfare that goes into it, you need capital, you need finance, and going from a country that is primarily peasant agricultural, um, to trying to achieve those things is sort of impossible unless you have the capital, the finance to do it.
Could you talk about this Pipe Dreams book?
Yeah, so Pipe Dreams is about, irrigation in the Russian Empire and a little bit in the early Soviet Union. Um, I think her first name was Maya Peterson. She actually died before her book came out. Believe it was her husband who finished the manuscript and then sent it to the publisher. Um, it's a it's a wonderful book. It's really well researched. It relies on archival sources. She benefited from access to the archives like I did before it all closed down again to Westerners. So in particular, she focuses on things like the RLC, which the Soviet Union um, drained almost completely through faulty irrigation projects. But she kind of traces this history back further, all the way back to the empire. These kind of schemes of supplying water to cities. Um, so anybody who's interested in that, um, kind of urban history, I guess, or history of technology, big mega technology, would read Maya Peterson.
Mm. What about this one on the Yellow River?
That's just a kind of cultural history about the importance, the centrality of the Yellow River to Chinese civilization. That is how China throughout its history, going back to the Qing and the Ming dynasties, but then also now the Communist Party, uh, has relied on the regularity of the Yellow River. And by that I mean it's flooding and then it's draining that replenishes the nutrients of the surrounding soil. So, it's a history about a civilization that has come to rely on quite fundamentally, to rely on its rivers, the Yellow River being the largest one.
So this is another Peterson one, Troubled Lands.
It's a different Peterson.
Peterson, okay.
Um, yeah, it's just about, uh, environmental catastrophes in the late Soviet Union and in the 1990s.
What about this one, Red Star Over the Third World?
So that's a book by Vijay Prashad, which some of your listeners might be familiar with. He's a contemporary activist, and socialist organizer. So Red Star Over the Third World is simply about how the Bolshevik Revolution inspired revolutions in the Third World throughout the 20th century, in particular places like, well, former colonies that were inspired by what had happened, but even places like India who were looking on, at the Bolshevik Revolution and its aftermath, and were inspired by the fact that the underclass, those that were oppressed, could orchestrate a political, social, and economic revolution over its, uh, oppressors. So Prashad's book is short. It's sweet. I think it makes a good, compelling argument. Uh, not one that is like particularly innovative or oppressive, but one that needs to be stated. Sometimes there's books that the argument is kind of in front of us all the time. It just takes the historian to state the argument clearly, and this is one of those books where we sort of understood that the Bolshevik Revolution was inspiring for the quote unquote third world, um, for those that were oppressed, but it needed to be stated clearly.
And this was published in um, 2017.
Yeah, it's relatively recent.
What about this one? Um, China Marches West.
Peter Perdue is a historian of China, and this is about, um, uh, I often confuse the Ming and the Qing dynasties, but I think it's about the Ming dynasty, and its expansion. Its expansion, both in terms of territory that it owned, but also in its agricultural supply and, bureaucracy as it expanded. So all of this stuff.
I was just looking up Vijay Prashad, and it says he serves as executive director of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research.
Mhm.
Um, do you know anything about that, or?
I don't really know much about it. I know that it's, one of these, socialist affiliated organizations. It may be associated with PSL. I'm not completely sure. It doesn't really matter. I think, he would probably just classify himself as a socialist regardless of what party or dogmatic line he wants to stick to. So yeah, the policy for social research, the Institute for Social Research, I'm not sure much about them. I just know that him and there's a couple other people that are members of it.
Okay. Is this good? Fascism, a very short introduction.
Yeah, I think it's as good as it can be. The problem with fascism, and Robert Paxton wrote a great book on fascism as well that we'll probably get to soon because we're at ease as long as it's in here. Um, there's not a lot of really great theoretical explications of what fascism is, and part of the reason is that fascism was never really clearly theorized. Mussolini wrote, or Ghost wrote a actually it was his oh well, I forget the role that the guy played, but one of his aides or something wrote this very short theoretical explanation of what fascism is and the components of fascism, but it really is very vague and kind of abstract, and so there's not a lot of historical written work on what fascism is. Trotsky wrote what fascism is from his own perspective, from a communist perspective. So you have to kind of stitch together what historians and people of the past have considered fascism to get a holistic understanding of it. And it's one of those words that is in political discourse a lot now, being applied to the current, U.S. administration and stuff like that. And I would say that the current U.S. administration has fascistic tendencies, but I don't know if I would brand them 100% as fascist quite yet. There's Robert Paxton lays out these 5 stages of fascism in which, if you wanted to, you could fit the current administration into all of those 5 stages, um, it's a little bit different, I suppose. Um, so yeah, I thought that this very short introduction was a kind of a clean, crisp explanation of what fascism is, what it looks like in power, and then how it often entrophies.
Hmm. I looked up the Mussolini thing. It's called The Doctrine of Fascism, 1932, attributed to Mussolini, but historians broadly agree that
Giovanni
philosopher.
Gentile?
Sorry?
Is it Giovanni Gentile?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that, but I didn't wanna be wrong, so I didn't say his name, but I'm glad I was right.
He developed the philosophical system of actual idealism, which argued that the state was the highest expression of the ethical life of the people.
Mhm.
He believed the individual realized true freedom through participation in the state, a view that became the philosophical foundation of Italian fascism. That's from the AI there.
Yeah, there's a famous speech that I have students watch of Mussolini, and one of the passages from that is he says, "Forget about brotherhood, forget about sisterhood. These personal relations, they don't matter to us. We are all about the state and our relationship to the state as a collective." So even, dismissing personal relations and prioritizing one's commitment to the state as a collective. And that's what's interesting is that fascism is as collective as socialism is. The difference is that fascism relies more on ethnic identity than anything else. In this kind of machismo idea that the relations between states are relations of strength rather than anything else. And so, like I said, in the current administration, if you look at some of Pete Hegseth's speeches and what he's doing, I mean, I just watched something where he announced that they're going to be testosterone testing in the U.S. military. It's very fascistic, um, but uh, but of course there are some exceptions, some caveats.
Do you have any thoughts about the linking of decrease of testosterone or other things to environmental degradation?
Repeat that one more time.
Um, Decreases in testosterone or other sort of hormones. I think there's some fertility things that are sometimes claimed to be have been declining for several decades, and they're not really sure why it's happening. And I think one explanation is environmental degradation or pollution causing disruption of hormones and other things.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, and there is a researcher that tried to explain why, for example, the 1960s and 70s saw an uptick in serial killers, and a lot of her explanation for that was the amount of industrial pollution in some of these major cities. There's no doubt that environmental conditions are a factor in human mental health and physical health, but um, uh, how much of that is related to fertility in testosterone? I'm not sure. It's an interesting point.
I've seen stuff about like the switch from leaded to unleaded gasoline. That lead has been associated um, with just mental, like cognitive decreases in cognitive ability um, and increased violence, less ability to um, the sort of prefrontal control or holding back of impulses or more impulsivity, which can lead to more violence. So I've definitely read about that, and just living close to where there's a lot of cars and highways and stuff like that. Um, and even the rubber that comes off the tires. So
Mhm.
like cancer being, that's like an interesting area of geography, is like you can plot um, incidents and maybe even epidemiology, plotting where certain things are happening and then connecting that to environmental degradation in that area.
There's been a lot of work on environmental racism and how
Mhm.
uh, non-white communities are usually centered in areas of cities that are the most heavily polluted.
Mhm.
But I would expand that and say it's more of a class thing that, like, yes, racial communities have been concentrated disproportionately in these poor neighborhoods that are subject to more pollution, but it's also just they're there because it's the low income neighborhood. Um, so if you think of a city like Chicago, for instance, South Side Chicago is 100% Black and Hispanic. In fact, I lived in the South Side Chicago, and um, my peers were always kind of like concerned with me because I lived amongst non-white neighbors and stuff like that. One time, we thought my daughter was choking, so we called an ambulance to bring us to the hospital, and the ambulance came from University of Chicago Hospital. And when we got inside the ambulance, the EMT was like, "You guys really live here?" And we were like, "Yeah, we live here." And he's like, "Are you like it here? Are you safe?" And we were like, "Yeah, can you just get us to the hospital, please, instead of asking us these stupid questions?" But it was kind of a broader, well-known fact that Southside Chicago is poor, and thus where lower income and Black and Hispanic people live in the region. And uh, Southside Chicago is the largest recipient of pollution from Gary, Indiana, just on the other side of Lake Michigan. Um, so Chicago, I guess, is the best example of this environmental racism or environmental classism.
Hmm. There's some interesting stuff about Southside in Michelle Obama's story. She grew up there, and um, her father worked in the Chicago Water Department, and she was later part of the hospital. She worked in the hospital system.
Mhm.
Um, so that's in one of her autobiography. Um,
I was living there when the Obama Library was announced.
Hmm.
This is 2000, 2015 to 2018. They had announced that the Obama Library was going in to Southside Chicago, and there were a lot of people who were unhappy with it because the library is, one, a monument to Obama and his presidency, but two, it's affiliated with the University of Chicago, and there was this sense that this was just another way for the university to kind of eat up more of South Side Chicago at the expense of the people who had been living there for decades. Now that it's built, I haven't been, I haven't seen it, but, I hope that it serves the community rather than take something away from them.
Mhm. Do you have anything on vanguardism and sort of, I was thinking with the Republic and the Guardians, there's some arguments that there needs to be a vanguard and sort of intellectual elite that, um, do you have any books on that? I don't think we've come across anything like that so far.
Not really explicitly, but, the idea of vanguardism is talked about in Lenin's collected volumes. It's talked about, um, a bit by Trotsky. So I don't have anything, like, explicitly about vanguardism. I don't think that it's as big a deal as some people in the US make it out to be, um, but I do know that people are interested in it.
How did you get this Cambridge University Press lanyard?
These are lanyards from the, ACES conference, the Association for Slavic, East European, and Eurasian Studies. It's the biggest conference, yearly for my field. It brings together thousands of scholars of, Soviet, post-Soviet, and post-socialist, history, literature, anthropology, sociology, economics, blah, blah, blah. I usually go every year, but it's a lot to handle because they usually hold it, downtown in some major city in one of the major hotels. There's at any given time, there's about, 70 panels going on at once, and so you have to kinda choose, and it's a 3 or 4-day event, and so, um, it could be very overwhelming. There's a lot to do, but if I have a new book project or a new article that I'm working on, or if I have friends from around the world really who are coming, then sometimes I'll go just to participate, and so those are the lanyards um, uh, from different times that I've went, but not all of them, just the past few. I've
Is
got
there
no
signi
idea.
is there significance to the duck?
No, the duck was, my grandfather's. So, a lot of the stuff in my office, such as the fishing trophy that's in another shelf, the one at the end, was my grandfather's, and so, my grandmother gave me his desk, and then when she did that, she was like, "You can have all this stuff too," and I was like, "Alright, fine." Um, so they're kinda just filling space.
Could you say something about this one, Merchants and Entrepreneurs in Imperial Russia?
Alfred Reber was a social historian of the Russian Empire who was really interested in the kind of, merchantry of Russia, and their role in the process of industrializing Russia, by way of trying to explain why was Russia so economically behind Western Europe. Um, and so a lot of it comes down to their relationship to the state or their lack thereof relationship to the state. The state had autocracy had a very, troubled relationship with entrepreneurs who wanted, essentially a free market, but
Could you
under
just define autocracy for people that are unfamiliar?
yeah, autocracy is the rule of one. So it comes from the Greek auto, one, and then autocracy is rule of one. It's different than absolutism in the sense that absolutism was based, at least in theory, on the idea that the king has divine right to rule. whereas an absolutist had no need for divine legitimacy or anything like that. They are legitimate just by right of their inheritance. And so the Russian Empire was an autocratic state. It also meant that the autocrat's power was arbitrary, that he or she could rule or decide however they wanted to. They were not beholden to any kind of law. They didn't have to abide the laws as the same way that regular average people would have had to. Um, so that meant that in the development of in the process of industrialization, it meant that merchants and entrepreneurs did not have a free market. They had a market that was heavily dictated by the autocracy, and limited by the autocracy and its relationship to both external trade partners and then its relationship to its own merchants. So Reber's book is about this kind of contested relationship between merchants and entrepreneurs in the state and imperial Russia.
Is this one good, The Unending Frontier?
No, not really. I mean, maybe because I'm not an early modern historian. I think that it's extremely difficult to make convincing environmental historical arguments about early modern Europe that don't kind of repeat things that have already been said. Things about like the little ice age and stuff like that.
Mm.
Or the spread of diseases facilitated by environmental conditions. Um, so I wouldn't say that it's good. It provides some kind of environmental understanding of early modern world, um, but you know, not as good as one would hope, I suppose. I think that the work for the early modern world in environmental history is yet to be written. If it can be, I'm not even sure.
Hmm. What about this Soviet baby boomers?
Soviet baby boomers is about the post-war generation of Soviets who come of age in the 1960s. They are the first to really be interested in things like subcultures and to some extent countercultures. You get like um, hipsters and stuff like that in the baby boomer generation. Some basic interest in music that pushed the boundary of what was conventional music in the Soviet Union. So this is kind of about the post-war generation.
What about this one, Nature and Power?
I haven't read this one in a while. I read it in my master's program. Nature and Power is about what the title suggests. It's about the relationship between state power, how states maintain power, and how they project power, I suppose, and how that relies on their ability to command nature.
Hmm. Are there any interesting examples of that? Maybe counterintuitive or something you wouldn't think of?
Well, I think you can really think of anything, even like the Hoover Dam, right? The Hoover Dam is often used as an image of America taming the West, taming the wild rivers of America's West. So it's the United States' ability to tame those rivers, I think, is could be read as a projection of the power of the U.S.
Hmm.
And that's why images of the Hoover Dam are often used in that way. This is more primary source readers, the readings in Russian civilization in 3 volumes from early Russian civilization, Rus, all the way through to the late empire.
These two stood out for me, Origins of the Russian Intelligentsia and Russian Intellectual History, an anthology.
Hmm.
Are you doing
Dark
them?
Russian. Mark Raef was a historian of the Russian intelligentsia, but also of their relationship to the imperial state. What he was really interested in is in 1825, there's a failed uprising in the Russian military known as the Decembrist uprising. And a lot of them came from the intelligentsia who had limited contacts with the West and Western intellects and intellectuals. And so Mark Raef was really interested in trying to understand how did these intellectuals take ideas from the West and try to apply them to understanding Russia, or apply them to Russia more broadly. And uh, that also included their ideas about statecraft, how to craft a, a, effective, purposeful state within and under the umbrella of autocracy. Was it possible? So Mark Raef was kind of an OG of imperial history, one of these um, big leaders.
This one on Leningrad, is it sort of the story of how it was built?
Um, well, Leningrad is St. Petersburg. So St. Petersburg was built in the 17th century or the 18th century. But Leningrad is about how the Soviet Union um, uh, sought to, sought to build the city of Leningrad on the old imperial capital. Um, the changes that they enacted, you have to think about it in contemporary terms of implementing modern sewage systems, modern housing, uh, um, all that stuff, amenities within houses, um, and even municipal utilities and stuff like that. So it's kind of a bit of a technical history about the city, building of the modern city.
And there's sort of an interesting analogy there with Saint Peter being sort of uh, that that apostle that sort of um, at least from the Catholic Church perspective, sort of um, builds off of Jesus's teachings, and so to rename that Leningrad or after Lenin sort of gives you a um, there's a s- there's an interesting symbolism there.
Mhm. Even St. Petersburg was built by Peter the Great, the Tsar of Russia. And so St. Petersburg, and the title of it came from both Peter himself, uh, as well as the imagery of St. Peter that you're alluding to. It was meant to be Russia's window to the West. It was one that opened up Russian maritime trading to Western Europe and the North Baltic, and it was modeled after um, Western cities like Amsterdam and Venice.
Could you say a few words about Peter the Great, because he is a really interesting character?
Peter the Great, or Peter the First, was the Russian Tsar, most often attributed to this process of Westernization of of Russia. Although historians have recently pointed out that his father Alexei actually also was engaged in the process of Westernization. So it probably began much further, but Peter definitely accelerated it. He's a super fascinating character. One, somebody who I think a lot of boys today would have a lot of fun with. He notoriously drank a lot, and he had one of those sense of humors that came at the expense of other people. So, um, Peter was really interested in modernizing Russia, and in particular, Russian um, commerce and trade, and that's why he wanted to build St. Petersburg where he did, to link interior Russia to the sea and thus to Western Europe. But to do so, he understood that those with power and influence and wealth in Russia had to be quote unquote civilized, westernized, so that people in the West would take them serious, and so that they wouldn't look like these kind of ancient Muscovite boyars with huge beards and big fur coats and stuff like that. He wanted them to look refined, more almost Napoleonic, although this is before Napoleon. But you know what I mean, the 18th century European dress and hats and stuff like that. So he spent time abroad observing ship construction, and statecraft in places like the Netherlands and, in London. And then, in Russia, he not only, organized the construction of the city of St. Petersburg, but he also built what's called the Peterhof, which is a massive palace complex, um, outside of St. Petersburg that was meant in some ways to model the Palace of Versailles in France. What's interesting about Peterhof, though, is that in the imperial gardens, Peter had created all of these trick water fountains. Um, and this is what I mean by sense of humor at other people's expense, so that when he had foreign dignitaries or visitors visit him at Peterhof and walk through the garden, there are certain like tiles on the floor that when you step on it sprays you with water, or you walk by a certain bush or plant, it sprays you with water. And what's interesting about it is all of these trick fountains, these trick water things were built using the most up to date hydrological processes at the time. So they still work because there's nothing mechanical or electrical about them. It's just all has to do with water pressure coming from water underneath the gardens, that comes from the Baltic Sea, because the palace is on the coast of the Baltic. So on the one hand, it's extremely funny. You can walk through the gardens today, and you step on a certain tile within a section, and you get sprayed with water. Kids usually play around it nowadays because it's a lot of fun for them. But at the same time, you have to think about it from the perspective of Peter. I mean, why else would you want to humiliate one of your foreign dignitaries other than to humble them, right? To tell them that you're the boss. And um, it's really interesting. Peter also um, abolished the uh, uh, patriarch patriarchy of the Orthodox Church, which was the role of patriarch is sort of equivalent to the Pope of the Orthodox Church. He abolished it in order to create a kind of Orthodox council with himself at the center of the council. He would notoriously show up to these council meetings of the church drunk, or yelling at somebody or people. So he's a really interesting character. He also, when he was a child, famously engaged in war games with his friends in which they used live rounds to shoot at each other. They would have naval games in the big lakes of Russia and stuff. So he's a very fascinating character.
There were a couple little anecdotes I vaguely remembered. One of them that he was just physically very large. He was believed to be 6'7", and in a time where the average European male was 5'5" to 5'7".
Yeah.
And I remember just him traveling around Europe a lot, and he must have caused quite an impression by just that, and also and then sort of bringing that back to Russia, and there was even something that came up in the AI here that he imposed a tax on beards, like you were saying, with trying to sort of westernize appearance.
Yep. Um, for sure. In the Peter and Paul Fortress in St. Petersburg, there's I think it's a bronze statue of him, that is like supposed to be proportional to his height. But the joke is that the head on the body is smaller, much smaller than in proportion to the rest of the body. And so there's a joke about it, that that the artist, the sculptor, did it on purpose or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the joke is, but it's an interesting statue.
What's this one about, stealing the state?
Stealing the state is about um, bureaucrats in the late Soviet Union. The kind of um, uh, explosion of the bureaucracy to the point where it becomes a problem. And so the state in the Soviet Union is kind of, it's the major shareholder of all wealth in the Soviet Union. And stealing the state refers to the kind of dismemberment of the system by bureaucrats, by kleptocrats and members of the party.
Could you talk about this one, Red Globalization?
Yeah, so Oscar Siboney, Sanchez Siboney is a colleague of mine. I've presented with him on panels. I really love this book. It's on the Soviet Union's engagement with the increasingly globalized world, in particular through its trade relationships. The Soviet Union was excluded from the dominant Western trade networks, and so it had to kind of find its own. Even though these trade networks were based on the U.S. dollar, the Soviet Union had its own reserves of U.S. dollars, for instance. And so Oscar's book is looking at it's trying to defeat the notion that the Soviet Union was this kind of weird isolated economy, that in fact it was very engaged with the process of globalization, that it had viable economic relationships, even with Western states. And so I thought, in terms of political economy, is sort of a much needed work on the history of the Soviet economy during the Cold War.
Does it get into how they acquired those dollars?
Yes.
Okay.
He does talk about that, uh, mostly through its trade with, Western European entities, but with other entities as well, other states as well.
What about this one, Economics of Poverty and Discrimination?
Um, this is kind of a sociological economic book that's looking at, um, the systemic policies I guess, induce poverty, that come from discrimination in the West, in the United States in particular, but also in its relationship with South America.
Hmm. Could you say a few words about nature protests?
This is about, um, there's a there's a phenomenon that happens toward the end of socialism in Eastern Europe, where not just Russia, but in Slovakia, Slovenia, just about everywhere, all these environmental groups and protests sort of emerge, in rejection to bigger projects that the communist parties within those states are engaged in. And so nature protests is about, I believe, I want to say Slovakia, but I might be wrong. Um, it's about the emergence of these nature protests in the post-socialist state, and I think what it comes from, and I've written an article about this, not the uh, about the Russian case in particular. I think what it comes from is that in the late 1980s and 1990s, as socialism was collapsing, the majority of people in Russia, but also in the Eastern Bloc itself, they weren't really unhappy with socialism as a system. That is, they liked the social welfare programs. What they didn't like was the monopoly of power that the parties had, and they also didn't like the fact that there were a lot of consumer goods coming from the West that they didn't have access to. So the typical example is bubble gum and blue jeans, right? There are youth in Russia, for instance, who were seeing posters or movies or listening to radio where they're seeing that people their age in Germany or in France or in the UK have access to all these goods, Coca-Cola, and they're jealous of it. And so what I think it means is that in the late socialist period, it's not so much that people are unhappy with socialism as much as they're unhappy with the parties that are in power. And so the late socialist period opens up this kind of cauldron of possibilities, of missed opportunities, really, is what it has become now, in the sense that they weren't asking for capitalism or neoliberalism. They were asking for some kind of hybrid system that could give them access to the goods that they were interested in while retaining some of the state and social welfare programs that they had come to value. And the environmental movement is one of these cases in which this sort of realm of possibilities is circulating.
I guess I'm sort of missing the connection there because isn't generally environmentally you want to reduce consumption and you want to reduce kind of consumerism?
Yeah, in one sense, and in the 80s and 90s, it was primarily anti-nuclear. It was against nuclear power.
Mm.
Uh, so there are strands of the environmental movement that are more anarchistic about reducing consumption, stopping growth, and stuff like that. But then there are other strands of it which are about more kind of common sense um, use of resources and more detailed planning.
I think it might be useful if you could just say a couple words on, and we did sort of cover this in the previous bookshelf tour with the left anarchist, but um, slash left libertarian actually was what it was called, but he had interest in anarchism as well. The sort of anarchism as there's sort of multiple definitions of it, and people might think that, well, anarchism is sort of people can do whatever they want, and so that would lead to people over consuming.
To some extent, I think realistically there's only one definition of anarchism, and that is anti-state and
Okay.
anti-hierarchy. I think where people start getting pedantic about definitions is the fact that uh, anarchists, leftists, anarchists who identify with the left don't want to be associated with libertarians. But when you think about it, the two of them are equally opposed to the state. Libertarian just has the more right wing connotation to it, and anarchist has the more left wing connotation to it. And that's a problem for anarchists themselves to work out. That's a contradiction within their own thinking, I think. Um,
Anarcho-capitalism is another kind of
yeah.
term.
The idea and Lenin actually wrote a lot about anarchism because it's a popular strand of leftism and originally part of the first international. There were anarchists that were part of it. Um, there's a lot of theoretical questions, I guess, that could be asked to anarchists, such as, how do you achieve anything when I have this sort of joke of um, uh, anytime you want to engage with the anarchist organization or anarchist collective, it's extremely hard to get anything done because they keep deferring responsibility to somebody else because nobody wants to be responsible because it's an anarchist organization. And so, if that's a problem on a micro level, on a kind of basic organization getting things done, imagine the kind of issue that that would cause on a much broader level, because the truth is that the complexity of our lives right now is not particularly conducive of a kind of stateless, decentralized, unorganized mode of living. Um, I think people hear organization and state power and stuff like that, and they get kind of scared because they're thinking about dictators and all that stuff. But there's an extent to which the amount of power that a state is capable of, if turned inward, that is, if not utilized by people like Donald Trump and Ellison and Elon Musk and all of them, if turned inward, the power of the state through its institutions and through its finances actually given to the people in some kind of broader, representative, truly democratic body, then I think that a state can be an extremely useful tool to improve people's quality of life and living. We see that nowadays with something like healthcare, right? We know that if healthcare was nationalized, that if healthcare was universal, funded by the state, and people would be a lot happier than they wouldn't. But what do you do with healthcare in an anarchist state where everything is supposed to be decentralized? It implies more private healthcare practices, which is proving to be a disaster for the United States. And so anarchists, like I said, my view of them is that more often than not, they're sort of naive leftists, people just getting into left organizing, and in that sense, I don't wanna discourage them. I don't actually. The majority of anarchists that I meet, I don't argue with them on the streets. I don't wanna get into beefs with them. I think that whatever path they're on is constructive. I think that fundamentally, they have a liberatory, ethics, morality, which is good. They want people to be happy. They want people to be free. It's just a matter of asking and getting them to think about how does this actually happen in your own view, that I think is important. Most people that I know that were anarchists in some way have grown out of it, and I think it's just the conditions of life, the realities of living in the United States today that have kind of forced people to be a little bit more pragmatic in their politics.
Hmm. There's an interesting parallel on the left and the right in terms of uh, maybe not exactly the same, but on the right, I think some of the interest in Christian nationalism and just Christianity in general comes out of a disenchantment with right libertarianism and even right sort of anarcho-capitalist ideologies, and sort of looking for something more sort of collective, kind of like what you're talking about um, with this sort of thing you've observed with people going from left anarchism to, would you say socialism or,
Yeah, I would say
yeah.
maybe radical, like communism or even just socialism more broadly.
And that could be a result of maybe America being particularly individualistic. And so that being expressed on the left versus the right looks sort of different, but um, maybe there's a zeitgeist shift towards something more collective.
What's really interesting to me is the fact that the Catholic Church, when you think about it, is inherently a very collective organization in the sense that, I mean, what do you do when you become a Catholic? You have communion, right? You commune with your congregation, and you join the community of the church. The church meets every Sunday with your congregation. Protestantism made Christianity very individualistic, I would say, and because the United States was founded on these kind of Protestant ethics, um, that individualism has even kind of influenced American Catholics to some extent. Whereas, Catholics in Europe, in the kind of heartland of Catholicism, you go to Italy or France or something like that, it's much more communal.
Hmm. Are you familiar at all with the Catholic concept of culture of death?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It's it's maybe too complicated to get into here, but people can look it up. There was a book we were talking about the morbid society earlier, and I was thinking there's sort of somewhat of an analogy there. Uh, but it's sort of, I think it was published in 1995, and it's some sort of like Catholic Church publication from the Pope at the time, um, drawing together a lot of these issues. So um, under not quite the same concept of morbidity, sort of interwar period, and where it's a very sort of visceral military sense of it, but um, there's some interesting parallels there. I saw Max Stirner here, and um, that guest who was anonymous, he used Max Stirner as his sort of picture-in-picture image.
Hmm.
And so this is his famous book, The Ego on Its Own, and it's sort of a core text within anarchism.
Yeah, and Marx wrote a response to Max Stirner in the German ideology.
Could you say a little bit about that? That's the response.
Yeah, so Marx links Max Stirner's kind of uh, abstract notions of European, I guess, civilization and ideas. This whole idea of the ego in its own, the fulfillment of the ego, and all of that. And Marx says that it's linked to a broader system of German philosophy that is based on these kind of abstract ideas that really have no material basis and aren't concerned with addressing the material realities of people. And so he has these kind of quips about Max Stirner that he throws out there that are, he calls him Pope Max and stuff like that. That are funny.
At the very end of the bookshelf tour I did with the uh, left libertarian, we look at a poster for this book. And so it was sort of like a sales poster slash pamphlet. And it has a really interesting collection of quotes, um, sort of testimonials about the book. So people might, if you're interested in Stirner, you might be interested in that segment. I'm curious how Said has influenced your work.
It hasn't really. Again, it's one of those books that I read because it's referenced in so many works. The the argument of Orientalism, concerned with how non-Western peoples had been kind of subjected by cultural notions of difference, and how this is related to how Europeans see themselves. It's something that's cited and repeated a lot in even books on Russia's empire, and so it's one of those books that I read kind of out of necessity.
What about this one? This one's pretty big. House of
The
Government.
government. So Yuri Sloskin is a historian of Russia and the Soviet Union out of Berkeley, um, with some Soviet roots. I think he was born in the Soviet Union. And this book is about the early Bolsheviks and their what he related to a kind of almost religious mania over revolution and revolutionary organizing, and then statecraft and state government. And it's really good because it's good in the sense that it looks at the kind of personal relationships between these peoples, the kind of couples that emerge, and who are the big cool couples within Bolshevik circles, the power couples, if you will. Uh, uh, and so it really gets into detail about the family dynamics, the relationships that the different Bolsheviks had with each other, how it also influenced their view of each other and how the revolution should play out, how the new state should be created. And it refers to the House of Government because there is a building in Moscow outside of the Kremlin that is called the House of Government, where most of these people had apartments. And so he even looks at the layout of apartments within this building that's a kind of reflection of different power dynamics within the party.
That's really interesting that it gets into these power couples, and I've never really heard that talked about before in any book on the Soviet Union or Russia. I mean, there's a big in presidential histories, which I'm more familiar with. There are a lot of um, books about the first ladies and marriage in that sense. But do you have anything else that would cover like these power couples or marriages or women's roles in the Soviet Union, like at the upper echelons?
I have books on women in the Soviet Union or women in the working class, but for the most part, there's not a lot of work on, like I said, these power couples, but
Mm.
what that refers to more specifically is that, like, revolutionaries wanted to both male and female revolutionaries wanted to exude a sense of seriousness and commitment to the revolution to the extent that their personal relationships were either kind of pushed to the side and ignored. And so a lot of these like power couples, a lot of it is rumored that these revolutionaries are together or that, so and so is with such and such and all of that. But for the most part, you think of people like Alexandra Kollontai and even Lenin. Lenin had a wife, but you don't really hear much about their relationship, right? That you hear about the individual deeds of Lenin and the individual deeds of Nadezhda Krupskaya. So it's really interesting.
What about this one, Paradise Built in Hell?
Um, I'm trying to remember. I think it's Deborah Sholnick. I have to relook. It's about disasters. Um, it's about how communities respond to disasters.
Mm.
And the basis of her argument is that um, communities tend to come together in moments of disaster, and they look out for each other because they know their communities best. If I'm not mistaken, that's that book. I need to uh find it, make sure I'm right. Deborah. Yeah, Rebecca Solnit. That's right.
Do you have any thoughts on like the Flint, Michigan with the water
The
as an
subtitle of
example?
that book is The Extraordinary Communities That Arise in Disaster.
Mm.
Flint, Michigan, I mean,
Okay.
not really anything that I can't really add much more than I think what people already know. It's the product of a negligent state, not just lowercase s state, but capital S state, the United States, that uh, should be investing in the infrastructure of the country, but doesn't. Um, so uh, feel bad for the people of Flint, Michigan. It's really sad what's going on with them, but I think I think we can expect more cases like Flint, Michigan in the future
Mm.
of just kind of neglect, right? Just um, neglect of infrastructure that needs to be replaced, neglect of environmental concerns as it relates to communities. I mean, data centers are kind of confronting us with the same thing. But data centers even more so with the reality that capital accumulation comes always at the cost of communities. People would rather build these data centers than to, you know, rebuild or provide infrastructure that guarantees the health and well-being of of the communities in which
Mhm.
they live.
Do you have any thoughts on Timothy Snyder? He's sort of a well-known figure today. Um,
Timothy Snyder is like an example of one of those liberal historians that I criticize a lot. I think that he is sort of sensationalist in the way that, what he's really trying to do is sell books. It's what he's most concerned with. So he makes these kind of arguments that aren't really his own about totalitarianism and the kind of bloodthirsty regimes of Eastern Europe in Nazi Germany. Um, so I'm not particularly impressed with Timothy Snyder or his work, although I agree with you. He's one of those people. I've had multiple friends, non-academic friends, who, in their effort to try to impress me with what they're reading, they'll say, "Oh, I just picked up this book by some guy named Timothy Snyder. You know who he is?" And I'm kind of like, eh. But I don't want to, you know, I don't want to poo-poo on what they're doing. If they're trying to impress me with the books that they're reading, that's great. And as long as they're reading, I think that's good. But I usually make some suggestions for alternative takes on whatever it is Timothy Snyder is writing about.
hmm. He has sort of a famous list. I guess it was an article that got turned into a book. He published in November 2016, What You Can Do to Save America from Tyranny. And it's a list of 20 things people can do. Um, and I thought it was an interesting, I think it might be interesting to just let me read it here and just see if you have any thoughts on the list itself. Do not obey in advance, defend institutions, beware the one-party state, take responsibility for the face of the world, remember professional ethics, be wary of paramilitaries, be reflective if you must be armed, stand out, be kind to our language, believe in truth, investigate, make eye contact and small talk, practice corporeal politics, meaning participate physically, not merely online, establish a private life, contribute to good causes, learn from peers in other countries, listen for dangerous words, especially emergency, exception, terrorism, and extremism. Be calm when the unthinkable arrives. Be a patriot. Be as courageous as you can.
Yeah, I think some of those are kind of vague, but others are probably true. Um, some of them are also like uh, recalls to his work on um, Nazi Germany or Eastern Europe. The one about the beware of a one party state, stuff like that, or singular party. Um, there were other ones that you said that were a little bit vague, um, but for the most part, I mean, I don't think that at his core, Timothy Snyder is like a bad person. I think that he's obviously somebody who's associated with the State Department that's trying to push a very liberal narrative of European history. There was an article, maybe in the New York Book of Reviews, that came out that criticized, it provided a very good, thorough criticism of one of his books. But he's one of these academic historians turned popular historians that, in my view, is more concerned with selling books than anything else.
Mhm. What about this Western Front of the Eastern Church?
This is about the Orthodox Church's confrontation with other confessions in the Russian Empire. So, in the western part of the Russian Empire, you have Protestants of various sects. You have Catholics in Poland and Ruthenia, that is Western Ukraine, and various other confessions that the Orthodox Church had to kind of navigate or figure out what its relationship would be to these confessions. Would it try to convert people to Orthodoxy, or would it kind of open the door for their toleration?
Is this one good? Cars for Comrades?
Yeah, this is about the Soviet automobile industry. The automobiles are one of those commodities that, um, after the war, after World War II in the United States, personal automobiles kind of explode. And the US undertakes this larger infrastructure project to make consumer automobiles more appealing to the average American, such as building highways and gas stations and all that stuff that's required. Um, Transportation routes, all of that for oil. The Soviet Union is a much slower process. It doesn't really turn toward consumer automobiles until maybe the 1970s. Um, uh, and it's not as rapidly adopted because it doesn't implement the same kind of infrastructure that the United States does. It doesn't have the money to really do so. But at the same time, it's in the 1960s and 70s where the Soviet Union really develops its oil and gas industry, as leading to what Russia is today. And all the infrastructure for that comes from the Soviet period. So it has the supply. It just needs to build the infrastructure and then the cars for people. And then the question becomes, well, in a state that is supposed to discourage the kind of blind consumerism, um, how do we deal with the fact that people want cars in this new economy?
One of the other, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on it. One of the sort of two images I remember connected with that Tucker Carlson interview with Putin is he visited the Moscow subway,
Yeah.
and then he went to a supermarket.
Mhm.
And I got the sense for a lot of people they had never seen either of those before in Russia. And I'm curious if I, does that book talk about sort of the balance between cars and public transit? And did you think there was anything interesting about just I guess the artwork of uh, of the subway system, and was it just a Potemkin Village type of thing where it was just for show and it wasn't really representative, or was there a different way of thinking in terms of public art and design?
The Moscow and St. Petersburg subways are absolutely spectacular. They're beautiful. And Russians in general maintain these public facilities much better than Americans or really anybody in the West does. I sort of have this notion that if you go to a place like Barcelona, for example, it's known for a kind of party city where people go out and they party at night. There's a lot of foreigners, international tourists there. Um, if you don't party, you wake up early in the morning and you walk around the alleys, the back cities, the back streets and stuff like that. You'll see like trash and vomit everywhere from the night before. It's really kind of gross. And people there don't really clean up. They don't clean up because one, it's mostly international tourists, and so they don't have a responsibility to clean up. B, there's not a lot of native Catalonians who are still living in the center of Barcelona where all the parties happen. And so it's kind of just it's sort of a dirty city and it stays that way. Whereas in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, what I thought was really interesting is if you woke up in the morning after a Saturday night or something like that, you see a lot of old people, elderly people out sweeping and cleaning up after the kids and what they did the night before. And it has this kind of culture of respecting public facilities. And so Tucker Carlson, I think it's funny because I guess I took it for granted because I had known it for so long. But Tucker Carlson's surprise at the Moscow metro station is really funny and interesting in that perspective because it is a beautiful testament to socialism, really, because it was built during the Stalinist period.
Mm.
Um, and the same thing with supermarkets. So what I think amazed him most about supermarkets was not only their abundant supply, but also their prices. Russian produce goods are a lot cheaper than they are here. you can afford more. Your money goes a longer way. The thing is that I don't think that Russians really understand that, and this is yeah, a lot of people have written about not just from the Russian perspective, but this idea you don't know what you got until it's gone, right? And I don't think that Russians think that much about how well maintained their, for example, their metro stations are. They don't really realize it until they come to a place like the United States. And so I've had friends from Russia and from Georgia come to the US and they're like shocked. They're like, your roads kind of suck here and there's homeless people everywhere. I don't get it. This isn't what I thought the United States was. And, you have to ask them what the United States was. And their image of the US is everything from Hollywood. All that they see in Hollywood is for them what the United States is. I had a roommate in Moscow, for example. He owned a BMW and it had these like really kind of cheesy decals on it and stuff like that. And um, he didn't pay for car insurance for an entire year. So at the end of the year, he got this massive bill. It was like 2,000 US dollars for a year's worth of car insurance. And he was like, what the fuck, man? Like in the US, you don't have to deal with this bullshit. And I was like, yeah, we do actually. If we don't pay for auto insurance for an entire year, we'll get billed at the end of the year and the bill will be massive. And not only that, but like 2,000 US dollars for an entire year is not really bad at all. It's kind of less than, if not the same as most American auto insurers. And he was like shocked. He was like, "No way, really?" And I was like, "Yeah, we have to pay insurance. It's actually mandated by the state that we need to have auto insurance." And he was like dumbfounded. So there's a lot of miscommunications and misunderstandings between Russians in the U.S. and then Americans in Russia as well. And Tucker Carlson's interview was kind of like talking to an average American's first experience in Moscow.
Hmm. What is bread and salt about?
It's about Russian cuisine, a history of Russian cuisine. It's kind of it's a pretty detailed explanation of where the kind of dominant foods of Russia come from in a cultural sense,
Mm.
and how Russian cuisine is kind of compiled of all these different um, uh, uh, well, I guess regions of Russia and thus different ethnicities of Russia.
Can you say a few words about this one, serfdom, society, and the arts in Imperial Russia?
Yeah, so Richard Stites is a kind of cultural historian of Imperial Russia. He wrote a lot about the pageantry of the autocracy and stuff like that. Um, this is more about the kind of high arts of Imperial Russia that is like paintings and stuff like that,
Hmm.
and dress, and its relationship, I suppose, to um, both the emerging bourgeois class, but also serfs. It was, painters of Imperial Russia really liked to paint serfs as a depiction of, for whatever reason, because they were the most picturesque, I guess, or this kind of image of old Russia that was fascinating to them. There's a number of reasons. Ugh. There's the Sunni book, The Soviet Experiment. The people who are interested in broader, good histories of the Soviet Union, histories that are fair. Ronald Sunni is not like some kind of dogmatic communist. I would say that he's progressive in kind of the Bernie Sanders sense. He's from Soviet Armenia. I would highly recommend The Soviet Experiment. This is where he talks about gulags and gets into, their origin and what they were all about, how they actually operated. But it goes even beyond Stalinism to talk about the late Soviet Union and all of that. So Ronald Sunni is probably my favorite contemporary historian of the Soviet Union. I think he's the most fair and the most critical when you have to be critical of certain aspects of it. Um, highly recommend that.
Are there any documentaries that you like that would be sort of analogous to this book?
I don't really watch that many documentaries. Um, uh, if I do watch a documentary, it's usually something that would include as much footage as possible. So, like a World War II documentary, right? I want to see footage of World War II, and I want to see people who fought in the war talking about their experience more than I want to see, historians talking about it or something.
Hmm.
So, I don't really watch that many documentaries, um, but I'm sure you could find something. I'm sure you could even find maybe a documentary where Ronald Sunni is on it. He's not by any means an obscure historian. He's very much one of the major historians of the Soviet Union.
Could you talk about the women's liberation movement in Russia?
Uh, yeah, in Imperial Russia, women played a major role in not just the Bolshevik party and Bolshevik advocacy, but in broader kind of liberatory movements, including anarchist movements. Vera Figner is a good example of a Russian anarchist uh, who were what some people might be surprised who were very engaged in political advocacy and political action, and even in uh, agitating among workers in factories because women were the most concerned with how men were at home, really, so far as they kind of occupied domestic roles. So, this book tries to kind of recenter women and their importance in the the history of the pre-revolution.
What about Shapiro's Mao's War Against Nature?
So this is a book that another one of those books that I don't necessarily agree with. The source base is basically nothing because um, she wasn't granted access to Chinese archives, obviously. But the argument is that Mao unleashed a war against nature through the Great Leap Forward that came at the expense of nature. There's a lot of issues with that. I mean, first of all, it's thinking about history in retrospect. We know now today things like industrialization, the Great Leap Forward had on nature, but in that time, not just China, but pretty much the entire world viewed nature as kind of subject malleable to what humans wanted to do. So this it's not a war against nature in any sense of the word as much as it's just kind of things happened that now we know weren't so good for nature.
Could you talk about this one, Eugene V. Debs, Citizen and Socials?
Yeah, this is Eugene Debs' this is an autobiography of Eugene Debs. Looking at him as both a proud, patriotic American, but as probably the most notorious American socialist that has existed. And I think it's important to understand him in that way and understand socialists more broadly, that it's okay for socialists to be proud to be an American. You can have some patriotism and say American people are great for the most part, but also to, because you care about them so much, also advocate for their betterment um, through their material improvement in society. And so this book is a biography of Eugene Debs, who tried to kind of meld those things together, socialism and patriotism, not through a sort of chauvinistic perspective, not through these like patriotic socialists of today perspective, but a more pragmatic one. That the realization that you cannot realistically win the working class of any country if you're anti-national or anti-patriotic. If I went to, you know, any factory anywhere today, any working place today, if I went up to construction workers today and was like, "Yo, fuck America, you should join the socialists, the DSA or whatever," they would all tell me to screw, right? They would hate me because they're all very proud Americans. And so I think it's true that you, as a socialist, you can't be anti-patriotic, but rather you can sharpen your patriotism to say that I care immensely about America and Americans, and I'm proud to be an American. But I'm also aware that there are some deep, deep, deep problems with American capitalism and American society that I think we would all benefit from changing.
This red wave one looks interesting. An American and Soviet in the Soviet music underground.
Yeah, so Joanna Stingray was a musician that lived in St. Petersburg in the 1980s, and she made music with and made music videos with different Soviet rock artists in Leningrad. And recently she wrote this book, or she co-authored this book with somebody, with I think it's her daughter, Madison Stingray, um, uh, uh, talking about her experience or recalling her experience in being in the late Soviet Union music underground of Leningrad.
I just wanted to add one thing to the Eugene V. Debs because I had vaguely remembered his running for president, but he ran, and I'd be curious if you have any thoughts on, he ran 1900, 1904, 1908, 1912, 1920, and his final time running, he ran while he was incarcerated, 10 years in prison for under the Espionage Act of
Mhm.
1917. And that came up when Trump was booked and potentially facing jail or prison time during the most recent election or campaign, um, because there was a question of, can somebody become president while they're in prison?
Mhm. Yeah, Eugene Debs is somebody that's come up quite a lot, actually. Zoran Mamdani quoted him in his victory speech in New York. Uh, Bernie Sanders recently just did a social media video, I think, where he talks about Eugene Debs and his imprisonment, how he had to endure this kind of what do you call it, red baiting, this red scare, because we have a kind of renewed red scare that's happening right now. Um, so yeah, he's one of these characters in American history that I think people should know more about.
Could you say a little bit about this one, Satellites and Commissars?
This is another book about the Soviet space program, uh, its relationship to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and with the relationship between those who worked on something like Sputnik, the satellite, and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It kind of it pairs with a lot of histories of the American space program, because in the early years of things like satellite technology and space technology more broadly, there is no competition between scientists either from the Soviet Union or the United States. In fact, when Sputnik is successfully launched into orbit, there is across international lines, people are jubilant. There's an image of International Meteorological Society, I believe, has a meeting going on the same day that Sputnik is launched into space. It has scientists from all around the world, including the US and the Soviet Union. And when it's launched into space, everybody like yells hooray and they all hug and shake hands and stuff like that. It's not viewed as this kind of military Cold War espionage thing. It's not until members part of the US State Department really begin to tell, uh, I think it's Lyndon B. Johnson, um, how dangerous it is that the Soviet Union has launched a satellite, and this is a satellite for espionage, and they're spying on us. That it then becomes a Cold War, and so in America, the relationship between space exploration and the government has always been one that is surrounded by concern with military defense, whereas in the Soviet Union, it was really concerned with exploration of science and the expansion of science. Now, that's not necessarily by itself a good thing because it also means that, you had to legitimize to the commissars and to the Communist Party that this was a worthy endeavor for science. This was something that you should invest money in because it'll advance our knowledge of space. And so it's a little bit harder in the Soviet Union, I think, to convince commissars who are in charge of state finance to invest in things like, rockets that are meant to go into space and that could potentially just blow up.
Could you say something about this one, Soviet choreographers in the 1920s?
Yeah, it's about well, in the 1920s, you have a kind of explosion of socialist art. It's not really quite socialist realism yet, but new forms of art and experimental art, particularly in theater, um, and new utilizations of things like the moving image, the early years of movies, and so the Soviet choreographers looks at the kind of I guess the choreographies of theater and all of that of the 1920s and how it was trying to be transgressive of its own age.
Uh, Russians have sort of a long history of excellence in dance and especially like ballet, figure skating. Um, so I was wondering if there was a connection with that, maybe, or if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the connection of Russian excellence in figure skating and dance and all of that goes back to the imperial period. And so understanding that Soviet theater directors and choreographers understood that they had to kind of continue the mantle of Imperial Russia's greatness in this way, but also to offer something new because the previous regime was bourgeois and its art was bourgeois, and so the new choreography had to be innovative, be something different that upheld the image of its predecessor.
How did you get interested in this? Because it seems like sort of outside the scope of most of your other stuff.
It's another one of those books that I found in a bargain bin outside of the used bookstore that, I hadn't ever thought of Soviet choreographers in the 1920s, but I was like, "You know what? This seems kinda interesting." So, my partner right now does ballet, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna read this just because, I'm curious about choreographers in the 1920s."
I meant to ask you, I think some people might be curious about that bookstore that you mentioned in Provincetown, if you're comfortable saying the name of it.
Oh, I forget, I don't remember the name of it. Uh I think if you looked up used bookstore Provincetown, it'd probably be the first one that comes up. It's on the main street there.
I meant to ask you about this one, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Maybe you could say a few words about that.
Walter Rodney's famous book, it's published long before Verso republished it, but the argument is that the African slave trade is responsible for the underdevelopment of Africa. And what he means by that is that when you have forcefully dislocated millions of people from a continent, when you have systematically extracted its natural resources for hundreds of years, you have to expect that the continent itself as a whole would be underdeveloped. And that's a lasting legacy to this day. So, and Michael Parenti, the famous American Marxist thinker, also made the same argument, which was based on Walter Rodney's work, which is that if you look at a map of the world in terms of natural resources, the deposit of things like gold, silver, graphite, lithium, all of these things, Africa is the richest colony or richest continent of the entire world in terms of resources, in terms of fresh water, everything. It's the richest continent in the world. And yet, its people are the poorest in the world. And so, as a scholar of this stuff, you have to wonder, how is that? In answering it by just saying, "Oh, imperialism," it's not really a satisfying answer. It's true, yes, imperialism obviously is what's behind all of this, but to take a deeper look into the systematic impoverishment of the African continent as done by European colonialism, and then even after that, American financial interests later on in the 20th century, I think is a really powerful, compelling argument.
I was just looking up the used bookstores, and there's one called Tim's Used Books that seems like it's the one.
That's the one, yeah.
Okay. 4.8 star rating. Um, there's one other sort of nearby, Provincetown Bookshop, 3.8 rating. The two of them are right there by the Macmillan Wharf.
Mhm. Tim's doesn't have a huge history section, but it has a lot. It has like a whole spirituality section and literature and a pretty decent philosophy section. It's not huge, but it's you'll definitely find something there. I'm sure you could spend a long time in there. That's not where I got the Soviet choreographers in the 1920s. I got that from a different used bookstore in Providence.
What's this one like, the governing Soviet cities?
Um, I think it is not as impressive as I hoped it would be. It's about how cities were governed in the Soviet Union, how the various municipal parties dealt with things like finance and infrastructure, repair, and sewage, and all of this stuff. Um, so kind of a technical book about governing cities. Europe since 1989 is a great book for understanding the effects that neoliberalism had on the former socialist states, the long-term effects that it has had. It goes a long way toward explaining why, for example, the uh, AfD in Germany, the Alternative for Deutschland, the right-wing party, is so popular in the former eastern part of Germany, in East Berlin and in East Germany. Um, because of the effects of the neoliberal reforms of the 1990s. So, in the case of Germany, uh, when East Germany fell apart, when it joined West Germany, the factories and the production of East Germany was, compared to that of the West, obsolete. And so there were things like cars and rubber creation, different chemicals, steel production that its facilities in East Germany were deemed obsolete, or they were asked to be decommissioned because West Germany received these goods from other countries, other trade relations that they had. So what that meant was that hundreds of thousands of East Germans lost their jobs pretty much overnight, right, in a matter of a few years as these factories closed down. And it meant that when you have hundreds of thousands of newly unemployed Germans, most of them are going to migrate to West Germany to try to find a job. And now that they can, the problem is that there are enough jobs to fulfill them in West Germany, so they have to go elsewhere to look for those jobs. And it also means that it creates a huge labor void within the former East Germany that has to be filled now by people in places like Poland and Ukraine who are also now out of jobs because their factories have closed. And so if you go to Germany today, for example, you go to the former East Germany, you'll meet a lot of Polish and Eastern European immigrants. Um, and then in places like Poland, where they lost a lot of their labor because of labor flight and migration, a lot of people from Southeast Europe, from Slovenia, from Greece, have moved into there, and so on and so forth until you get this kind of influx of non-European, non-white uh, migrants to fill labor voids within the former Eastern Bloc. And that partially explains the emergence of right-wing movements, the popularity of right-wing movements in Eastern Europe now, in parts of Eastern Europe that are nationalist, because they're seeing an influx of non-nationals occupying jobs because of all of these neoliberal reforms that happened throughout the 1990s. So Philip Thaler's book does a good job of, I think, explaining all of that.
Could you talk about this Black Power book?
Yeah, Kwame Ture, also known as Stokely Carmichael, was a famous American activist and Pan-Africanist, civil rights activist, and it coined the phrase Black Power um, in the United States. So this is a collected speeches of Kwame Ture.
What about this one, the Trotsky book?
This is another collected works of Trotsky as it relates to terrorism and communism, mostly because Trotsky was in charge of the Red Army, and so Trotsky had to deal a lot with questions of violence and whether violence is merited and what to do with counter-revolutionary political prisoners, all that stuff. And so uh, um, uh, terrorism and communism is, in some sense, a response to socialists in Western Europe, like Karl Kautsky, who after the 1930s denounced the Soviet Union as a terroristic non-socialist state, and Trotsky was more or less defending himself and saying that when you're surrounded by counter-revolutionaries and enemies, the use of terrorism to uphold revolutionary gains becomes a matter of necessity. Because if you don't, then you'll get killed yourself for being a revolutionary.
What would that terrorism look like? Would that be considered state terrorism?
It would be considered state terrorism to the extent that the Bolsheviks and the Red Army are parts of the state. Um, and so by terrorism, I think he means violence, kidnapping. A big topic of debate and discussion within this is over the Paris Commune of the 1870s, because the communards raised the question of kidnapping because they uh, uh, the the French government in Versailles kidnapped a number of socialist and communard activists, and so the question for the communards became, well, do we now kidnap some of their people? in response? And where does that kind of escalation of official terrorism, where does it end? If they execute our people, do we execute their people in response? And so this is again Trotsky debating with other socialist theorists about the use of violence.
Mm.
These are some trading cards of my daughters that are taking up space in the bookshelf, which is fine.
Are there socialist games like this? Would you see these as sort of political?
I haven't thought about it that way. There is a game that a professor made on interwar Germany, where your goal in the game is try to avoid the emergence of the Nazi uh, party and the Nazi seizure of power. So it asks you a whole bunch of like multiple choice questions, and would you do this? Would you do that? Leading you to the inevitable. You failed, and the Nazis have taken over.
There was just a video I was watching yesterday about housing and the sort of housing crisis, and they used the Monopoly game as a sort of design element throughout the episode. And Monopoly has an interesting story because it was meant to sort of teach people about the danger of monopolies, and it ended up becoming sort of uh, the opposite of that, and just sort of getting um, metabolized as another element of sort of capitalism. And it's Hassan Minaj, Should You Give Up Owning a Home, with
Hmm.
Kyla Scanlon.
Hmm. It's interesting. Yeah, the never. I can't think of a socialist game like that, but it would be interesting to put together. The green and the brown is an interesting one. It's about Nazi uh, conservation politics, which a lot of people don't think about. But insofar as the Nazis viewed Germany as the ancestral homeland of the Germans, it had to be preserved. It had to be pristine in that sense. It was a sense of um, taking care of the motherland. And so the Nazis had a number of conservationist policies, or even regrowth policies of regrowing trees and stuff like that. Um, so the question, I guess, becomes: was that more utilitarian in the sense that the Nazis were doing it for this kind of nationalist reason, or were they environmentalists of some sort? Um, I don't think the author comes down either way, but it's still an interesting question that I think a lot of people don't think about. Um, Volkogonov, up there a little bit, he wrote biographies of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin. Volkogonov was a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. In fact, he was an upper member, and it meant that he had special access to the presidential archives of Russia for some time. That being said, he was a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He later on became a critic and a vocal opponent of the Communist Party. And so these biographies, they are based on archival sources, but even it's a good example of even how archival sources, they don't paint the full picture, and the historian's own interpretation has to kind of fill in the rest of it. And so Volkogonov is critical of all three characters, um, because he's trying to discredit the sort of basis on which the legitimacy of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union stood, which was Lenin and to a lesser extent Stalin. The Trotsky biography comes a little bit later.
Could you talk about this one, Peasant Rebels under Stalin?
Yeah, so Lynn Viola is a historian of the Soviet Union. She wrote this book in order to explore the ways in which peasants resisted collectivization in particular. She looks at things like, peasants would burn their own stock, for instance, their own stock of goods. They would slaughter their own livestock as a way of avoid being seized by the state. They would burn, granaries before it would be seized by the state. They would have these kind of peasant peasant rebellions in the Stalinist period. Uh, it's a question of how pervasive these rebels were and how much of it were kind of just um, uh, uh, unique circumstances and situations. Um, but more work has to be done, I suppose, on these so-called peasant rebels and the ways that they resisted collectivization. More work has to explore also the causes for resistance to collectivization amongst some versus other communities that were more enthusiastic and on board with it. So it's a good book in that sense. More has to be done. More cards.
What about socialist children's literature?
Um, I don't have much of that. I think I have a few books, but um, from the Soviet Union in any case. But um, there, there's some really great uh, cartoons from the Soviet Union that are fun to watch. Um, and there are some works on like textbooks and children's literature in the Soviet Union. I don't have any because it's not really part of my research, but um, I'd be interested to read something. Donald Wooster is one of the foremost pioneers of environmental history. He wrote um, this book called The Dust Bowl, The Southern Plains in the 1930s that made the case that humans were responsible for the Dust Bowl. It wasn't just a crazy act of nature. And then he's also written things like Nature's Economy and Rivers of Empire that looks at really focuses on the ways in which nature responds to pressures that humans put on it. So in the never-ending question of whether humans dominate nature or nature truly dominates humans, I think Worcester would say, at the end of the day, nature always wins. It always has a way of coming back in getting revenge on humans, and you can even look at that um, in terms of climate change, right? The ultimate revenge on humans for their hubris. Douglas Wiener is he was actually on my dissertation committee. He was one of the first environmental historians of the Soviet Union. So this book, The Little Corner of Freedom, is pretty big. The argument is that environmental scientists and environmental uh, uh, people who are interested in environmental stuff could carve out little pockets in academia where they could explore their environmental interests within the Soviet Union as a way of sort of evading censors, um, and thus offer criticisms of the Soviet Union while sort of hiding those criticisms behind academic objectivity or academic study.
What about this one, Governing Soviet Journalism?
I have a few books on journalism in the Soviet Union and how it was conducted. I This one um, is interesting because it talks about the expectations that the state had for journalists, and a lot of it I disagree with the interpretation of it or the interpretation of why that is. So, for instance, one thing that Soviet journalists were discouraged from doing was reporting overly negative content. Um, so, for instance, in the 1950s, there's a flood in Leningrad, which is the fourth biggest in Leningrad's history, and it goes virtually unreported in the national newspapers. According to this author, they might say that it goes unreported because the Soviet Union was trying to project to its people a sort of perfect state where nothing went wrong. I wouldn't say that that's the case. Instead, I would say, look at the opposite of doing so. If you look at the opposite, which is the United States, where if you turn on the news or you read journalism, everything is negative. It creates this kind of pervasive culture of everything is fucked, really. That nothing can help us. People are being attacked by sharks on beaches. They're being shot in cities, and there's natural disasters happening all the time. If you look at the news in the U.S., it's so over sensationalized that it seems like nothing positive ever happens. So I wouldn't say that the Soviet Union, for example, didn't report disasters because it wanted to exude perfection. I would say that it did so because it didn't want to create this culture of doom, I guess, this sense of sensationalized journalism, sensationalized disaster. And there were certain things that didn't need to be reported. And so the question of Soviet journalism, this is one book of a few that address the way that journalism worked in the Soviet Union.
What about this Making Sense of War?
This is about the legacy of World War II in the Soviet Union. Um, World War II became kind of a bookmark in the Soviet Union's own conception of itself and its own conception of its world historical importance, in the sense that they won the war, they sacrificed the most for the war. Most sons and fathers and brothers had fought in the war and then had to live with that legacy after the war. Um, and so making sense of war is about how, after the war, after the dust had settled, as people come home, as they're demobilized from the military, they have to make sense of it. They have to incorporate it in a constructive way into their own state building myths and all of that. So, um, it's a good book if you're interested in that.
Do you have any thoughts on the sort of impression I get reading a lot of or watching documentaries of World War II, and even with the war with Ukraine today? There's this sense that Russian or Soviet generals are very willing to use strategies that will cost a lot of lives, and they're maybe not as concerned with that as Western, European or American generals.
Yeah, I don't. I've definitely seen that, but I don't really subscribe to it. I think that the Soviet Union understood that its biggest strength was in its manpower. It had a lot of people, as compared to the US or Germany, air power and infantry. Uh, so I don't think that it was anyone's intention to just throw people into a meat grinder as much as it was we have to utilize what we have
Mhm.
the most, what is best for us. And not only that, but Soviet soldiers in the Eastern Front were confronting the largest, most powerful military machine that the world had ever seen in Nazi Germany, and so, of course, there would be millions of people that would die as a result of that.
What about today with Ukraine, the war with Ukraine?
What about it?
Just some people see a similar kind of strategy.
I think that that war has become a kind of war of attrition at this point, where the two sides are trying to wear the other out, and I don't think that, um I don't think that it's gonna happen anytime soon. I think Russia has a lot more firepower and manpower than it's used even to this day. I think it has a lot more to throw at Ukraine, should it. But I think right now it kinda has the war at precisely where it wants to. It's just kind of stalemate. Um, and the West hasn't really gotten involved to the extent that it could yet.
Hmm. I was also just thinking, God,
There's all these things in the Western press about the war affecting the Russian economy and yada yada. None of that's true. The Russian economy is doing actually quite good. It gets its money from petrodollars. The ruble has stabilized. It's not doing good in the dollar market, sure, but it doesn't want to be part of the dollar market. So it's a it's a misleading metric.
hmm. I was just thinking as I was sort of drawing that dichotomy between Russia and the West or Europe, to what extent do Russians and did the Soviets see themselves as European, would you say?
I would say it changed over history. Uh, from Peter the Great until uh, probably Nicholas II, I would say that they see themselves as European, as wanting to integrate in the European mindset and culture. I would say up until Nicholas II, because Nicholas II had a unique idea of his Orthodox tsardom that was based on kind of old Muscovy. He tried to reclaim a lot of the images of old Muscovy, which would mean that he saw Russia as distinct from Europe, as a separate entity, although related. And I would say that the Soviet Union didn't really care either way, but that um, they associated themselves ideologically with Western traditions in the sense that they believed, just like fascists did and just like liberals did, that they were the heirs of the Enlightenment, of Enlightenment thought, that they were bringing the Enlightenment ideas about statecraft and about the rationality and the human capacity for invention and improving standards of living. They were bringing that to its next logical step, which was socialism. But like I said, the fascist Nazi Germany and Italy could claim the same thing. They were achieving that equality in a different way. And liberals, of course, could make the same argument.
What about this one, a history of Russian thought?
That's another intellectual history of Russia. In particular, there were a lot of historians in the Cold War who were concerned with history of Russian thought and intellectual development. Because insofar as the Bolsheviks were kind of heirs of Russian thought, the question was, well, what's the historical basis of their thinking and their Marxist advocacy and stuff like that? And a lot of it goes to answering your previous question about Russia's place as East or West, the Slavophile and Westernizer debate between the two schools of dominant Russian thought. That Slavophiles believed that Russians were unique historically important but unique people distinct from the West, and those who were Westernizers who believed that Russia was fundamentally European and needed to integrate itself with Western thought.
I looked up the dates for people. You said Peter the Great to Nicholas II, so that would be in terms of their reign, 1682 to 1917.
Yeah. And that's where the Russian autocracy, in any case, the aristocracy is most committed to Westernization, um, uh, to pairing itself with the West, seeing itself as European, as part of this grand kind of European theater.
I was just looking at the list of rulers here, and you have Catherine II or Catherine the Great. Um,
Mhm.
Maybe you could say a few words about her. I think she also came up when I was just doing a little searching on the history of ballet, and I think it said that she was a great funder of the imperial court heavily funded ballet under her rule.
Catherine the Great was German. She is not blood Romanov. She married into the Romanov dynasty. Nevertheless, she was, by all accounts, a good ruler of Russia and believed that she was best capable of leading Russians. She has, these exchanges with Voltaire and other Enlightenment philosophers about so-called enlightened despotism and what it means to be uh, a despot, an autocrat that is, um, uh, I guess we could say, forward thinking for their time. Her basic premise for that was that the Russian people are not ready to rule themselves. They're not capable of leading themselves, and so they need a strong ruler who knows what's in their best interest. She also oversaw the expansion of the Russian Empire into the Caucasus and in further into eastern Siberia. Um, and, I guess I'll leave it there. I mean, she's just as complex as Peter in a lot of ways. A lot of the sensationalizing of her sexuality and her love interests and stuff like that, I think are a little bit ridiculous and almost redundant, but, nevertheless, anytime you have a female ruler such as Catherine, you get a lot of that kind of content. Um, Queen Victoria being another example.
Yeah, I'd remembered something about her being Catherine the Great being fluent in multiple languages, and I just looked up. She had German, French, and Russian, and then some reading knowledge of Latin and some Italian as well.
Mhm.
Um, Maybe you could say a few words about the witchcraft book here, and then also meta history.
Yeah, Witchcraft in Russia, I think I've only actually read a few chapters of that. Witchcraft has a long history in Russia, as you can see, dating back to 1000. Um, uh, I used it mostly to talk about the place of witchcraft in Russian and the Soviet culture as it relates to horror films in the Soviet Union. And where witches are in mythos. This book has a lot to do with um, the relationship of witchcraft to women, particularly widows and women that lived alone. So if you're interested in witchcraft, this is one that's worth looking at.
If people are wondering, NIU Press, that's Northern Illinois University Press.
Yeah,
And then meta history.
Meta History is by Hayden White, this kind of famous um, post-structuralist, and in this book in particular, it's about historical imagination in 19th century Europe, but more importantly, the introduction, he outlines his kind of theory of history and how history is written. It's Hayden White who points out that history follows these kind of dominant narratives that have been part of the Western canon for now hundreds of years. So things like tragedy, comedy, romance, and satire, the sort of four dominant ones. And that history, because it is the historian's job to take sources and render them into a narrative, we almost instinctively rely on one of these four narrative forms to tell our story. It's extremely difficult to break out of them. And I think that that is a good argument that goes on to explaining why a lot of our histories are tragedies, are framed as tragedies. You have right below it Brezhnev's Folly, right? It's framed as a tragedy. This is about the building of BAM, the uh, uh, what is it? Baikal Amur Railway, that linked central Siberia to the west. Um, Known as a folly. I mean, just already in the title of the book, setting it up as a tragedy. Um, so I think Hayden White's observation there is an important one for historians to think about, that if you're trying to tell a story about something, trying to tell the history of something, how are you framing it? And what are the political implications of how you're framing this? So a lot of American historiography of the Soviet Union is framed just like Christopher Ward's is here, as a tragedy. What is the political implications of framing histories of the Soviet Union as a tragedy constantly? Do we do so because we want to sell books, to sell more, because we want to fulfill the American urge to understand the Soviet Union as a failure? Or do we do so because we ourselves have been taught that uh, Soviet socialism was wrong and was a failure? And so what would happen, for example, if we wrote a history book that viewed the Soviet Union as a comedy, maybe, or as a romance, or another one of these kind of dominant frameworks?
Is this one good? Peasants into Frenchmen?
It is a classic. Um, this is Max Weber, not to be confused with Max Weber, the different Prussian theorist famous for the Protestant work ethic and spirit of capitalism. But Max Weber, Peasants into Frenchmen, is an important book because you have to understand that not just France, but really most of Europe, before the 19th century, there really was no coherency within what we consider to be France today. So people in and around Paris spoke Parisian French, but if you go south to Toulouse or something like that, they spoke a completely different dialect, and in some instances, they didn't even understand each other. So between 1870 and 1914, there's this concerted effort in the Third Republic of France to, or is it the Second Republic? I think it's the Third Republic, to unify France, to create um, a, a a kind of more homogenous French nation, where the dominant language of communication would be Parisian French, where all the roads constructed would link back to Paris, and where the histories taught to children at school, for instance, would be dominated by how Paris wanted to understand French history. And this is a process that happens not just in France, but in Germany and just about all of the major European countries in the late 19th century. So that's what he means by turning peasants, just formerly unnationalized people, into Frenchmen.
There was a project that I still haven't carried out, but to help me learn the different languages I'm studying, look at a textbook of that describes World War II from each different country of each of these languages, and then use that to sort of learn not just the language, but also just get a sense of the different perspectives on the war.
Mhm.
And I think
Yeah,
textbooks
'cause
are important for kind of understanding how people shape their understanding of their place in the world and their national identity.
Absolutely. In the 90s, it was a big, um, there was a lot of work being done on textbooks and what textbooks teach and taught. In a more contemporary sense, I've brought up Ukraine and Ukraine's changes in the 1990s, and this is pretty interesting. Um, the Soviet Union had their own grade school textbooks that were kind of distributed throughout the Union that told a coherent story about the history of the Soviet Union, and where it came from and where the different nationalities came from and where they fit in. After 1990, though, um, in the project of trying to establish and legitimate the new countries that emerged, like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, for instance, those old textbooks had to be essentially thrown out and new textbooks had to be introduced. The problem was that nobody in Ukraine were trained in the kind of historicism that the new state was trying to promote. Instead, those who had a kind of nationalist history of Ukraine, they lived in Canada and they lived in the United States. They were what's the word I'm looking for? Um, not exiles, but not expats, but
Emigres.
emigres. Yeah, we'll say immigrants. They were immigrants who settled in Canada and the United States and who were vehemently anti-Soviet, anti-socialist, anti-Soviet. And so the new states commissioned these people to write new textbooks to then be taught in the new states. So you have a lot of instances where new textbooks would be delivered to Ukrainian schools, and the teachers there would say, "I'm not familiar with any of this history. Like I've never taught it this way, and this is strange to me. I don't want to teach it this way." But still, the state kind of trying to push its own historical narrative required teachers to do that. And so, you know, the importance of history textbooks in grade schools is really important, is evident in even just the nationalization process of post-socialist states.
Do you have any thoughts on there's these Russian math schools, and there's sort of a mystique around learning math the Russian way. And my favorite math teacher was Russian, and I think I don't know if she was an emigre necessarily, but I think she was born in Russia, and she was almost she was sort of the like mini celebrity math teacher of my school, and so I guess I was just curious if you had any thoughts on that.
I don't have any thoughts on mathematics in particular, but I can say broadly, and we talked about this when I was talking about the map that I have. Russians definitely put more stock and value into education, and they're more serious in the way that they drill their students with education. Here, I mean, students could care less, and they usually, joke around in school and stuff like that. But in Russia, um, as they say, "Повторение мать учения," repetition is the mother of learning, and so it's really drilled into people.
What about this content of form?
This is Hayden White's other book about the writing of of history again. Um, yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. It's not particularly interesting.
It was making me think of like the Russian formalism school of literary theory.
Yeah.
What about white malice?
Susan Williams' book about how the United States more or less subverted the attempts um, to create a viable Pan-African movement. After most West African countries gained independence through the 1960s and 70s, there was a threat that they would reject Western economic integration, and the United States just could not allow that to happen. And so the CIA became involved in oftentimes the execution of leaders like Patrice Lumumba, for instance, or if not execution, then destruction of their careers.
What did you think of this one, Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping?
Um, Hold on 1 second. I think Deng Xiaoping was necessary for China. I think the reforms of the 1970s were necessary for China to kind of let off the gas a little bit of the great reforms, and then the Great Leap Forward, and then the Cultural Revolution. I'm not a dinguist, as people like to say, by any means, but and again, I think that all of these people, these socialist thinkers, they kind of are responding to circumstances within their own time and within their own place. And I think Deng Xiaoping is one of those people. I wouldn't say that any of his works are particularly like profound or anything, as much as they're legitimizing the reforms and the decisions that he's making.
So I think the book, I wanted to ask you about the Turchin one first, but then I think the book we were looking for was Inventing Eastern Europe, The Map of Civilization on the Mind of the Enlightenment by Larry Wolff.
Mhm.
So we can maybe briefly touch on that afterwards, but um, did you have any thoughts on the Turchin? Everything was forever until it.
It's actually Yurchek. It's a Y instead of a T. I know it looks like a T because of the picture.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
it's Alexei Yurchek. Everything was forever until it was no more. Is a anthropological work about the more or less about the collapse of the Soviet Union, but more so how it could happen, or what was the kind of mental shift that people experienced. And a lot of what he says is that people were kind of doing the exercises and going about the motions of belonging to the Soviet Union while not actually believing in it anymore by the late 1980s. So that when the Soviet Union did collapse, it was kind of like it wasn't a big deal. It was sort of like, you know, so what? Wake up and work another day. So that's what the title suggests. Everything was forever until it was no more, and then it was just no more. Um, so it's a hugely influential book in terms of studying society, I suppose, in the late Soviet Union.
So here it is, Inventing Eastern Europe.
So inventing Eastern Europe during the Enlightenment, there's not just like people theorizing philosophers in Europe. There's also travelers who are going across the world and crossing Europe and going to East Asia and going to the North Pacific, who are writing their travel diaries and their observations about different people and species that they're encountering around the world. One of those places that Europeans go to and they encounter differences in Eastern Europe. They say that, French people, for instance, or British people say, these people are kind of strange because they are European. They look like me, but they're not European. They don't have the same culture that we do. They don't speak the same language. They don't have the same customs. And so inventing Eastern Europe is an explanation about Europe's attempt to try to make itself distinct from Eastern Europe, of setting up this Eastern Europe as an other. In other words, to get back to the question or the point you had about Edward Said about orientalizing Eastern Europe, othering Eastern Europe to set itself apart from the more refined and enlightened mind of Western European culture. In that sense, Eastern Europe is a construct, right? It's an imagined division between East and West that doesn't actually have any kind of material boundary basis. It's just one that Europeans set up to make themselves distinct from Eastern Europe.
I guess I what about the language aspect of like Romance languages versus Slavic languages?
Um, I mean, there are linguistic differences between us and South America or even Central America. It doesn't mean that the people are different in any kind of fundamental way. Um, Most of the Latin languages come from their experience under Rome, whereas the Slavic languages, for a long time, was just a spoken language, and then Cyril and Methodius, two saints of the Orthodox Church, went north to the Slavic peoples and then rendered their language into a written alphabet, and that's where we get Cyrillic from. Um, but also part of uh, Rome. But at that point, the Eastern Roman Empire. Here's some of those children's stories from Russia that you can see at the bottom. Um, uh, uh, in kind of bigger picture books. Uh, a lot of this is just kind of like "Tomorrow is Too Late" is a photographic history of Toronto's punk and hardcore scene that I got from the author after I published my book. And then on the top is Arnold Schwarzenegger's Guide to Bodybuilding, which is a step-by-step guide on all of the major exercises that you would want at the gym. It's important to know proper form and how to do it. Um, I still rely on that book. I go to the gym regularly. In fact, I'd like to go in 20 minutes if I can. Uh, but um, I mean, it is a pretty comprehensive guide that I bought when I was a lot younger, or I think I was gifted it from a friend when I was a lot younger. And uh, and when I got it, I was just kind of working out from home. I had a kind of really rickety workout bench, and I was trying to figure out what are things that I could do at home. But it's more important. It's better because it gives you the kind of ways to make sure you're doing form properly, which if you're working out or you're dealing with weights, form is everything because you could really blow your back out or strain a muscle or even, tear a muscle if you're doing it wrong.
Um, are there any interesting differences between a socialist approach to going to the gym or bodybuilding versus a capitalist approach?
No, I would say that, I mean, there no difference there. I would say that Uh, it's probably less common that you hear socialists going to the gym and working out and caring about physical health. But I do think that it's important, particularly when you have people like Hegseth who are trying to define what masculinity is and what it should be as this kind of machismo, again, fascistic kind of sense of having a warrior ethos and all of that stuff. I think that it's important for men to also value their physical and mental health, and to cultivate a healthy sense of masculinity and what it means to be a man and masculine, one that isn't about our kind of role as dominators or dominating anyone. It's not about strength or power. It's about how we utilize the strengths of masculinity to help others. Because realistically, that's what we're here for, is to help each other. So I'm really into the idea of having a kind of constructive sense of masculinity one that is positive sense of masculinity, that is redeeming, particularly to women who feel that such a positive sense of masculinity doesn't exist or can exist. I do think that it can. I think a lot of it you kind of find within fatherhood. Being a father, particularly being a father to a young girl, is a kind of material confrontation with the fact that there are aspects of my manhood, of me being a man, that I can fulfill that her mother can't, for instance, or just doesn't want to. Just like there are aspects of my my being that I can't fulfill, that only her mother can, feminine sort of aspects. And I think it's important to not only be a good dad, to demonstrate healthy, good, positive masculinity, but also to take care of yourself, your physical and mental health as a component of that. Demonstrate to the rest of the world that the right wing does not have a monopoly on bodybuilding or on peak physical health or anything. That the left wing can also value those things just as much.
Do you have any books on that sort of notion of positive masculinity? And could you also talk about what are those sort of unique things that you're um, talking about being a father?
I don't have any books on it. I do have books on Marxism and gender and stuff like that, but most of that work is about femininity and gender critical gender analysis. Some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. The concept of healthy masculinity is relatively new, and as far as I'm concerned, has not been really written about enough. Some of the examples that I would give you is, objectively speaking, men are tend to be stronger than women, biologically speaking. And so I think that the natural conclusion of that is not that men need to dominate any space or people that they're confronted with or that they're in, but rather that the strength that we're endowed with should be used for constructive purposes, for things like, protection, for care. I think that men are also deep down more sensitive sometimes than women, and so I also think that masculinity is also being willing to accept your sensitivity, to embrace it, and then also being as big and more powerful as we are, also being able to humble yourselves to that sensitivity. Um, uh, um, being being able to transgress traditionally assigned gender roles is also important for a dad to do, where rather than teaching a young girl that, it's a woman's job to cook or do dishes or whatever, doing it as a dad with her, I think is really important for showing that none of these things are predetermined or assigned, right? That we all have responsibilities to each other, and to doing these common things.
Mm.
So those are some examples that I would give.
Okay. Are you familiar with Andrei Smayev at all?
I don't think so.
He's sort of a newer guy on on the YouTube scene in terms of bodybuilding, and he's Russian,
Mm.
uh, called the Russian Hulk sometimes. Um, he did a he's done some collaborations um, with Larry Wheels, who's another big YouTube workout guy. Um, so
I don't.
I've seen some of his stuff.
I don't really follow bodybuilders all that much because a lot of them, like, their politics are shit. Um, there are a couple that I do follow just because they post good health advice and content. But again, their politics are really bad for the most part, which is why when that is so dominant, that bodybuilders tend to have shitty politics, is part of the reason why I think it's important for there to be left-wing bodybuilders, people who are into it.
Hmm. What do you
Uh,
think of Howard Zinn?
I like Howard Zinn. I thought The People's History of the United States, I read it when I was in high school. I thought it was kind of eye-opening for me in a lot of ways from a political standpoint, understanding how US politics operate and also placing the history of the United States in a kind of more leftist lens. So I'm a fan of Howard Zinn. Zubok's book on A Failed Empire is another decent book on the Soviet Union and the Cold War for people who are interested. Also based on primary sources and from somebody who experienced it. He's not as good, I would say, as Ron Sunni, but still gives, I think, a very thorough, fair assessment of why the Soviet Union collapsed, and one that's not one-sided or mono ex doesn't have a single explanation, rather kind of cauldron of different things. Moscow Monumental is about monumentalist architecture within Moscow. Um, and even not just the things that were built, but the things that the Soviet Union wanted to build but didn't build, in a kind of cultural explanation of what they meant and what they were trying to suggest and present to people in their monumentality. Sometimes these projects were kind of larger than life projects. Yeah, these are just kind of textbooks and other like indexes that I have at the bottom here. I save my planners from every year, and so a lot of this is just planners. There's the ACES convention programs that I save, particularly when I'm in there. Critica is the journal that I had mentioned. I found a copy of it at the bookstore in P Town. This is just an academic journal as well as the Slavic Review. And then at the top there, there's some books on the Russian language from my time studying Russian as a language. So this advanced Russian through film was a way of like teaching Russian while watching movies, and then you analyze those movies in Russian. Um, my my Russian professor actually wrote that book. One of my Russian professors. And then yeah, more just more books about Russian or German. I see some German there too. Okay, this is the shelf of, and they're not all rare books, but some of them are rare books. The first English translation of Cement, for example, by Gladkov, it's one of the premier works of socialist realism. This is a book that got really famous because it spends about 10 pages describing how to mix and pour cement in a very detailed way. Is a kind of the picture perfect example of socialist realism in Soviet literature. It's an extremely boring book in that sense. I mean, going through 10 or 20 pages about mixing cement, you just imagine what else is in there. And there's not really much in terms of plot. Uh, so it's kind of boring in that sense. And then next to that, over a little bit, there's Trotsky's biography of Stalin, where you can imagine there's a lot of criticism that he lays out. Um, uh, Sort of notorious. And then next to that is the Peter and Wendy in The Little White Bird, which is the first appearance of Peter Pan in literature altogether. This is the first printing of both of those books. So these are kind of worth something, worth some money. And they are rare books in that sense. Uh, I I love the story of Peter Pan, and I always have since I was a kid, because there's something about youth and the magic of youth that I think is um, I don't know how to describe it. When thinking about, I think a big question that people always have is about like the meaning of life and sort of why we're here and all that stuff. And I think that these are questions that really concern adults a lot, or like mid adults, people in their 20s and 30s. But there's something about the naivety of youth, of being younger, being able to utilize your imagination, um, where you don't have to confront those questions and everything seems kind of just happy. Existence itself is free form. I also like the metaphors of Peter Pan, where um, the adults are pirates, and the leading pirate, the leading adult, is being chased by time. That is the crocodile. The crocodile has, time stuck in his stomach, that is catching up to adults. So there's a lot of like theories about Peter Pan, that Captain Hook is really just an older version of Peter Pan and yada yada. I don't think any of that needs to be true in order for the story and its meaning and its metaphor to really exist. Nor do I think that the story needs to be destroyed by the potential misdeeds of J.M. Barrie. There were rumors that he was pedophilic, and I don't think that those rumors have ever been verified, definitely. Nor does it need to be tainted by the fascination that Michael Jackson had for Peter Pan as well. I think just understanding the story as a commentary on youth, the spirit of youth, is what Peter is supposed to embody. I think is really fascinating for me. I think it's a good story. Mm. This is Mao's Little Red Book, quotes from Chairman Mao. This is what members of the Chinese Communist Party carried with them. The book all the way to, um, let's see. Uh, yeah, the book to, 2 books to the left of cement. That, yeah, the brown one here. This is a book that was published in 1826, and so I believe it's the oldest book that I have. And this is the first retelling of the flood of 1824 in St. Petersburg. This is the flood that Alexander Pushkin made famous with his story, The Bronze Horseman. But this is a book that is from a eyewitness, somebody who lived through the flood, that is describing, telling the story about what happened, and then also how people responded to it. It's not really an impressive topic, I suppose, but it is the oldest book that I own. Down here, um, I I I wouldn't necessarily call them rare books, only to the extent that, like, the Volga flows and the Caspian Sea is a hard book to find, but it's not really a rare book. The same thing with Women Under Socialism. August Bebel was a German, social democrat, who wrote actually a lot. He was the leader of the party for a long time. And he wrote this book to try to work out a theory over the women's question. That is, what does women's liberation look like under a socialist regime? And then what should be the position of the Socialist Party as it regards women, women's right to vote and stuff like that, women's place in work. Um, so, it's not really a rare book as much as it's kind of just hard to find.
What about the Soviet science?
J.G. Crother was an American scientist and scholar who wrote very positively about Soviet science in in American academia. Somebody who observed Soviet science. So, like, sort of like Albert Einstein wrote an article about socialism and science. J.G. Crother, and I use Crother in my class on the Soviet space program. he kind of painted a great picture about how the Soviet Union approaches science in a different way than science exists in the West. In the West, science exists mostly for profit, or at least it runs on profit. It needs funding from companies and from sources of profit. Whereas in the Soviet Union, it's more committed to science for science's sake, or science for the purpose of trying to improve the conditions of the people. And I think that that distinction between the two of them is one that Crowther really nailed really well. And it also is kind of enlightening, I think, for students to read that science for science's sake, uh, insofar as it serves the interests of the people, could be a good thing. But that also meant that later on in the Soviet Union, there were forms of science that were questionable. For example, the Soviet Union did not initially adopt or accept cybernetics because it had no direct, obvious social utility at first. Um, uh, but there were other forms of science that it was pretty obvious that you could prove that it had some kind of social utility, such as biology, for instance. Um, this is just a book of Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky, and then Great Russian Short Novels, just a collection of stories. 6 Months at the White House is a oh, I think it's about I think it my sister gave me this one, I haven't actually read it. I think it's about Abraham Lincoln, somebody who observed, life in the White House under Abraham Lincoln. My sister gave it to me because she saw somebody, like, getting rid of it and picked it up and was like, "You might like this," and so I was just like, "Alright, yeah, I'll take it."
Did you have any thoughts on Lysenkoism?
Yeah, actually, I do. Lysenko is another one of these characters that's viewed as the most evil scientist in the world, and yet now biologists are reapproaching some of Lysenko's ideas and saying he was actually on to something. He just existed in the wrong time. Like he didn't have the modern scientific tools and understanding that we have, but he was actually on to something. But Lysenkoism went against the dominant bourgeois form of biology as it was practiced, and Lysenko more or less was trying to make the case that um, uh, uh, you could kind of split genes. You create kind of hybrid species of plants by splitting the genes on them, and of course his experiments in doing so went disastrous because they didn't have the technology or the know-how to actually experiment with something like that. But like I said, nowadays biologists are looking at a lot of his ideas and saying there's some truth to what he was thinking. It's just it was extremely difficult to prove and to execute. So this is my literature section. It's not that big because obviously I don't have a lot of time to read for pleasure for just literature. A lot of this stuff I read quite a long time ago. You see that there's still some like the history of the Russian American company that belong in the bigger shelf, but they're just here. Some of these are in uh, um, Russian. Some of them are in English. Collections of poetry by this one's Alexander Pushkin. Prokofiev is my favorite Russian composer, so this is kind of like a short biography of him. The Brothers Karamazov is probably my favorite Russian novel. War and Peace is too big. Tolstoy, I'm not a huge fan of Tolstoy because Dostoevsky is usually people compare the two of them. Dostoevsky, I would say, had more faith in his readers to try to interpret meaning, whereas Tolstoy had absolutely no faith in his readership, which is why his books are so giant, because Tolstoy had an intended meaning, and he wanted to be clear that you, as the reader, took the same meaning away from the book that he intended to, that there was no room for interpretation in what Tolstoy wanted in his bigger stories. And so, in that sense, Tolstoy makes the reader feel kind of dumb, like you're not smart enough to pick up on what he's trying to convey. So I'm a bigger fan of Dostoevsky in that sense.
Could you just say briefly why this is your favorite, The Brothers Karamazov?
Whereas Karamazov deals with a lot of questions that I think people still deal with a lot today. Questions over faith and responsibility, over guilt and judgment. The three brothers and potentially four brothers, but the three main brothers are kind of the archetypes of the types of people that exist. The kind of like free spirited brother, the more disciplined and dogmatic brother, and then the kind of the brother that's in between. And through a series of chapters and engagements that the brothers have, Dostoevsky deals a lot with some big questions that I think we still think about today, such as repentance and forgiveness, the folly of man. The chapter called "The Great Inquisitor" has this great conversation between the brothers Ivan and Alex, if I'm not mistaken, where Ivan Alexei is a devout Orthodox trainee. He goes to seminary. He wants to be a priest, and Ivan is kind of like the gambling, prostitute slanging, like free spirited brother. And they have this conversation where Ivan essentially says, "Do you have faith that if Jesus Christ came back today, that we wouldn't crucify him again? We would do the same thing that we did in the past, right? Because humans haven't learned from the follies of their past. They haven't learned from their mistakes, and they have a hard time accepting that. And so, big philosophical questions like that, I think, are really interesting to think about.
Um, I was just thinking about a couple other novels that have come up in a few other tours. Um, Grapes of Wrath and Raisin in the Sun. And especially Raisin in the Sun has a similar kind of formal, this idea of characters representing archetypes and navigating life through those different paths. Do you find reading them in the original language versus in English is a different experience?
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult, just because Russian is not my native language. I am more or less fluent in Russian, but it's still not my native language, and so there's a lot of like slang sometimes that you encounter that you have to look up and all that. Poetry is a lot easier because the language tends to be simpler, although it's more artistic. Um, but it really depends. That book on vamp. Oh wait, you're on that one. Okay.
I did see a book earlier on werewolves I was going to ask you about. Did you have any thoughts on that one?
That's a Victor Pelevin book, the werewolf problem in Central Russia. It's kind of a post-Soviet commentary on. Um, well, I actually use it in my book on horror films because it's a metaphor. The werewolf is lycanthropic, right? It changes, it's changing personality, and so what Pelevin is using the image of a werewolf to symbolize the changing of the Russian people from these sort of socialists to something else, right? They're changing overnight, and so it's a story about um, werewolf problem in central Russia, but the whole thing is a big kind of um, metaphor for something else.
Anything about this translation of the Bible?
No, when I was in high school, I thought it would be a good idea to read the Bible. I grew up. My family was like loosely Catholic, and I spent a couple months in Sunday school before I dropped out of it because I didn't pay attention and I couldn't recite all the prayers and stuff like that. And it wasn't until high school or maybe early college where I felt like reading the Bible for myself would be important for life in general, so that I could understand the references and the stories that people tell. And so this is the copy that I read. I did the same thing for the Quran too. I read the Quran on my own so I could understand it. Um, so yeah. Um, that book, the Tolstoy one, Vampires, that's not the Tolstoy that most listeners might know. This is Alexei Tolstoy, who is a um, more contemporary writer in the, I think the late imperial period, um, who had all these kind of short stories that were proto horror stories, including stories about vampires. And that's what that is. That's a collected short stories from Alexei Tolstoy.
What about
That
this
was
one?
also
Yeah, good.
that was also difficult to find, the Alexei Tolstoy one.
What about this one? What is to be done?
That's Chernyshevsky's famous novel that greatly influenced Lenin and many of the Bolsheviks. It exposed what Chernyshevsky saw as some of the contradictions in imperial society. Um, and so it's kind of a boring book from our perspective today. Not that interesting, but it was hugely influential for Lenin and the Bolsheviks.
I think we've seen Gorky a few times now. Maybe you could say a few words about him.
Maxim Gorky is one of the leading literary figures of the early Soviet Union and sometimes critic of the early Soviet Union. Um, but one who could be critical while at the same time being supportive of what Soviet Union was trying to do. He wrote a lot about peasant life and struggles within imperial society and imperial Russia. So a lot of his stories concern these kind of homey stories about peasants and workers in particular in cities.
What about this one, Moscow to the end of the line?
That's a really popular post immediately post-Soviet book. It's a comedy. It's about a drunkard on a train and the things that he's experiencing and who he's meeting and confronting. It's very popular in Russian literature even today because a lot of the things that he experiences are examples of what people experience on a day to day on the train. The train is sort of a unique experience in Russia because they rely so much on trains, much more than we do, and even more than Europeans do, to get from one place to another because the distances are so far, too far for cars. So Moscow to the end of the line is like a comedy that people can read and be like, I've seen this character before. or they can relate to it. There's the Quran. James Cook's journals collected, um, just I think there's 3 of them, so that's, uh, collected all 3 of them.
Have you ever done, I saw On the Road here also, have you ever done like a road trip or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. I used to go on road trips a lot more than recently. Um, Nowadays, the road trips I go on aren't really that far, but I've driven to Florida. I used to live in Chicago, so I used to drive from Chicago to Boston all the time.
Mm.
Um, in Indiana. I lived in Indiana for a while too. Uh, Friends and I used to go to Canada pretty regularly from where we are. Um, I have a longing for road trips. I just haven't had the ability to really do them recently.
What about this last one, The Political Economy of Slavery?
That that's another classic. It's considered a classic book in the history of slavery. Um, Again, I'm not a scholar of American slavery, but that book makes the case about, um, uh, the question is the question that still exists, as far as I understand it, is, um, was slavery an integrated part of early American capitalism, or was its own thing? Was it kind of a pre-capitalist form of organizing? And then where do the enslaved peoples fit into this worker, proletariat, and bourgeois thing? Because the slaves were clearly their own thing, separate from a proletariat. And so this book is an attempt to try to work out that question.
Do you have any thoughts on like wage slavery? The concept of wage slavery?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's what we're all subject to now. I think we're all wage slaves, and that's why wages are kept intentionally low, 'cause, they don't want you to break out of that. They want you to stay a wage slave forever, dependent on wages.
Do you have any books on that wage slavery concept?
Not explicitly, no. Um,
Are there any scholars that you'd point people to or
I would say read Marx.
yeah.
Marx is the most important, talk about wage slavery, um, more than anything. Um, these are, pamphlets, historical pamphlets that I have collected through the years in various places. Some of them are old ephemera, and some of them are, more modern, like labor rights in the Netherlands. I was in the Netherlands 2 years ago, and I picked that up from a anarchist library. The other one, The United States and the Soviet Union by William Z. Foster, is obviously very old, and it's only, you see here, it went sold for 1 cent. Um, so, this is a mix of different things that I have kind of on display in my living room.
Moscow subway there.
Yep. So this is like a series of little collected pamphlets that talk about various things in the Soviet Union. So railroads of the USSR, subway of Moscow, and there's other tiny pamphlets that describe it. The Reconquest of Ireland. I got that in Ireland, and unfortunately, the cover ripped when I got home. It got stuck to a piece of tape, and I couldn't get it off. But I have another copy somewhere. But James Connolly is the famous Irish socialist. Um, there's even a bookstore in Dublin called Connolly's Bookstore, which is a left wing bookstore. I would say communist bookstore. Yeah, just more. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn is an early American communist. So this is more pamphlets from the American communists of the mid to early 20th century. Anti-Soviet Lies in the 5-Year Plan. Another one of these early publications in support of the Soviet Union from the early to mid 20th century.
Could you say a few words about the Daily Worker?
Daily Worker was the public publishing house of the Communist Party of the United States. I think that mostly is the important stuff here.
Yeah. Okay.
Just some more examples. So a lot of the pamphlets, what they were trying to do was dispel myths that were being spread in the United States about the Soviet Union. One of them being that the Soviet Union was anti-Semitic. And so this pamphlet here is talking about Jews in the Soviet Union and how they they live and how they live rather well, compared to other places where anti-Semitism was still a big problem. Um, the An Appeal to American Youth is an article uh, written by Lenin, I believe, or maybe was it Lenin? I'm not sure. Appealing to American youth to, as I said, be proud of what their country has accomplished, but also understand that the future revolution lies ahead, and it lies within their hands of overthrowing those wealthy, greedy capitalists that have full control today. You got to have Lenin and Marx looking over your desk as you do work. You're guiding iconic spirits.
Is there anything significant about the pocket watch from his hanging on his necklace?
None that I
Or-
know of.
But maybe those are glasses. But
Yeah, they look like probably glasses. This is a um um Soviet poster that I got in Georgia. This is a kind of flyer that I handed out when I made a documentary called Nothing Lasts Forever, Russian Punks in Georgia, and I had a friend of mine make artwork for it, just the kind of catchy artwork that I could share. And so this is what she put together, and um, this is the artwork for that documentary. The documentary is for free on YouTube. It's not particularly good, I'm better at writing than I am at directing, but at least I attempted. I attempted to direct something. And then this is the cover art for my book on Russian punk rocks, and uh, uh, yeah. I didn't draw this. The Microcosm Publishing who put it together, they commissioned the artist to draw this. It was very controversial, especially for Russians, because Russians didn't like the fact that these people were very gender neutral looking. Russians are not into that kind of gender politics, and they thought that it was kind of ridiculous. And I sort of felt like my hands were tied by Microcosm to sort of accept this artwork, or wait another 6 or whatever months for them to work something else out. But I think that their commitment to gender politics and stuff would have meant that whatever artwork they came up with would have been just as controversial no matter what. And so ultimately I just agreed to go with this cover. So I have some banners from, this is actually from Ukraine, from the Communist Party of Ukraine. Um, uh,
Harvard University Press put out a book on beards, and I think the politics of beards and facial hair in the last few years. And I was just kind of thinking about how why these figures have facial hair.
Mm, yeah, I think it's just kind of custom of the time. This is a Soviet poster on cleaning up after yourself and getting rid of litter. And you can see capitalists that he's sweeping up out of the street. Alcoholism, greed, all that stuff.
Did did the Soviets do anything like prohibition? Did they have any thoughts on America's prohibition?
I would say that the Soviet Union discouraged alcohol consumption because they thought that it was hampering workflow, workability. It's not until the 1980s under Gorbachev where there's actual like prohibition laws that are put in, and it's hugely unpopular. It contributes to Gorbachev's uh, discrediting or loss of influence. So so yeah, uh, not official prohibition, but definitely discouraged it.
The book I was referring to, I just looked it up. It's by Sarah Gold McBride, Whiskerology, The Culture of Hair in 19th Century America, published in 2025.
Huh. I can't really grow beards. This is like the most facial hair that I can get. So I don't. Um, yeah, this is a picture of the bronze horseman statue in during a flood. So this was a magazine published after the flood of 1924. Um, the flood of 1924 occurred exactly 100 years after the flood of 1824. For those who might be confused, two different floods. Both of those floods, the two biggest in St. Petersburg or Leningrad's history. And so when the flood happened, they published this around the Bronze Horseman, which was the image of the 1824 flood, to kind of say, history is happening again in this flood prone city. Another poster that I got in Georgia. Um, um,
What's
uh,
the significance of all these flags?
those are the different flags of the different republics of the Soviet Union all together under one. So a lot of people don't know this. The Soviet Union was not uh, a, a monolithic country. It was made up of multiple republics and constituent members, just like the European Union is. Um,
Hmm.
According to American explanations of it would have you believe it was a single coherent country, but that's not the case. Particularly because Americans like to refer to the Soviet Union as Russia all the time. Russia was just one of many republics within the Soviet Union. And this is a poster from the German Communist Party. And finally, facing my desk slightly to the left, to my left right now, is my little icon corner. I'm not particularly religious by any means, but I do like Orthodox imagery. Um, I like the smell inside Orthodox churches. They usually burn frankincense and myrrh. I know I'm not burning it constantly. My house doesn't reek of frankincense and myrrh, but sometimes, on a day that I'm trying to relax or get spiritual with myself, I'll light that incense burner there. The card of Mary that's on the right here. When I bought this house, I bought it from somebody who was clearly a very devout Catholic, and she had Catholic imagery and memorabilia just about everywhere, and so that was one thing that I kept, just because I thought that it would contribute to my corner. I also think that Mary is an interesting character. There are some crosses on that table that I have found in my travels through Orthodox churches. So in Georgia, for example, I went into some Orthodox churches and bought, a cross there or something that they had handmade at the church. The skull, I think, is a Halloween decoration that, for me, kind of balanced out the over religious imagery. I needed to have something in this corner that didn't lead people to believe that I was some kind of devout Orthodox Christian. Um, and so uh, the skull is there to to signify I am agnostic, but I like the imagery and everything. And then on top of that, on the wall is an icon of Saint George, uh, from Greece, actually. So it's inlaid with gold and silver. Saint George is the patron saint of Moscow, the kind of image of Russia. Saint George is the one that slays the dragon. And so, it's just a good kind of icon corner, good thing to look at every once in a while.
Could you say what you said you thought Mary was an interesting figure? Could you say a little bit more about that?
Well, I think the presence of Mary, of a woman playing such a central role in Catholic dogma, in theory, theology, is really important. Um, Mary has all these kind of myths around her and her iconography. The story is, in 1453, when the Ottomans were sieging Constantinople, that the emperor ordered the church to preside around the perimeter of the city with an icon of Mary that, broke, while they were doing it, as a kind of sign that things weren't going too well for them. So I just think Mary is a good, uh, uh, saint.
Mm. And could you say a little bit about the sort of tradition of having something in the corner of their room?
It's common in Russian households that the religious icons, go into the back corner of a room. Um, I don't. I'm not. I don't actually know where or how that developed. I'm sure that's probably an ancient tradition. I'm sure it's pretty old. But it's very common, and even in Soviet times, where people were less religious, they would often have corners where you would have, a portrait of Stalin or a portrait of Lenin or a portrait of Marx, in the corner of your office or whatever. And so this is kind of, I have both. I have a picture of Marx and Lenin and a religious icon that I thought, was a good place to have it.
All right, so we've completed the tour, and uh, I'm just curious if you have any final thoughts you'd like to leave people with, and any plans you have for the future of your library. We've sort of touched on that already, but as well as any recommendations you might be interested in from the audience that they can leave down in the comments.
Um, Further thoughts, I would say, I don't think my library is particularly impressive, but I do think that it's reflective in many ways of who I am and what I'm about, and what I've sort of committed myself to. And so I would say that, if there is something that you are genuinely committed to, or interested in, do more than just reading Wikipedia. Dive into the topic and explore the complexities of whatever it is you're interested in. You never know where it could lead you, or what kind of career you could get out of it. That's what I would leave people with. And I would say that ethos of book collecting or book having is, in my opinion, more important and more genuine than just collecting just for the purpose of collecting. Now, I understand that there are people who have rare books and that's what they do for a living. They collect, and and that's good and fine. But for me, I guess what distinguishes me from them is that I'm not really interested in rare book collecting as much as I'm interested in reading and acquiring knowledge is sort of the heart of everything that I'm about. Understanding that there are limits to that knowledge that I can acquire. I'm not aspiring to be a genius in every field. I'm very particular in my fields and my interests, and I'm happy with that. And I can do enough to impress people who want to hear from me about those fields, but very clear about what I'm not good at or what I'm uncomfortable speaking about. Um, but in any case, all of that comes from doing the reading, essentially. I was not born with any kind of predetermined knowledge or anything or any experience like that. It all came from doing the work. And so I would encourage people to build your book collections naturally by doing the reading. Um, uh, I guess that's where I'll leave it. That's my final thought.
And do you want to say anything about where people can find you on social media as well as where they can find your courses?
Yeah, so I primarily use Instagram. My handle is at punks around. Comes from the name of the fanzine that I used to run. Um, you can find me there, and you can also find information for how to sign up for my courses. I also run a Substack. It's called Alex's Substack, that you can find where I publish articles that I write and stuff like that, and other thoughts. I also usually put up the courses that I'm offering on the Substack. You can find all that there, and you can find the courses that I'm offering on Instagram as well. I used to have a Patreon where I had people sign up for courses, but Patreon charges you and it charges me too much money to sign up for things, and so I just do it direct now, where you send a payment to Venmo or Cash App or PayPal, and you include your email address in the payment, and then I send you the Google folder that has the syllabus and the course schedule and all of that stuff, in there, and the Zoom link as well for the meeting, and it's where all the recordings will go into that Google folder as well. So I do it much more direct now rather than doing it through a third party.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, you can find it all there.
Well, thanks a lot for sharing your library with us, and we look forward to seeing everybody down in the comments.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.